So I know Miss Tanisha was saying PayPal. So I only use PayPal. I don't use Cash App. I have two phones. I tried to put Cash App on the second phone, which was like the buy one get one free account, and it was under a woman's name. I've had this phone for 3 or 4 years now. I still get text messages to the account. I still get calls to this phone. And as soon as I tried to sign up for Cash App, they wanted to put it under her account. And I was like, "Whoa, nope, that's not gonna happen." You know what I'm saying? Obviously, because if it's run off of a phone number, you really want to research if you've never had it to make sure that the phone number you have wasn't used previously. That's to me is a flaw in the way that they do business. PayPal, from what I've been seeing recently, they've instituted some new thing where in which they can do different things to accounts. Now, I've used PayPal. I've had no issues yet, but I do know some people who have had their initial deposits sort of frozen for a certain time period. Um, so even with that, definitely no matter which one you set up, do your research. If they use the phone numbers, just make sure no one else has previously used that number or has access to it. Um, that's just based on experiences that I've had. Zelle, I've had no problems with it. When I did a little bit of research, they said there is some little scamminess to it, but I think you have to willingly give them your information in order for that to take place. Um, so yeah, just be careful. I know we don't want to pay fees to these services. Sometimes there's some people who would prefer to use a service, especially if they're using their credit card or debit card information, simply because we assume there's some layer of protection there. I try to use so I have my PayPal, I have a credit card connected to it, and that gives you double protection, because your credit card can do research a fraudulent purchase. They can lock your account down, whatever the case may be, to prevent someone from running it up. um so just this is like not legal advice, it's just legal information. So just kind of be wary in terms of setting up those things, and be cautious. I know one of the things with the Square, Square. I guess Square owns Cash App. I think initially what they were doing was people would say, "Oh, can I use your phone to make a call?" Blah blah blah, and then they would go into your Cash App, transfer the money because you gave them the device that had the access to it. So that was like a thing that was going around when it first popped off. Um, so yeah, just beware, beware.
Hey, you know what, Black? For the first time in probably 10 years, I'm excited about college football for
Nice,
2023.
nice. Now is this based on our brother Dion Neon?
Definitely. I mean, I was never a Colorado Buffalo fan, but Deion Sanders, I think this guy can do major changes at a Power Five university football program. So
Okay, nice. So DJ on social, there's a YouTube video of Dion walking into the facilities, and it's about a 12 or 13 minute thing. I'll try to post it and put it up here. What you see is a man who is comfortable with people. He's comfortable embracing people, uplifting people, giving people their due proper respect and admiration. He's not walking around as if he's like God walking on water or whatever the case may be. Most of these people are his staff, and it's the first time, because I grew up in the era, I watched him play, all that stuff, and it's the first time where for me I got an insight to him as a person. He has some physical issues. He's got like a limp or whatever the case may be. I'm not sure if that's from playing or something that came after, but you just see somebody who's super comfortable in their skin. Like, I've been here, I did that, and you can see that he's infusing confidence in the people around him, and they will likely do whatever they can do to help him and the team succeed. So I'm really impressed with that video. Extremely impressed.
No, I was surprised. Look, I used to play running back when I was in high school, and I ran a 4.35 40, right? And I heard that he ran a 4.2 40. I mean, that's very impressive. That he was really quick, really fast. So yeah, so Deion Sanders, yeah, Herschel Walker, Tony Dorsett, all those guys, man. But I looked up to those guys back in the '80s, so '80s, '90s.
I'm just trying to take a thirst break. Yeah, he was a monster, man. I'm trying in my mind. I don't know why in my mind I see him with a baseball bat in his hand. I got to do some research. Was he a dual sport guy back then?
Deion Sanders?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he played baseball as well.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, man. See, that's what I thought, and I'm thinking like, because again, I was never a huge baseball guy, but in my mind, when I think of him, I'm just like, man, was he one of the few that was able to do the dual sport thing? And we'll never see that.
Yep.
Yeah, him and Bo, right, right, absolutely. And it's so crazy because of the time period he lived in. His earnings don't reflect. I guess you would have to do you would have to adjust his earnings based on whatever interest rates or whatever to figure out how much he really made. But if he was balling in this era, played two sports, my God, how much money could that man have made back then? Or in today's era, especially with the branding. There's a point in this video where they put out he's got two hoodies and a couple of hats, and it's his Coach Prime brand, which I think I noticed and I saw with the JSU stuff, but seeing it in that way they presented it to him, he's checking it out, he's got the signature on the back, and I'm like, okay, so this man is not just a football mind, he's a businessman. And that really, to me, solidifies all the rumors that are coming out now that the business, and I think he even said it, the business at Jackson State wasn't run properly. And they may not have understood that he is a businessman and he has a business mind. And so you can't con and bullshit somebody who has a business mind. Is really impossible to do that. And so he probably hung in there as long as he felt like he could. And then it just was a situation where enough was enough. So
has any of those stories like completely got confirmed yet? Like that they, because I went to a HBCU, so I get it. Like I definitely get it, and I think Deion did a great job. I mean, that's been an argument of mine in a lot of my spaces I've been in. Was that like, what more do you want from him? You know what I mean? He brought this TV deal to Swag, 120 million, $30 million of revenue to Jackson State alone. You know what I mean? Also, donating half of his salary to upgrade the football facilities. So I mean, somebody I listened to is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and he had his own opinions on Deion Sanders, which I agree. I mean, I'm trying to decide if I agree with. You know what I mean? Because one of my thought processes in the Deion Sanders thing was, well, it would have been nice for somebody to be a full visionary in the aspect of cleaning up HBCUs as well as bringing revenue with them. But I understand if they're so dirty that they're going to keep stealing money from these kids and giving kids a subpar experience. You know what I mean? And then be bold enough to steal money from Deion Sanders. They said in his contract he was supposed to, after he kept the stadium at a 30K, because I read a couple articles that they were saying they was still, he said one of the things was that after 30K in ticket sales, Jackson State and him split the revenue for each game. You know what I mean? And he said they haven't been honoring that. You know what I mean? So I'm just ready to see the whole thing out so I can kind of make my decision. Is this a lost experience to be a visionary, or is it just a horrible situation where HBCUs, which they still do regardless or not, need to be highlighted for how much money they really, or not even, because all school institutions embezzle money, but especially at these HBCUs that are giving our kids, you know what I mean, these subpar experiences, it needs to be handled because a lot of Black dollars, Black financial aid, Black parents, they trying to put their kids through school, first generation college kids go through our HBCUs. I think we all know.
Yeah, they for what I've been reading, they have and I have to go back on my feelings about Deion because I was a little bit hard on him, and I was hard on him. And I've been catching a lot of flack online about it. But after seeing Willie D's point of view from his YouTube channel about how they just totally mismanaged all of Deion's money, because even Deion actually put money personally out of his own pocket. Not even we're not even talking about the money from the contract. Personal money out of his bank account into the school. So a lot of that money, like you were saying, brother, from the ticket sales, he's supposed to be recouping that money. The money from the Celebration Bowl, even though they lost that one, that money supposed to stay into the football program. And they wound up putting the money out to other avenues of the school, which most schools usually do when it comes to that. But the fact is, they didn't leave any money in the football program. And, you need it for the for the locker facilities and something. Heck, they even said that he was even cutting grass. Wait, but you're supposed to have a janitorial staff at that school. Why is that man cutting the grass? He's the damn head football coach. Are you kidding me? So, now I'm looking at it from a different angle of now I'm glad a lot of this stuff is starting to come out. So now I'm like, wow, I was actually against Deion, but actually, you know what? Now I'm for him. And that's just because of the man at the university just really mismanaged the money. And not only mismanaged the money, but mismanaged him into making him leave. And who's to say what other schools that haven't been doing it? I mean, a lot of these schools, I've never been to an HBCU school, but I've been hearing too many comments.
Not to cut you off, my brother, but it's which ones aren't, bro? I went to...
That's what I was going to get at. But yeah, I agree with you. But that's what I was going to get at. Like, what other ones have been doing it? I mean, hell, we just had Howard go through their financial woes and out there protesting last year. I had the kids out there protesting for months on end. So, I mean, like you just said, brother, who else ain't, So it's just something we really... I guess we on the outside looking in really can't. It's just going to have to be the students and the alums are just going to have to hopefully just, start, looking into it more. That's all. I mean, that's all I can really say on that. And also, I wanted to add the tidbit on Cash App. I use Cash App. And they got swapped a couple times, by hackers. I've been very lucky, but see, the way I have my set is I only have money going into the Cash App when I need to use it because I have the debit card. I never have money coming out or get ported out into my account. So it's only a one-way street. There's only one way in. There's no one way out. And so far, I've been very lucky, and I'll land there.
Yeah, and I'll just, that point of, that you made it, the alums and stuff like that, man, you can't leave them like that. Like, going to an HBCU, so I went to Central State. We didn't get no new facilities. Everything that was there had been built in 1950, and this is no exaggeration. At Central State, by the time I was there in 2015, they didn't get a new updated facilities, you know what I mean, until we had the entertainment facility. Oh yeah, and then let me not shit on them. They did make the new honors dorms. You know what I mean? And they made those in like 2010. They made some new honors dorms, and they made an entertainment facility that like it was pretty big. It was a rec center, had a cafeteria in there. You know what I mean? But it probably, I think they said it was like $1 million to build. That was the only thing. You know, what community colleges have more than $1 million funneled through there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And then also, I just wanted to highlight not only like the Central State that we have a problem with. Our president, she had furnished her house with some money, but in Texas Southern in 2020, they had to let go of, I believe, their president due to embezzlement of money too, as well as HBCUs. You know, and I can't give a number, but you know, the amount of money that we spend, Black people spend on HBCUs, if we just extrapolated that number, would probably be a good portion of that. Just having cousins that have their parents co-signed on loans with them at these HBCUs and all these different things. So it's definitely something that's affecting us, regardless of the way we look at it. We're not getting what our money's worth out of these Jewish. I mean, that's what I'll say, out of these Jewish-owned but Black-faced institutions.
I just saw something about him having a Deion Sanders about he was after a game, he went back into his locker room in his office and someone had stole like credit cards and jewelry and stuff from him. Was that recent?
I believe that was one of the first games that they had. Yeah, because I watched that clip over again. I remembered it when it started recirculating. So it is a year or so old. But I think it was like the first game of the season. I don't know if he had already been there for at least 1 year. But it was the press conference after the game. And so you could now this is where he's not somebody who's full of shit, because he had to hold in all of his emotions during a press conference, but he also wanted to address what had happened. So it's like you have the game, the excitement, and whatever. He goes back to his office and all of his stuff is gone. I think it was phones, credit cards, jewelry. And he sits down and most people, I'll be honest, if that was me, I'd have been pissed. Like, no interviews, nothing. It would have been game over. But he came to the interview, he did address that, and then at some point he's just like, you know what? Let's talk about the game, and just got back on the professionalism of what happened during the game. And he said, we're gonna catch you. I don't know if they ever caught the people who did it. I know there was. See, I remember I could probably find some posts of mine from back when he first got there, and I was going back and forth with somebody who's from Mississippi, and who was like really trying to, say, hey, the local people got to get it together because they're going to run him out of here. That was the sentiment of the people on the ground, just knowing how the community runs. And again, this is microcosm of the state of Mississippi, controlled by these corrupt white governors, and a lot of that shit that's flowing downhill ends up inside of Black institutions, because they don't really have a whole lot of control necessarily, and they definitely, I can almost guarantee you, they're not getting funding from the state the way that they should be getting it. And so it just becomes this system within a system within a system, where the oppression just keeps flowing downhill. And to ODB's point, the students end up suffering because of it.
No, that was a great point. I'm glad you said that too as well. Just the allocations of the funds from the state too, because that's where, even though embezzlement, I believe embezzlement happens at most of these big institutions, or a lot of these institutions, people just do shady stuff. But the allocations of funds that we're getting from the senator too as well, it doesn't allow the HBCUs. You got your Howards and your Jackson State. Now that they're on the prime time. But Deion Sanders said he went to each one of the schools that he played and told them they need to update their facility. I mean, hopefully, if any of y'all have college kids or have kids that are about to go to college and go to a HBCU outside of like the Howard or even Texas Southern, you know what I mean? It's definitely like nicer now, but some of the facilities definitely need a whole revamp. You know what I mean? Just from what I'm hearing, having kids with bugs and your average student, like they're going to treat the honor students right, but we don't go to college to live a struggle. Nobody go to college to get imported from maybe you come from a rough lifestyle to go to a rough lifestyle in college and have to pay for it. You know what I mean? Go into debt for it. I think they should at least give those kids an equal opportunity or an equal living situation that you give to the kids at U of H right across the street. You know what I mean? If they're both paying tuition. Like, I'm not saying it has to be the same exact, because obviously there's discrepancy in the tuition, but it has to be but fumigated, pipes not bursting, things like that we hear about. And shoot, I can't even say Howard, because like you were saying, they were out there protesting. Those were legitimate kids, students out there protesting because their living situation was so bad. I can attest to that. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and then there's another element. The Juan B, who was at the reparations rally in DC, he had a space. I'm gonna try to find it and see if I can post it up there. But there was a Professor Short, I want to say was his name, but he had a different avatar name. But at any rate, he was in there talking about the system of education from the perspective of a black male professor who was trying to uplift his black students. Man, it's like a nightmare scenario, and it's even hard to like really describe everything that he was talking about. Essentially a system where in which any black teacher, I think to quote him, he said the students came up to him and said, "You ain't gonna be here long because you actually care about the students." And he said, that proved to be true, and he was at multiple of these black universities. So I'm gonna try to find that. If you get a chance to listen to that, man, gives a lot of insight from a professor's point of view of how the system works inside of some of those schools.
Anybody who's not scared, and what we've seen with Deion Sanders probably with the same thing that we said seen with Dr. Short, is somebody not scared to call out the discrepancies and the just, I'm just call it the irresponsibility from the administration. You know what I mean? Because of course they would love to sit there and be like, "Oh, we're underfunded, so we can't fix anything, but we can keep taking your kids' tuition." But at Howard, like you said, at Howard, which is known to be the most, you know what I mean, being an HB, that's the smart school. You know what I mean? Their pipes are bursting and suffering from infrastructure problems in Howard University, that's in the nation's capital. You know what I mean? And like even this, like what he's saying, it makes it harder for teachers like that to actually relate to their students. And the benefit of going, and let me preface with saying this, the benefit of going to the HBCU is when you go to the HBCU, you are going to have teachers that care about your education. You know what I mean? They might not say nothing about the administration or how bad the administration, or be right there with the students fighting for, like, "Hey, this is messed up," be it somebody in the administration is messing up. You know what I mean? Because the facilities haven't been upkept, things like that. But it makes it harder for those teachers like that to really help that kid that could transform, because, maybe he grew up in poverty for real, or whatever the situation is, to see college at a different lifestyle. You know what I mean? Because you're still, maybe that kid that got into an HBCU with his 2.3 or whatever, and this is the opportunity to see something different, sees the same thing. Like, "Hey, I'm at here, these HBCUs, these dorms ain't shit." You know what I mean? I go to Wright State and I see actual dorms. You know what I mean? This is all stuff that I get a whole lifestyle of more stuff that can be presented to me, that if I didn't have whatever, my first 17 years of life, instead of being, this is the opportunity to change and start over a new chapter, like they preach, for your orientation going into college. So it fails from that standpoint on too at an HBCU, I believe, because it makes it harder to them fringe kids, which I was one of them. That's why I would say I got into construction to them fringe academia kids to actually make them buy into that college experience or even just that turning of a new leaf that you can come with that first time being on your own as a 17, 18-year-old. If we could all go back and reflect on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. In the Jumbotron, I put up the Maj Toure. His thing is called givesendgo.com. So that's probably like a GoFundMe. And again, I don't know why he uses this one over the other one. It could be lesser fees. It could be that they don't lock accounts, which GoFundMe sometimes has been known to do. So if you're doing any type of fundraising, check into that as well.
Okay, send it to me in the background. I wanted to say sorry, everyone, for I just been sitting here listening to ODB, sorry, and you guys go back and forth about Deion Sanders, but I kind of wanted to see if we can kind of reset the room, because I think Deion Sanders' example is kind of one of those things where we do have to give grace, but look at all the angles and all of the impacts from what has happened with Deion Sanders and find the grace to pay attention to see what the outcome is going to be, because we don't have all the answers. We're not really, everyone is not in those spaces per se. And I think I heard someone say if you hadn't gone to an HBCU, you shouldn't be speaking on the situation. But I think anything that impacts us as American freedmen, Black Americans, we all have the right to have an opinion and provide our expertise or lived experience expertise and how we actually could do better or what could have been done differently. I think that when we get to a place where people try to put us in a box and say that we can only speak on certain levels because you need to ride this lane, and I hear the term if you stay in your lane then there won't be any problems, but I should also be able to get over. There should be room for me to be able to switch lanes. If I put a blinker on and I have an experience in something that maybe you've gone through, it might not be the same, but it could be similar and had a different outcome. It's worth providing that perspective. And I guess for me, with the Deion Sanders situation, I just didn't like how everyone was so absolute with their response, as if we understood what Deion's decision was supposed to be because of him being a Black man or being being a descendant of American slaves. I think we do understand that the HBCUs are underfunded and they are not championed properly in legislation by representatives within the state. We also know about the money that Tate Reeves, as well as Brett Favre and some other politicians were part of embezzling. And I think that we have to look at the all-around impact of also alumni and the community in Mississippi on how they interact with the funding of not just HBCU, the Jackson, Mississippi, but the high schools throughout Mississippi, especially in Jacksonville, and other coaches who are just as good as Coach Prime that also are not being highlighted or put up on a pedestal of dominating and participating in football. I come from a football family. I love football, and I used to take stats, so that's my expertise. I'm a former athlete as well, so that's my expertise in this lens at 38 years old. So hopefully that wasn't too long-winded, but sorry I'm late again, doing stuff in the background. Sorry.
Hey, I wonder what HBCU has the best facilities, infrastructure, amenities of all the HBCU.
That's a good
To me, I
question.
think it has to be either Hampton
Mm,
or Howard
not Howard.
or
Not Howard. Not Howard, bro. I can. Well,
or maybe like someone like North Carolina A&T.
You know what? To be honest with you, I have never been to all the HBCUs. I'd have to do some research to find out who has the best. But it says a lot when they can't get they can't get proper resources just to make sure the students have safe living quarters. And that's something that you hear going on all across the country. You don't hear that with the PWIs. And I think that says a lot too um, for us as Americans, because you have other groups of people who are looking to come into and register at HBCUs, but they are not. They too, when they graduate, are not investing back into the schools that they attend, which is why I really hold Kamala Harris, to the fire and not using her platform to actually highlight the fact that she was a benefactor of going to the school, even though she comes from a multiracial background, but she is not imploring the Indian community to invest into an HBCU. But the encouragement for other groups of people to go to HBCUs is at a high rate, because I think as Black people, we are humanly have humanitarianism in us. Yes, we do have people in the community that do commit crime and all this other stuff, but from the standpoint of, I think, the love that we genuinely do give when we give it, it is truly there. But I don't see that in reciprocity from other groups who do come into the community and benefit from things that are built from our ancestors to present day descendants, in the same vein as you do PWIs. So that's how I feel about that.
Look, I see a big challenge. Let's say a super majority Black state. Let's say this state is 75 or 80% Black, right? Okay, and we control that state. Okay, I would say that a lot of the upper class Black people within that state, your middle class, they would want their children to go to the universities with the best facilities and the best amenities, right? And so these universities going to be your flagship university. Let's say North Carolina, North Carolina State, University of North Carolina. North Carolina has a lot of white universities, predominantly white universities. So if we have, and also North Carolina has a lot of Black HBCUs as well. So in a super majority Black state, do we continue giving more money to the flagship universities, and the Black kids go to those universities, or do we try to give more money to the HBCUs and try to build up the HBCUs to the standard of a UNC or North Carolina State or whatever? If you guys understand what I'm trying to say, because that's going to be a challenge right there. Do we try to update these HBCU to the standard of the flagship universities within these states in a super majority Black state? I don't know anyone ever. My idea is that these former PWIs, right? These they will become Black. They will have black majority students. These black students would be 60 to 70% of University of North Carolina or North Carolina State, because the state is going to pass laws that the student body of these flagship university, they have to conform to the population of the state. So the state is 80% black. That means that University of North Carolina State, Appalachian State, all these other former white university, they have to be 80% black as well. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that makes sense. But I also let me say this. So when you control the state and you control the budget of the state, you can effectively divert resources to the existing HBCU colleges within the state. So you can prop up and build up the historically black colleges and universities. As far as the white schools, because the state is 60-70% black Americans, that means there's still a significant population of others, whatever it ends up being, whites, Asians, Hispanics, whatever. So just the way that things are flipped now, where we are only 12% or 14%, or in some states 30% of the population, those schools, to me, simply it just kind of flips it so that they are legacy schools for them. They will likely still function in the way that they function for the people who have alumnus status and legacy status, whatever the case may be. And they will be the minority school in a black majority state. And I think their kids will still want to go to those schools or whatever the case may be. I wouldn't want to do the conversion um of those legacy schools and provide funding to them. I'd prefer to balance the equation by really building up the black schools that have the historical um historical experience for our black families. I got a list. It's the top 15. This is from 2020. I put it up in a jumbotron. Um, it states there's 107 historically black colleges and universities. So that's a lot. That's a big number. And I don't know if they're doing this based on campuses or if this is actual the school, and then they, because a lot of these schools have satellite campuses. So that's a really big number. Um, and when they say that there's more black homeless, I mean, I remember this quote that there's more black homeless than there are black students in college. That sounds disturbing to me. Um, but I
Hey,
see.
Black. Hey, man, I can barely hear you, man.
Fuck. Okay, I see Mark got his hand up. I'm gonna drop out, come back in.
Hey y'all, Mark.
Damn it.
And I also went to Florida State, and I also went to South Carolina University. Didn't graduate from there, but I just attended classes there. And one thing that I noticed, and I just want to ask the room this because of the current topic, is that when I was at FAMU both times in the 90s and in the 2000s, I also I left for a couple of years and went to the military, and I came back and I graduated. The issue that I had was that at HBCUs, and I'm not saying all HBCUs. I just want to say because I don't want to blanket everyone, but at least at FAMU, which is considered a very nice, a very good HBCU. But we went through our funding issues ourselves, right? Our housing issues. We had to tear down, one of the oldest black housing units
for anywhere in America, and definitely it was like the second oldest in the state of Florida out of any publicly funded housing, because they just did not keep it up, because they just did not do their due diligence, even with the funding that they had. And I question sometimes, at least in my experience, the standard of excellence. And what I mean by that is this: it was a fight with the administration. It seems like everyone that I talked to, and I think everybody remembers the young lady who got naked and took pictures in front of and did a model shoot in front of the big rattler down there. But here's the thing: it's almost like beef getting basic things done on HBCU campuses. And what I mean by that is I had to fight for damn near everything that I had when it came down to getting my funding for my loan. I had to fight for my Pell Grant money. I had to fight for hell. I had to fight to get my paper degree. I had to fight them to actually give me my real paper degree when I graduated. And I wonder if anyone else has gone through this. I wonder if there's a standard of excellence for some of the staffing that we have, some of the people who are administrators that we have, because when I asked my fellow alumni, hey guys, what do you guys think about, giving back to the university? And a lot of folks who make pretty decent money don't, because it's like, well, what are they going to do with the money? And maybe that's just a general question for Black folks, right? And I also wonder, do Black folks who graduated from PWIs, do they give back at the same rate or a higher rate or a lower rate, or do we give back in general? But the main reason why folks didn't give back to Florida A&M, from what I understand from the people that I rock with, is because they, because of almost the antagonistic way that administration has treated them while graduating. Now, don't get me wrong, everyone is proud of going to these establishments, but it seems as if there's like, what are they going to do with the money thought process? I'll land my plane, but that is a question for the room.
Hey, and up in the Jumbotron, there is this D1B space. It was earlier in the week. There was a professor in that space. He gave a lot of information. If you didn't get a chance to listen to that space, says it's about 3 hours long, but this professor gives a lot of insight about the inner workings, at least from his perspective. So definitely, if you get a chance, run that back. Yeah, if anybody's in the space that can speak to his experience, please come up and speak about it. I went to the School of Hard Knocks. I'm gonna be really, really honest with you. I had my first EIN number at the age of 23, my first official business in trucking, and so I did everything pretty much as a laborer, a blue collar worker, and so I don't have that experience.
Black, and if I may, I want to say something to add on to that. I don't use my degree at all. I never have. As a matter of fact, unless you have to have a certain degree, like a lawyer or a doctor, or I don't think you need this. I mean, to get the basics, YouTube University and dedication can teach a lot of what we need in life right now. If you're consistent with it and you understand how money works, and if you understand how to navigate certain fields, you can get in. You can do whatever you want to right now, and so hence, like, I tell my nephews, nieces, and younger family members, you don't necessarily have to go to college against their parents. My brothers and sisters, they're all like, you got to go to college. You got to go to college. You got to have something to fall back on. And to be honest with you, if you have the right grind and the right attitude, you could build up your resume by the time you hit 30. And I'm not dissuading anyone to go to college and fulfill their dream if that's what you wish. But I do not think that taking on that financial burden for the rest of your life is completely necessary. At this point, I'd much rather kids go to Full Sail and go to Full Sail and learn how to make a video game before they end up going to a HBCU or anything like or a PWI, unless it's necessary, unless you want to become a lawyer, unless you want to become a doctor, unless you want to have like actuary studies or accountants. that you have to have certain degrees for your certification. But besides that, hey, Black, I am with you. Hindsight is 20/20, brother. Like, knowing what I know now about life, I would have just gone directly into the field that I wanted to go into. You don't even need a degree to get into politics these days, to be quite honest with you.
Hey, Marcus. So I think that to answer your question, for somebody who actually intends on going back to school and attending an HBCU, I will say that you definitely don't need a degree, but to get into engineering or any other major, like you said, industries where you plan on working a 9 to 5 and trying to make 6 figures, yes. Certifications go further along with a degree, sometimes without a degree. Sometimes it's just who you know if you're in tech. The other thing is for my Cosmo degree that I have, even though people like to call it a trade, we don't normally try to say trade. We say these are degrees because these are the things that we actually went to school for and created a life around. The impact of starting a business versus going to school is totally different. People who actually go to school, some come out of, unless you have, I guess, access to funds and money, which a lot of other communities tend to do versus what we are able to have access to, they're able to flourish starting a business. I think that is another point that we definitely don't highlight enough.
No! What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Who fell forward, I should say, have a lot to share and teach. I think that
what
was
is Twitter up
the
to,
point
bro?
of the pursuit
They just
to
crashed
happiness.
the space.
I would say when I look at the story about
what are they doing? This
the gentleman who went from being homeless, but he was intelligent, and we don't kind of connect the dots. I think in that realm, but
the space would have been gone if I didn't have co-hosts.
No, PWI alum. I don't think.
Damn.
Which I'm trying to make sure I register what you were saying. People who go to PWIs do not. I feel like I'm not going to answer it right because I'm trying to remember it. What was your question, Marcus? Ask it again.
Yes, ma'am. It was basically 2 questions. The first question is, like, do you guys think like the standard of excellence on Black campuses when it comes down to administrations are like up to par to make people want to give back? And number 2, do people give back? Do Black folks give back at the same rate at PWIs that they do at HBCUs?
Okay, yes. Okay, so to answer your first question, I think the standard of HBCU's administration is not up to par. Thus, the reason why there's a lot of issues behind students arguably trying to bring awareness to the fact that HBCUs are heavily underfunded as well as not being maintained properly. The second question is, I do believe that Black Americans who go to PWIs give back to PWIs more than they do HBCUs. And that is another proven fact because of HBCUs not heavily being supported, even in politics, needing funding and in the community. Like everybody showed up after Deion Sanders made his comment, right? And all the great things he did at Jackson, Mississippi. But no one started saying, well, even if he leaves, we're still going to work on rebuilding Jackson. I'm sorry, rebuilding Jackson State. I'm sorry, Jackson State. And again, what does that say about us too, as to how we operate outside of taking care of the things that are within our, that we literally are supposed to be taken care of in our communities? Like if our HBCUs are in our communities, why do we wait until folks are at a PWI to be like, oh, they got all these things here. They don't do that at the HBCU. We shouldn't go there. So I mean, some of that accountability we have to take some of that. I'm gonna say some, but we're gonna have to take maybe about 65% of that accountability. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I went to a PWI, and I remember my sophomore year in college. I had a friend from a high school friend from Norfolk State University. Right, he visited me at my university, and I remember we were hungry, and I said, "Hey, we're gonna go to to the university cafeteria, and we're gonna eat." And of course, he wasn't a student there, so what I did was I let him sit in the cafeteria, and I just brought out extra food for him, right? Nice. And because I actually I eat for free. Well, I didn't eat for free. It just it's part of the tuition or room and board. Anyway, when he saw the food, he was so shocked in the quality of food that we had to eat. We had steak, we had this, we had all the fruits and vegetables and desserts and steak and this and shrimp, and I mean he was just totally shocked. And he said, "Man, we don't have none of this at Norfolk State University." So I don't know. That's the only thing I see. What the difference between a PWI and a HBCU was the food. That's the only thing I can. Oh, also the university, the football programs were usually, they had better amenities at a white football program than a HBCU. So those are the two main things I saw the difference between. And I did gave money to my former to the PWI I went to. I probably gave maybe $2,000 back in the '90s, but I haven't gave money since.
Can I make one last point and then I'll land my plane? I do know that the amount of and if anybody follows college football, which everybody seems like they follow now, the amount of 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars that are attending HBCUs, not just Jackson State, but I guess Deion had a ripple effect on other schools, right? Where Florida A&M, Grambling State, a lot of other colleges, besides Jackson State, started landing big time recruits locally because there was an uptick in the interest of going to HBCUs. And I hope that by Deion leaving and going to Colorado State, that trend doesn't change. I'm sure there is probably a collective sigh of relief from the Power 5 schools that Deion left, because one of their biggest things, I mean, I went to FAMU, and, right across the street is Florida State, right? And one of the biggest things that everybody worries about is, our students, our black kids, rally up and go to these and start going to HBCUs. Our talented players go, and then we start, because they have a money game at the beginning of the season, and the last thing they want to see is Alabama State beat Alabama, right? And if that were to happen, if you guys have children, my dream would be is the most talented basketball players, because the NBA recruits at every level of the NCAA, right? And my dream is one day that our most talented basketball players all get together, line up, and go. And all we need is 5. All we need is 5 of the best players in the country and go to an HBCU, right? And just choose one HBCU to go to, because they all have an opportunity to go to the tournament. Just like the Fab Five did. When you win your conference, they'll probably go undefeated and go into the tournament. And there's an opportunity to see an HBCU. I believe the last HBCU to make it the furthest was Texas Southern back in the 50s or something like that. And I'm not even certain about that. But that would be my dream, right? Is to see our talented kids get to get to an idea where they get together and say, hey guys, we're all going to go to Florida A&M. We're all going to go to Alcorn State and run the gamut in the NCAA tournament. I think wins and victories could possibly start doing things like get us a little bit more notoriety so we can get more money. And the last thing is, recently HBCUs have been churning out a very neoliberal moderate graduate. I think our schools need to get back to the Black liberation space and also like teach not just how to make it in a white man's world, but how to make more success for Black for Black enterprises in general. I land my plane. Thanks for having this space.
Hey, thank you, man. I want to run some numbers. So it's almost 50-50 in terms of private or public in terms of HBCU. So about half, give or take, are public institutions, and I think they call them land grant institutions, and then the other half are private. In terms of the funding, it's a 121 for the PWIs for every dollar that goes to HBCUs. This article is saying how this endowment gap is too large to ever close, because the pool of prospective donors is just not large enough. So Black American Home Loan asks what schools are the best in terms of facilities, and I'm gonna just do it based off of money, and money has to be managed properly. So just because they got a lot of money don't necessarily mean they're managing the funds properly. But I'm gonna do like the top 3, and then I'm gonna throw one in there. This list is from 2021, by the way. So Howard University is the number 1 with almost $800 million. Spelman is next, over 500 million. Hampton University is just under 400 million. And I'll throw Morehouse in there. Another Atlanta college is just under 300 million. And one that if I knew this thing existed, I probably would have went there. The University of the Virgin Islands. They are just over 80 million. If anybody has a kid that wants to go to an HBCU, man, I would really recommend looking into that, because that's a sweet spot right there. Down in the Caribbean, and you got the experience of island life while you go to school. So yeah.
Well, I guess that that's something that we can actually make in the Black majority state. We probably can have a good, how people can look at what the endowments mean for schools and how to register them. I wish alumni for either HBCUs or PWIs would actually come up with that for us. Come up with something like that we can actually give our children and have the discussions, even in families. People who have that knowledge and experience. Normally we hear more so, I think, about the sorority and fraternity life, that we don't really hear about the process, transition from, high school into college, or, coming from middle school to high school, and what, you need to be looking for in reference to preparing for college. They'll tell you, go talk to your counselor, or maybe if your family member has a sorority or fraternity connection, maybe you'll get a surrounding of support. But I think for people who don't have that, we need something that actually is going to help people, educate them out of college and out of high school into college or trade, and then they can become producers for the Black majority state. I think that's important. It really is important.
Hey, last little tidbit I wanted to just say real quick, and I'll be out. Don't forget that Spelman has that Rockefeller money that they got their endowment from. So let's not forget there's a lot of heavy white money that got them started.
Well, in that article,
is that the same for Morehouse? Who helped more? How did Morehouse? Does anybody know how Morehouse got theirs?
Well, in the article, they reference Mackenzie Scott, who I believe is just Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, who sort of spread some money around in the
But
HBCUs.
that's recent. That's recent though, right? Because she's been doing it for a minute.
Yeah, it's recent, but there was like a 35% increase from 2019, I want to say, based on the article, to 2021 or 2020 to 20. In a very short period of time, they did have a significant boost. I don't know if it all came from her or not, but she is referenced. And then I also want to say Jackson State is a public 4-year university, but it's not a land grant. So there is a distinction between the two. Some of them are land grant institutions, but they're not all both. And Jackson State is a public university, but it's not a land grant institution. Okay, DC Scotty, you got it.
Thanks, Black. Peace to the room. Thank you for posting that that article about which are private and which are public, because I don't know very much about HBCUs in terms of the whole funding structure and everything surrounding the situation. It's new to me, so I appreciate that information. And also, when I'm done with my comment, I wanted to ask you about that space that you were talking about, that someone was giving really good information about the HBCU situation. I wanted to get clarification on what space that was so I can go back and listen to it. But the only thing I wanted to say is that it seems reparations is really just going to be something that's going to really help us out in this situation. I was reading about institutions and what they really are, because, I don't have any expertise in civics or, grassroots organization or politics. I just read. And it seems a lot of people got it backwards, like Umar Johnson, in terms of what makes an institution. And money is really going to strengthen our institutions, like black banks. One of their biggest problems was that they're situated in poverty-stricken neighborhoods with black people who have been stripped of wealth. That was their biggest issue. Our institutions are symbiotic. They relate to one another. They relate to us. They're a reflection of us and our current situation and the social mores and things that we create. So if we have money, we'll be able to strengthen our institutions. I think HBCUs would benefit from Black Americans having reparations, like that lady Mackenzie Scott. It's a problem because if she's given money, then they're going to have to do things to keep that money coming in. And that won't always mean justice for Black people. This is a white lady. I don't know who she is. We don't know what her politics are. So ideological alignment is going to be really important from the people who are giving the money. And I also wanted to push back a little bit on that note in terms of college. One of the things I noticed with the whole COVID debate, I don't know how people felt about the vaccines, but from my perspective, the vaccines were a really big problem for the Black community in terms of us being coerced and forced into getting these vaccines. And an issue was this ideological alignment of the people who were actually went to college, got these molecular biology degrees, who were working against the Black community to convince us to take this shit, right? Gaslighting us to take this shit, right? So we need Black people going to college who have a deep understanding of statistics and molecular biology and economics, so they can come back to the community and protect us. And I think one of the biggest problems that we're having is we're sending people off to college and they're coming back as neo-fucking liberals, right? They're not coming back as freedmen pushing for reparations to protect our community. They're coming back as Democrats. You know what I'm saying? And I think a byproduct of the fact that we don't have any money is the people who really are for justice, the people who really are about protecting Black wealth and Black health, the people who actually give a damn about us, those people stay broke. Those people don't get any money. So with reparations, it'll put money in those people's hands so that they can then start creating the institutions that will protect us. So I think people got it backwards. Oh, you got to create the institution first to protect. No, that's not how it works. There's 160 million white adults, but there's only 700 billionaires. One billionaire can give $200 million to one grassroots organization that can work against our interests. We don't have anybody like that. With reparations, at least we'll have a fighting chance. So that's kind of where I'm at. These HBCUs would benefit greatly, from my perspective, would benefit greatly from Black Americans having reparations, so that we can strengthen them and we can, control them and mold them the way we want them. We'll be able to teach what we want and all that. So that's kind of how I feel about it.
I agree. I actually wholeheartedly agree with that, and I think the other lens of it is even the people in those spaces ignored the mere fact that a lot of students and a lot of Black Americans were pushed out of school. Even Mayor Bowser, who was revoted in D.C., which is God, just upsets me sometimes. Decided that she's going to kick out students who did not get the vaccine and kind of punish the parents. I really think that was a similar situation with a lot of the HBCUs. If you weren't vaccinated, and they were not set up to ingest online schooling or an alternative way to receive your education. If you didn't have the vaccine, you kind of were SOL. And then that money that is spent, registering or being a part of these schools, I don't know if it was lost or what it ended up happening. I didn't do any further research, but I just think that wholeheartedly, we definitely need to take a look at that all the way around.
Okay, to DC Scotty, I DM'd you that Dewan B space. It's got a different title, but yeah, somewhere, and I came in, halfway through it, but there's a professor in there who pretty much takes over the space in a sense, and he just lays it all out from his point of view. So check that out for sure. There's someone on YouTube who's asking how come the community isn't talking to other retirees. Looks like Dion pioneered a path for black coaches in the NFL, in my opinion, because I don't know as much about sports. So I know that Dion said he doesn't want to coach in the pros. Now, whether that changes or not, who knows? I think his goal was to be in a Power Five, and Black American Homeland said this school is a Power Five conference school. So he may continue to move up the ranks within the college system, but he stated it wasn't his goal to coach the pros necessarily. He has taken some other coaches out of HBCUs along with him to Colorado. So while he was at Jackson State, it was one of those few times where the tide lifts all boats, where he actually did elevate a lot of other HBCUs in terms of prospects wanting to play for the schools, in terms of income, in terms of attention. Like they said, there was that TV deal that I don't know if it actually went through or not, but I know he was supposedly part of the negotiations in bringing that contract to those schools. And he in my opinion, he kicked open the door of opportunity for other NFL players who have aspirations to coach, other coaches who have aspirations to coach, to now go in and take his success and build upon it in these other schools. So in my opinion, he did what he could do under the circumstances, and I believe he got out because of the business aspect of the way the thing was being ran. He did talk about personal funding issues like the 30,000 in attendance, where he said specifically, I know there was 60,000 in the seats, but when I look at, how many tickets were sold, it was definitely under that 30,000 threshold. He also was supposed to get money out of if they had over 10,000 season ticket holders. He was supposed to get money out of that. He was supposed to get money out of merchandising, et cetera, et cetera. So they had him in a situation where he's looking at the business aspect and saying, you guys are cheating me, you're stealing from me, and I know that I'm elevating everything and you guys are stealing from me. So I believe he left. I think it was merciful for him to leave, because it would have been a thing where at some point he would have had to just be really honest and lay it all out. And
And I think he should have.
Well,
People are, again, this is like us saying, hey, we want to develop these businesses and we want to have, transparency. and we want to hold Dion to the standard of, being the floodgate or the person who opens the gate for the next man coming through. Well, did you know people were at the school stealing money? Did you know that they make it as equally as hard? So even if he goes to him going to the PWI, the Power 5 school, he's going to probably face that, but it's not going to be off the backs of his own people. So we have to also take that into consideration as well. And so nobody wants to have that conversation because we're still looking for one man or one woman to be the savior of us all when it's equally all our job. It's equally all our job in this grandstand of where we are to link up and correct the wrongdoings, because you have people who have set up corruption and then you have people who take over that corruption and they uphold it in hopes that nobody would actually pay attention to it. So if that's the case, and Dion was truly looking out for the students, the athletes, that whole department, then I think that it literally should be blown wide open. And the discussion about what's going on with the HBCUs all the way around, because Howard had the same issue where the administration literally got caught stealing money from the school.
Damn, bro.
So if we're going to talk about it, then we need to talk about it all and be honest about it, because it's the same reflection of what's happening in the communities. And people get mad when we start having those conversations. Oh, we already know about black on black crime. Yes, we do. But at the same time, as much as we know about it, please reference the organizations, the people in the community that are working hard and diligently to fight against corruption, even amongst ourselves. That's important, because I don't want to wait till some white supremacist brings it to our attention as if we don't know. We don't even need to hear them chime that in our ears. We really don't. Like, I cannot stand it when people chime the stuff that we already know in our ears when literally we're trying to figure this shit out while fighting against homelessness, poverty, or while fighting against police brutality, while fighting against city council members abusing and using their race, ethnicity proclivities against us while we are still in need of legislation. We are going through hell. Hell. And that's the part where I feel like the give grace really sometimes escapes people who have no honor. No, not sometimes, almost all the time. And that's just not black people. That's other communities who come to live among us, try to come live among us, around us. They too are a contributing factor. But we don't ever get to compartmentalize these situations, and then we end up only focusing on one minuscule thing: is who's going to be the savior that we can prop up, when it should be all of us. Now,
So I want to speak to the black on black thing. So there is a video and a picture that's going around. I think I remember this video and this picture from a year or so ago. But it's the image of these guys are in a car and they're laughing. We caught our op slipping, whatever, blah blah blah. And they are videoing I believe it's a black man pushing a stroller. As a matter of fact, it is a black man pushing a stroller. He's running with the stroller while they are video recording him running with his stroller, and they're giggling a little bit. And then there's the image of a young black boy in a garbage can, a public garbage can, and you can see him visibly crying. And again, I do remember this from a year or so ago. And so God, man, it's broad daylight, big city, and I've seen multiple posts that are similar to this, where in which there's someone with a child and the people who are just pieces of shit at this point. I mean, there's no other way to describe these people, or intentionally trying to harm not only the person but also the child. They have no concern for the life of the child in these situations. So there's levels to so-called black on black crime. I try not to use that term, but when there are children involved and these demons, and I don't mean that in a good way, I don't say that in a way that I'm sure they use it as a term of endearment, which is psychotic. um and this is not the street culture that I was involved in. We actually did have decency not to target children at all. So this is a whole different level that we're dealing with today. And I try not to post the stuff. I just look at it and I put it in my mental memory bank to understand that there are some elements of the community that absolutely cannot be a part of the community moving forward once we gain control over law enforcement and the justice system and the government. We have got to root that part of whatever this is out of our communities, because there's just no place for it.
Hey, Black. Look, you said that you said Howard has a $800 million endowment, and Harvard, right? Okay, you said
Harvard, I don't know.
you said that PWIs have a 100-to-1 when it comes to endowments, right? So Harvard University, their endowment had to be around, I say, 800 billion. Do you have the information for Harvard there?
Yeah, give me a second. I will pull it up because they do some comparisons about that. I think they were averaging, so it was 121-to-1.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull up because yeah, they do. There is and it's in the jumbotron, one of those where they actually kind of do a comparison. But yeah, give me a second. I'll pull it up.
Okay, and then the other thing is, so Tanisha is back in the room. I wanted to see if she's ready to come up. If we wanted to go ahead and have her introduce or speak about the case involving Mr. Johnson, Mariko Johnson, and I did put a hashtag Justice for Mariko Johnson. There is also a GoFundMe up. And the other thing I want to draw people's attention to is there will be we are doing a first annual Sunflower Soul Drive where we will be giving back to families in need. There is a family right now that is in need for the holidays, and we want to be able to support the family. It is a family of 5. Well, it's more than it's the immediate family is 4, but then there are several family members. So I want to be able to support this family. They are a Black American family. And so I developed the Sunflower Soul so we can go ahead and try to give and support within our community. We talk about making sure that we are giving. there will be an accountability of where the money is going, so people are not concerned about, being, any type of fraud or anything like that. And then two, I don't roll like that. So at the end of the day, there is a need. I am trying to fill a need because I saw a need, and I will be doing this on an annual basis. So if this goes well, in regards to at least this one family, if we can get them their a love gift or a sunflower soul gift, and I use soul because we are soul people. So I developed the sunflower soul a collective drive. So that's why it was taking me so long. I was trying to figure out how to get this daggone flyer finished, but again, Tanisha, I don't want to waste any more time. I would like to introduce Miss Tanisha Johnson. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you guys for just inviting me on your platform to want to speak about this, because it's got to get out. It's got to get out because there's a lot of different elements to it. I'm guilty of, seeing somebody get arrested on the news, and I don't think a second thought about it. So I don't think of what's going on behind the scenes. And some people get arrested, they're guilty. They did the crime, blah, blah, blah. But anytime that you hear about somebody and they're saying that they're not guilty, look into it a little further. Because that's what I'm going through with my husband. From the beginning, I knew that he wasn't guilty with this case. But as we delved deeper into the case, things got really, really ugly. I just did a podcast with Dana with the Data, and my lawyer was up there, and I'm hoping that you guys go on my page and you check it out, because I learned information on that podcast that I didn't know. And it makes it even more imperative that, if possible, you share it and let people know what's going on. I know some of you guys may know my story, but a brief overview is that in 2019, 2 Pennsylvania detectives popped up at my home unannounced, because that's how they do. So you literally came from Pennsylvania and you popped up just a regular day at my house, and you pop up at my home. My husband was at work. I called him. I said, there's 2 Pennsylvania detectives here. He said, tell him come back later. I'll talk to him. He comes home. The Pennsylvania detectives come back. He sits down at our table and talks to them. They talk to him about a DNA phenotype test. This is a new test that's on the market. If you've been paying attention to little things in the news, it's been catching a lot of cold case killers over the past couple years. A little bit about this test is that they were scared to use it years ago because they were scared it was going to racially profile somebody. Well, it's racially profiled my husband. So a DNA phenotype is like a reverse DNA. It gives you a snapshot of whatever DNA that you grab from whatever scene, what that person may look like. The person came back a light-skinned African-American male with hazel green eyes, no freckles. My husband is a medium-skinned African-American male with gray eyes. He doesn't have hazel or green eyes. Excuse me if I said gray at first, but it's the profile had hazel or green eyes. My husband has gray eyes, no freckles. So they presented him with this DNA phenotype. They asked him if he knew the deceased party, just one at the time, named Christine. And he explained to them that he knew her through his ex-girlfriend. So the people who passed away, the person at the time who passed away was his ex-girlfriend's best friend. So he proceeded to tell the police he knew her in passing. He didn't know much about her lifestyle. And the way sometimes the police talk to you, and I can't say that my husband didn't know his rights because he's ex-law enforcement. He's an ex-sheriff's deputy for Newport News and Hampton Sheriff Department, and he's also an ex-corrections officer. But literally, he was not a person of interest. He was just he was not a suspect. He was a person of interest. So he thought he was doing a justice to these people by giving him his DNA and helping them back on the right path of where they needed to go. Because I know a lot of light-skinned men with African men with funny colored eyes. So the profile was very vague. So he knew he hadn't done anything. They asked him for his DNA. He said, sure. He gave him his DNA. We went on about our lives. Literally, we didn't think a second thought. After they left, I asked my husband, I said, well, why'd you give them your DNA? He said, because they're barking up the wrong tree, and hopefully this will put them back on the right path. We didn't think about it after that. We went on about our lives until they popped up 7 months later. When they popped up 7 months later, it was 2020, and you know what we were going through in politics and what was on the TV in 2020. As an African American, I know that I felt it even through my kids going to school. They would fight about Trump and Obama and literally getting fights about stupid stuff, a lot of racism. So I told my husband, I said, at this point, he needed to get a lawyer. And he agreed because we didn't plan for them to pop back up. That wasn't in the plan. So when they popped back up, we got a lawyer. Very good lawyer named Jonathan Sims. He is on that podcast that I did with Data. And once we got the lawyer, they didn't want to talk to us anymore. The lawyer called them. He had known that Mariko had given his DNA. He asked them what was the results of the DNA. They wouldn't tell him. Mariko was still willing to cooperate and sit and talk to them because they popped back up with the notion of we have more questions. But they wouldn't tell his lawyer the results of the DNA or anything that was going on. So didn't hear from him for 2.5 years. 2.5 years go by. Next thing you know, we're getting our kids ready for taekwondo practice in the evening. My husband goes outside to move his truck because he started a trucking business, and he went outside our apartment complex, called and asked him to move his truck for the Memorial Day weekend. He went outside and did it. I literally, my baby son was standing at the window, and he said, Mom, they're arresting Daddy. It took a minute to register because the two just don't go together in my household. My husband is a very hardworking man. He's a family man. You know how people joke when you're in marriage, and you know if your significant other changes like a little bit, if they come home 15 minutes later or 10 minutes later, like he's very just routine. Go to work, come home, whatever the kids have, family events on the weekend. That's how we are. So I looked out the window, and they literally had the SWAT team with guns pointed to his head. So my children saw that. It's affected them to this day. My baby son just literally, that was a lot for him to see. He's never had a day away from his father. So when the SWAT team came and got him, and they took him down to the police station, it took like hours. This was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He didn't call me till like 12 that afternoon. And he told me that he was charged with 2 counts of criminal homicide. Since he's gotten those charges, a lot of information has come out. One thing that people, you may have seen it in the news because it was in the news a little bit. But one thing that the news did was just demonize him. It doesn't tell the full story of what's going on. And I didn't know what the full story that was going on was until literally I knew he was innocent. But months later, did I get the full story of actually what they were trying to do to my husband. When we got the criminal complaint, you know, that's the affidavit of what they do to actually get an arrest warrant. Literally, they shouldn't have even been able to get an arrest warrant on the criminal complaint that they had. It's literally a lot of made up, fabricated stuff that this detective thought fit together, a story he fit together in his head. It has no merit, no untruths. But they started printing those untruths in the newspaper. So when you see the reports on my husband, you will think he's guilty if you didn't know what was going on behind the scene. So that's why I said it's important to double check, because these police officers are doing really dirty things to people. So what my husband is involved in is like I said, what I believe is that they know that he's innocent, and they are pinning this on an innocent Black man. And you guys gotta excuse me, because I talk about this so much that sometimes, it's been a rough day for me. But please ask me questions on this, because I don't want to miss anything. And I really, really want this to get out, because it's not just because he's in jail, it's for his safety. There's a lot of different things that are going on behind this case. And it needs to be exposed. He is in a corrupt system right now, where these people have been doing this to people for God knows how long, and they're trying to do it to my husband. And they literally thought that he was a Black man that no one was going to care about. They were going to get him up to Huntington, PA, railroad him, pin these charges on him, and go about their business. And so far, it's not working in their favor, because we have a lawyer. But that lawyer is in jeopardy, because the lawyer is very expensive. So that's why I have the GoFundMe. I've literally been pounding the pavement, literally going to churches, talking to everybody I know, doing things on my end to get funds up. We paid $30,000 already. That was in July. We have to pay another $30,000 by Thursday. So literally, as we speak today, me, my mother, my brothers are trying to apply for different loans, different stuff to try to get this money for my husband, because he cannot have a court-appointed lawyer where he is. If he gets a court-appointed lawyer where he is, they will railroad him.
30,000, a lot of money, man.
Okay, I'm landing my plane.
Okay, I have a question. So I had a brother who was arrested for a robbery that he did not commit. They found a do-rag and a sweater. And the attorney was afraid to do it, but we pushed him. Brother knew he was innocent, pushed him to do a DNA test on the sweatshirt and do-rag. It only took a couple months. It came back with 5 or 6 different DNA samples, and it exonerated my brother in the situation. So I don't know if your attorney is willing to have the evidence go through an independent lab for DNA testing. If it comes back with multiple different types of DNA, that would be enough to at least get them off the hook. The other thing is there's something called a suppression motion, a suppression hearing, wherein which if the arrest was done in some way that violated his rights, and you need a really good attorney for a suppression motion.
Right.
But if it violated his rights, he could actually get out on that as well.
I want to say what you said and what you talked about in the beginning about the DNA testing, retesting it. Mm-hmm. That's what his lawyer is trying to do. So he has petitioned to try to get some pro bono work for a DNA expert, because literally the DNA is the only thing of this case. So you have Mariko, who said he's never been in this woman's home. You have his ex-girlfriend who said he's never been in this home. She's never taken him over there. He didn't even know where she lived at. You have this woman who passed away in Mount Union, and Mariko's girlfriend who lived in Philly. He didn't even go to Mount Union.
Oh, they dropped me again, bro. What is Twitter doing? This is the second time they dropped me out of the space. What is going on with these people, man? They are tripping, bro.
The person, there was no forced entry. There was no sign of struggle. They knew the person who they let in the house, because there's a 4-year-old who identified the killer, right? So he says, someone knocked on the door. My aunt came downstairs. She let the person in the house, and they went upstairs. This is what the kid who identified the killer said. So we don't even know where the blood comes from, number one. So what his lawyer is trying to do is retest that blood, but it's expensive. DNA experts are very expensive. So we have to have funds to move forward.
And I want to say this because I don't want to minimize the fact that 2 lives were lost in this, as well as, you know, the lives of a family has been broken up. Both families have been actually destroyed or being destroyed, in the sense that the 2 women, they were Black women. One named Christy McWhorter, she was 22, and Patrice Daniel, she was 31. And so I want to highlight this because of the simple fact that we have a situation where the police department and I want to say the police department, as well as the courts, are not doing their due diligence to actually make sure that the families stay intact during this investigation. It was a cold case that went on for 13 years. The Daily News had picked it up. And I believe, from just reading some of the information and then seeing the attorney's response for Mr. Johnson, is that the police department is covering up some other evidence that they do not want to release or give, and that they falsely arrested someone across state lines, further you know, involving corruption that could be going on in PA. And these things definitely need to be investigated when these cases happen this way, because it's an injustice for not only the victims, but the people who then are falsely detained and are put through traumatic events, going to jail. Like, we really, really need to highlight that these things are happening, and countless Black men and women are being put into they're being put through the process, and then after the fact found not guilty, but some don't even survive.
And that's the thing. Okay, some are found not guilty, but Pennsylvania has a law, and they've already like a law that if you get convicted, that you can't get you can't sue afterwards. So right now is a time where help is needed when a person is falsely accused of something, you know, because once you're convicted of a crime that you didn't do, it takes years of appeals and 20, 30 years. That's why you hear so many people coming out now, 30 years, 40 years. Well, a lot of them were done in 1990s, where they didn't even have DNA technology. But still, it takes years after you're convicted, versus when you are wrongly accused and you can get the things that you need and get this done and overturned.
But you know what, I also want to ask you, because they came across state lines to actually to come after him, how much has your attorney said how involved the state of Virginia actually can become in regards to taking this even to the ACLU or to the Attorney General's office, or anyone in maybe a higher court?
All I know is that the only time we discussed that is when he was getting extradited. So the attorney told Mariko to go ahead and waive his right to extradition, because fighting it would have just kept him in jail for another 30 days. But, you know, when you fight it, they have to prove that it's you, and that's a start to getting Virginia to step in and do something. But the fact that he was already a person of interest 2 years ago when they came and talked to us. So he took the advice of the attorney and waived his right to extradition. I haven't talked to him any further about that on these state lines. It doesn't seem like Virginia would do much, because these murders were in Pennsylvania. So the only job they had was to arrest him because he's in Virginia, and then wait for him to be transported.
Right, but wouldn't they would have to have gotten some sort of jurisdictional approval to do that, right?
Absolutely. They would have had to coordinate with Virginia.
Right. So I think at that point, Virginia is now involved because they're getting approval to come across state lines to actually arrest him, even though the murders did take place in Pennsylvania. I'm assuming, though, because he's now a citizen in Virginia, they're picking him up in Virginia, that somehow, some way this could be brought before Virginia court, because if counsel is saying, okay, go ahead and waive your rights so that you don't have to fight, further process, what's the impact?
Exactly. But you know what? I don't think that Virginia, because, okay, so when they came to Virginia and requested their help,
your rights,
okay,
that's
it wasn't till we went to the preliminary hearing did we realize how undercut things were happening with Mariko, how the statements on the preliminary hearing, a lot of them were false, that they shouldn't have even been able to get shouldn't have been able to get it signed, okay, because it wasn't enough evidence. Like, literally, I could be your friend and go over your house and sit on your couch and my DNA could be there. So, like I was saying to Mariko, we know that something happened with that DNA. Either it's a lab technicality or they outright just planted it because he gave him his DNA. But how do you prove that to Virginia, right? You have to go through the process. You need a DNA expert, okay? Because there's a way that you have to do things. There's notes that have to be taken. You have to have certain stuff from 2009 when you got this evidence and everything. All those things have to be in order. If those things are not in order, then that DNA is not admissible in court. So my hope and what I'm seeing is that they did this hoping that he wasn't going to fight. He would have a court-appointed lawyer. Him getting a DNA expert is going to expose that. Number one, it's going to expose what they did. That's what I feel. And then maybe Virginia can step in or something like that. But it doesn't. Something has to be proven where they can step in. Because how can you prove that they came over illegally and he's not a fugitive unless something is proven like that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I definitely do. I definitely understand what you're saying, because they didn't cross state lines illegally. But what I'm saying is that would mean Virginia would hold some responsibility, because
absolutely they would.
Right, they got approval through the state to cross. They got approval through the state to cross state lines. So I definitely hope that eventually does come up, and that becomes a part of, your attorney's case in regards to fighting to get labs retested, because they didn't bring the DNA evidence to a Virginia state lab and have it tested. They took his DNA and took it back to the lab in PA, correct?
That has a track record of having compliance issues. Like, that lab is a state lab and it has a history of having issues and things happening. So all those things look good in Mariko's favor, right? So if he could just get an attorney, have his DNA retested, go through the proper processes, things could work out in his favor. The problem that I'm having right now, and where my panic lies, is that I've been given a time frame, financially wise, to pay the lawyer. So there's no plan B. He is a very good lawyer right now, but what his lawyer needs to do takes funds. So his lawyer, this is a job for him. He is invested in what's going on with Mariko, but this is also his livelihood, right? So I paid $30,000 already. This last month, I've been pushing, like literally pounding the pavement, trying to figure out a way, because the way that I thought that I was going to be able to get the other $30,000 through his trucking business did not happen. It didn't happen from months ago when all of a sudden the trucking company calls me and the truck is taken out of my husband's name and put in my name because they find out he's in jail. Trucking company is all the way in Mississippi where my husband leases. So thank God there was one lady in there who fought for me to keep the truck. Okay. Then mysteriously, other things that are on the business, I start getting stuff that happens to that where it costs me more money. Then the truck, I have a truck. So I have a truck. It's breaking down. It needs fuel, stuff like that. So we've been pushing to get all those things in order. I thought that I was going to be able to get money off the truck because my husband got 100% of the profits when he was running it. But because I don't have a CDL, I split my profits. So my driver gets 50%, I get 50%. I'm changing some things around from what you said. I just want to tell you about the expenses in the truck so that I can get more stuff, expenses paid through that truck. So I can get more income coming in for me. Because literally, I've been making enough to pay the leasing fee, the insurance, and that's it. And I'm like, I have to get this money for my husband. I should be able to do that in this truck. And I haven't been able to do it because of those things happening.
Hey, let me ask you: is it a 53-foot van, like a box truck that he's pulling?
It's a Volvo D13, and we pull from the port.
Okay.
So it's an 18-wheeler.
Yeah. So you're doing intermodal out of the ports.
We're doing, yes, out of the ports.
Okay. And is the truck? How many hours of the day is the truck running?
11 hours at the most.
11 hours. Okay. Because yeah, intermodal, I've done that. I've pulled from ports a couple of times. I've done it right off the rails.
I'm going to tell you like this. Like this week wasn't, I'm going to tell you income wise. So I can break it down. This week was a good week for us. It was the first time that I got more than the lease agreement plus the insurance and everything. But because I'm working with someone who knows my husband, and she's been helping me, and I really appreciate her. And that's another female named Danielle. She fronted everything for the insurance. So my insurance is really high for my driver because he doesn't have a lot of driving experience. His insurance is $1,600 a month, okay, which is a lot because he's a new driver. But I've been looking for other drivers. It's hard to find other drivers that don't have really terrible DMV records. I got to be able to trust somebody with this truck. And the ones that I've seen so far, I don't trust, right? So we pay that. We break it down monthly. She helped front the bill for me. So because this was the first check back since the ports were down a little bit. I don't know if y'all saw on the news. They were having some issues with the ports, ships coming in, stuff like that. Drivers were complaining. We were down for almost 2 weeks, so I had no income coming in. Literally anything that I had saved, even money from Marico, I had to put on paying the lease on that truck. But this week I made over $6,000 split without splitting it. Out of that, $1,200 was taken for an insurance bill that I owed. Okay. And a $500 ticket. So like trucks make big bills. So it's like, finally I'm getting like $2,000, $3,000 splits where I'm only able to pay the leasing agreement. I get my first big split after months of struggling, and a lot of bills that I owe had to come out of it. So I'm like, I still can't put nothing on there because I got to keep this running just so that in the good time I could start putting things away from my husband. You understand?
Yeah, let me ask you this. So the route that you take, you're coming from the port, or are they returning home within the same day, or are they leaving and then they're on the road for a day or two?
So it just depends the load. It just sometimes they could come back home. Majority of the times we can come back. But it depends on the load. Sometimes we do long distance hauling. A lot of times we'll do long distance hauling too.
Okay, because here's something to consider. If you have two drivers that work 12-hour shifts and
the truck never has to stop running, right?
Truck never stops running, you can double the income, and you can flip twice as many loads. So
Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, in the fuel industry, that's how the trucks are operated. So I drive a 12-hour shift. I share the truck with another driver. Their trucks sit 30 minutes at the most on average. And
Wow.
it is a way to increase your income.
See, this is what happens when you leave a business to your wife and she has no idea what she's doing.
Yeah, but he didn't necessarily leave the business to you.
It was just placed upon me.
Well, more so it was a forceful thing that was kind of done that created induced stress. So again, that needs to make sure that goes into, any kind of arguments in the future that will come up. So I commend you, because when I hear Black talk about, getting into the trucking business, and it's not as easy as people think it is, I really do commend you.
It's not. It's a part of my stress. Like, my brain is constantly like, oh my God, oh my gosh. Like, I'm not into trucks. I'm a female. I'm not into trucks. This is a running joke me and my husband had all the time. He was into trucks. Of course, I listen to some things, so I'm not totally clueless on stuff. But when it comes to running it, when it comes to your driving being out and that truck breaking down.
Well, definitely shout out to the women that are in trucking. There is a woman I think that has an organization that actually assists women on learning how to get into the trucking business and running it. I have to find her name, but she is it's a Black woman. She's she's a beast. She's a monster. So I have to link you on her page, but it's definitely not easy. I will say that, but I heard that once you can get it up and going and fruitfully, that you definitely can make a decent income and live.
So this is where we're at right now. I'm literally talking about this week being fruitful. After months of not being fruitful, I'm here. My mother has emptied out her savings account to make sure that we have fuel. My mother has been my backbone in this, and that's why we're going through what we're going through. Truck breakdown. I don't have the money because I didn't bring it in through the truck. She's right there. Everything she's had, she's given me to help me keep going, because literally by the grace of God and the skin of our teeth is this business still running after 6 months. But I've learned a lot. Even with all the adversities happening, with them trying to take the truck from me. And I don't believe that was by chance. Literally, I don't, because no one knew. The truck was running for 3 months, and then all of a sudden I got a call out the blue that they knew my husband was in jail. So they were terminating his lease, which his lawyer said that was illegal, because people run businesses through jail all the time. And there was one woman in that office who fought for me because she had, I guess, empathy. And I'm like, this is our family's livelihood. I don't know what I'm doing, but I've been doing it for 3 months. So they switched the truck into my name with the stipulation that every payment that he's paid for a year and a half goes to zero. So I had to either agree to that or give the truck up. And I wasn't willing to give the truck up because I needed to get these funds for his lawyer. So ever since then, that was almost 2.5, almost 3 weeks of me being down just because of paperwork and it being a holiday. Then trying to move through, trucking has ebbs and flows. Anybody who knows trucking. So we just went through a time where trucking was really slow, and now it's picking up, and I'm trying to get this money while it's picked up, basically.
Yeah, and man, I don't want to give you this bad news, but after Christmas, trucking almost everywhere does slow down until like spring. So
I don't want to hear none of that.
take as many loads as you can get while it's jumping, and
exactly.
And here's the thing. So let me ask you about the contract with the lease. Are you leased onto this company? You're using their authority, and you cannot lease with other companies as well?
So I'm leased onto a company, and I'm using their authority.
Okay. Damn it.
So the goal was for me to get my own authority. So since I have a truck, to work on getting my own authority, but I've been so focused on getting these funds because I have a time frame for Marico. I have not even started that process. Because it's a lot. It takes about, it's not a lot. It takes about 45 days, but it's a lot of paperwork.
Yeah.
So I'm leased on to a company and I'm using their authority.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you contacted a Penske, a Ryder, or some other rental company in case of breakdowns that you can get a tractor temporarily?
No, I haven't. Who's that?
Okay, yeah, so that's what you definitely want to do. You want to get an agreement with Penske, Ryder, or one of the other companies, Ideal Lease. There's a bunch of them, some of them are regional, but they will have a tractor for you that is temporary use and you pay them the daily rate, but that way you can still keep money coming in case your tractor goes down.
Yeah, because I just had to go to TMI, which is in Chesapeake. That's like 50 minutes away, because we needed a coolant something, a coolant reservoir. So that it was a small fix, but my worry is when something big happens. Yeah. So I haven't had anything really big happening on the truck in 6 months. My husband took really good care of that truck. But the truck has over 700,000 miles on it, right? Wow. So jeez, it's 700,000 miles on that truck. Wow. So I'm intending, hopefully, by the grace of God, nothing big will break down anytime soon. But it's been a lot of little things, leaks, hoses, the coolant reservoir, oil changes,
Yeah. Yeah, so trucks have maintenance schedules every 3 months. They're supposed to get what they call PMs, preventative maintenance, and that's actually how you keep the trucks running that long. 700,000 miles is a lot, but it's not. I mean, these trucks can go a million and a half miles, so it still has a lot of use in it, but you do have to get all the PMs done on a regular basis. If you get with a leasing company, and again, these are just like in case of an emergency, where you can get a tractor, you may, through the way your mind is working, you may be able to establish more drivers on another truck with 2 12-hour shifts, and you could have 2 or 3 trucks running at the same time.
That's what I want.
Yeah, I say that to say this because there are some black women who will get into that industry and they become millionaires in a very short period of time. But you just got to be organized, stay on top of it, and it sounds like you know enough to navigate it.
I mean, by the grace of God, like my husband's, I'm actually leased on to my husband's business partner, someone who he came up with in the game with. She's a woman, and she established her own business. She doesn't have a CDL at all, but she has a lot of trucks. So I take advice from her. I don't do anything without asking, especially if I don't know, because this is a big machine and trucking can be very dangerous. I don't want nobody hurt, and I want to make sure I do things the right way. But since I've been thrown into it, oh yes, I'm ready to go all out. Absolutely. I don't have, so when you're thrown into a situation like this, you don't have anything to lose. Literally, you guys, when you're talking about Deion Sanders and stuff like that, my mind thinks about what I'm going through every single day. Every single day, I'm thinking about how I can make it better. I live in a little bubble right now. My family lives in a little bubble. It affects us every day. So I know they say, like, through adversity, it can make you or break you. I'm not trying to let this break me. So if I stay focused on that, then I seem to be okay. When I dwindle from that and I'm not focused on that, then I'm not okay. Mentally, I'm not okay, because it's a lot of anxiety and stress that comes with this, because only God knows tomorrow. I don't know. I trust in my Father, and I know that he hates injustice, and I know that my husband is innocent, and what I can do is work towards proving that and getting it out. So working on these things keeps me focused, and whatever I can do to get him out of jail.
And I want to say, and that is the confidence that I think Deion Sanders actually talks about, that even through adversity, you still wake up and you look to try to inspire somebody and encourage somebody. As a matter of fact, I think that's what he always says in his speeches. And you're doing just that. And I just want to make sure that you know that you have people behind you that want to make sure that you are still filled, that your cup is not empty in that lane, and that you understand that you are a big encouragement and inspiration to us, because what you're going through, trust me, the mission, God must have picked the right one, because what you are going through is heavy, but your confidence in that is what we're hearing and what we're seeing. That to me is the strength that I love in Black women, and how we just continue to persevere. So I commend you, and I want to love on you and encourage you, because I know it's not easy.
It's not. And I thank you guys. I really thank you for your strength. You guys helped me, really and truly. You know, I was on Instagram, I was on Facebook for 5 months. And Bro, I know I talked about this with you. When you're going through something like this, it's easier for people to turn a blind eye and act like it's not happening. And one thing that really got me off my rocker today is a family friend of mine. I was on Facebook because I have a group up there strictly for Mariko, where, you know, I post stuff about him. I just started it. You know, we talked about that. And you see what I'm going through. But because you're not going through it, you really can't empathize or relate. So you have your family, you go about your day to day and stuff like that. And I was asking people just to repost the podcast to get the word out. Very few people, and I know a lot of people I went to school with, my family members, everything. I'm inboxing people, and I could get maybe a handful of people to repost it, and upset me so bad. Because I'm like, that's not taking any money out your pocket. It's not doing anything for you to repost this and get the word out. If you can't do anything else. And she came and she wrote something. She was like, "Are you okay? You'll be okay." That's what she said to me. "Girl, you'll be all right." And I said, "I'm not all right. What is wrong? I'm not, it's 6 months, I'm not all right. Every day, I'm not okay. Until Mariko comes home, I'm not okay. My kids aren't okay. Don't ask me if I'm okay. Know that I'm not okay." So that it bothered me, and I talked to you after that, Rilla, and I always appreciate you talking to me spiritually, because you put me back in a better space where I can focus. And I have to understand and give people grace that they're human, and they're sometimes when a situation is uncomfortable, they don't know how to respond to it because it's so uncomfortable. And we can talk about racism and we can talk about corruption, but when you're going through it and it's affected your household and it's snatched people out of your household, and you're like, "It's happening to me. This is what's happening to me," and people like, they don't really understand because it hasn't happened to them. They may have gotten an argument with somebody, a racist argument, something little, but until it really comes to your doorstep, you know, it's uncomfortable. It's still uncomfortable for Black people, you know?
Right, and that's where that giving grace, I think people just don't know how to sometimes respond. And it's like you're giving them grace to realize, like, in that very moment, your job is not to analyze me or whether or not I'm okay. You should just already know with what's going on, there are challenges, and that everything is not as what it seems, and it's not okay. But we sometimes pretty much that don't even recognize that. I don't know why that is. I have not figured that out for my own self. I just know from my own self-reflection and growing up around a woman who constantly made sure, as much as you're a loving person, you have blind spots. You have spots where you sometimes don't know how to answer people or recognize that people won't tell you up front what's happening, but you are supposed to, in your humanity, assume that you're here to serve, and your job is to give them room to spread out in their emotions so you can figure out what's going on. And I think that's what we need to do. And the part of what it means to actually practice giving grace, not just say it, but practice what that means. Because it's not always just to say, "Oh, you'll be all right, you'll be fine. Just suck it up. Everything, it'll work out." No, it's a practice, and we have to really start to fan that out. So, again, your level of strength, and even in times when you don't feel as strong, you have every right to feel that way, and and exemplify what that looks like. So.
Another thing that I do a lot that's hard is trying to keep Mariko mentally okay, because he's in the jail. So as bad as I'm having a time out here, or how I feel, it's 20 times worse for him knowing that he's innocent and he's been in there for 6 months. So literally in these last 6 months, I've had to talk him off the ledge a handful of times, because this is a time where, like the Bible says, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood. We wrestle with principalities, where life wants you to give up and lose all hope. And my mother said something to me the other day that kept me going. And she said, you do not want to give up 5 minutes before you get your miracle. Because I tell her all the time, I can't see the light at the end of the tunnel yet. And after 6 months, I want to see the end of the tunnel. So that's something that we have to remember, that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. That's something that I had to come to grips with, because I want him home now. But there's still work to be done. And in that work, we can expose some things and make this system better. Because I never thought this system would attack my family the way it did. And more importantly, even though it's my husband in jail, in my head, I go, what if this was one of my kids and I couldn't get them out of jail and I knew they were innocent? I would be losing my mind. And God gave me the opportunity to talk with a woman who had to fight for her son's innocence. And he was innocent. It took years. It took 3 years to fight for his innocence. And that was like my worst fear after seeing what my husband is going through. Because I'm like, if it can happen to him, someone with no criminal history, law enforcement experience, family man, like, if you knew the type of person he was, he's a man. He's not perfect, but as far as being a criminal, he is far from a criminal. Doesn't drink, very logical, like most men or whatever. But if it can happen to him, it can happen to anybody. And it can happen even more with them using these DNA phenotyping and genealogy tests. So that's something that has to be addressed and looked at. People are getting snatched out of their home. They don't even realize it. And there's a real prominent genealogist, and she's a white lady. Her name is CC. I have to tell you her last name later. But she's a blonde white lady, and she is like the head of this genealogy and DNA phenotyping thing, and she literally does not understand with this case what it has done. And I'm not saying that it's total like bad science. It's not under the right conditions. Like his lawyer said, some people who've been caught with this, it wasn't just the DNA phenotype. There was other things. There was DNA. The DNA was thoroughly connected. Like, they had multiple complaints, different things. But in my husband's case, it's so different. And I'm hoping, and my prayer is that it rocks them, because these officers are getting too comfortable, like they did my husband, using it and not using it effectively. If you're going to use a new science, you need to use it effectively and not halfway, where you tear up the whole situation that could actually benefit people one day.
Oh yes, Miss Tanisha, I sent you a DM. I did get your message. And this was, I just scrolling down the timeline, so it must be meant for you to see it, because this was a story of a black trucking company. The gentleman, I believe he's from Texas. So he came out of prison, he started a trucking company, and then he went back and hired his fellow inmates, right? And if you get a chance to watch the video, he goes around the room and they tell how many years they spent in prison, right? And this reminds me of there's a biblical story, and I'm not going to get the person's name right, where you are in captivity, you are there for God's purpose, as they say. And in this gentleman's case, that was part of the plan, right? That was part of the plan that God had set out for him to and this is a room full of black men who all are in the trucking industry today because of the experience of the one. So oftentimes in what we would consider to be our worst moments, there is the opportunity. And this is a big name, Malcolm X, right? He's someone who went into prison and had a conversion and came out a much different person than when he went in, and did massive work for black community, and someone who I admire and look up to this day. So I say all that to say this. Um, if you can get him reading materials, whatever process that is, to help him take his mind off of the situation, to help expand his consciousness, business books, anything trucking related, anything black conscious, he may come out the man that you need, appreciate, love, care for, and he may actually expand your world, his world, the world of your children in so many ways that, ultimately, years down the road, you look at it as a blessing. But I do want to go back to the one thing where the extradition. So there's something called a governor's warrant. And so the way the constitutions are set up is that a governor's warrant must be enforced. So there's really not an option other than the waiving. That was the first opportunity, and this is, we know what has done, it has happened. But for everyone else, if you're ever confronted with a situation where they are trying to extradite you into another jurisdiction, definitely resist at every phase of interacting with law enforcement, from a pullover. If they're asking you to do something, it means they don't have the legal right to do it. That's why they're asking you. Do not give them permission to do anything ever in the process. Even a car search. Let them go get the dogs. It's going to make you sit there and wait longer. That is the process. But never give them consent to do anything anywhere in the process. Giving the officer's DNA, blood sample DNA, in my opinion, that gave them the opportunity to put blood DNA on evidence. And police officers are liars. They are paid professional liars. And the ones who elevate to detective, homicide, vice, they are the worst of the worst. They will do anything and everything to get a conviction, and they don't care whether a person is innocent or not, especially when they are a Black American. So these are lessons for us all to understand. The other thing is this: the phrenology, whatever testing thing. I don't know if when you get the opportunity to do the DNA, if you can actually run your husband's DNA through an actual test to determine what the results would be. That's just me being curious as to whether or not it is accurate enough to where it is something that could be admissible in court and could be the basis of a warrant, because this is something that needs to be challenged constitutionally. It should not be a tool that police organizations are using to determine who is a suspect at all. And my belief is a pseudoscience, and it should be challenged. And this is where you really could get someone like the ACLU. They're in every state. There is a federal organization or whatever. They're all across the country, so they can take up cases like this. I had the ACLU represent me once. You write them a letter, and then you follow up with the letter, and eventually, if they are interested in the case, and this is a constitutional issue. Oh man, third time they popped me again. Man. They keep popping me out of the space. I'm getting so. I'm sorry. That's the third time Twitter has collapsed the space for me tonight, and this doesn't really happen that often, but Twitter is doing what it's doing. This is why I keep a co-host. We lost one. Let me get another one because this is insane right now. But yeah, I would approach the ACLU from the position of an unconstitutional test that was used to develop a suspect profile that you definitely feel your husband shouldn't have been subject to, and see if they are willing to approach it from that angle for sure.
In the process of writing right now several people to get it out there. So absolutely. My biggest thing right now is, if, like I told you guys, I have literally till Thursday, and a decision will be made on Mariko's lawyer. And I know that they are trying to push a speedy trial on him. So I'm really worried about him not having proper legal representation, and them trying to push a court-appointed lawyer on him there because they want to close this case ASAP. And I don't know any other lawyers. So I don't know any other really good lawyers, especially up in Pennsylvania. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know. Definitely going to be writing what you just told me, sending that ASAP this week and following up. But definitely, if you know any other lawyers, let me know also. I think that Jonathan has a vested interest in this case. I'm really betting on that for him to give me a little bit more time. And I know, because I have a lawyer that I'm paying, things cost. So I know the DNA expert costs, our private detectives costs, all that costs. The amount of discovery, since this is a cold case from 2009, the amount of paperwork, another person had to be brought in to help go through all of that, to get through all of it. I understand the travel. So I don't have a plan B. I only had plan A and God. And literally, what is it, Saturday? I have till Thursday.
So we really have to get on the grind with everything that is going on. I think I just been trying to utilize my social media platform to bring some attention to this with the Innocent Project. Even organizations helping, trying to look for some organizations that will help with the case, the funds. I know that there are some cases. I think even Sean King, I think, has wrongly convicted. So does the Equal Justice Initiative. But looking in Virginia, so the process I know right away is to try to get funding, at least to retain the attorney, and try to get the DNA situation going. And Tanisha knows to actually. We talked about the list of particulars and things like that. So she's a smart woman, and she's a mother, a wife, and she needs help. And, this is part of our job, I believe, as a community, is to rally around our families in wherever capacity they are in, and provide that assistance, even if it's not monetarily, but using the tools that you do have around you to bring attention. Our churches should be also making strides to protect wrongly convicted or cases where we have families who have been convicted and they need support. We have to somehow bring recognition to this and demand more, even from our churches. or whatever worship facilities that you utilize in, because if they're asking of us, tithes and offerings and things like that, or talents to be used, they too have a responsibility to make sure that the truth and protection as well as support comes out for our families.
I went to churches for like 2.5 weeks. And the first church I went to, I was actually going to another church. I was going to this church around here, Lady of Mount Carmel. And I know what that church is. They do a lot of help in the community. It's a Catholic church. And I drove right by the church, and I ended up a little bit like 2 miles down on Main Street. And I was at the light, and I'm like, why am I all the way down here? And my mother was like, well, maybe God wants you to go to this church. So I looked in front of me. There was a Methodist church. And my first inkling was, these people are not going to help me. I'm not the right color. But I went anyways. So I went and I knocked on the door. A nice pastor, Pastor Lutz, opened the door. She was the first church I went to. I told her what was going on with my husband. This lady did not question me. She said, give me the name to the lawyer. She said, we do not have funds in the church. I need to confirm with the lawyer, and then I will get back to you. She said, I'm pretty sure we can donate something. Week and so went by, and I was like, I hope she keeps her word. Jonathan called me. He said that the pastor had called. A couple of days after I talked to him, she called to me and she said that the church had donated $500 to Mariko. And I was so grateful. After that, I went to probably about 15 churches, Baptist churches, different, not all Baptist, Pentecostal, Christian, just, mega churches, because when I was going to the little churches, they were like, oh, we're so little, we don't have a lot of funds. Wow. You need to try to go to the mega churches. As soon as I stepped foot into the mega churches, their biggest thing was, are you a member? Are you a member? Literally every church after that, are you a member? That's one question they asked me. I said, God didn't tell me that I had to be a member. He just told me to come to his people. So literally already while I'm doing this for my husband, another ministry opened up, because a lot of these churches have ministries and they go in there and they pray for people. But one thing that they don't do, they do not give money for legal funds. Okay. And see, it upset me because I'm asking for the community's help. And I went to the church, and the church told me they couldn't give me funds to help. So I was like, okay. But you have a prison ministry. What do you do in that prison ministry? Do you just pray for people? Because the Bible says faith without works is dead. So are you just praying for people? Because people in jail need more than just prayer. Even if they're guilty, okay? They need commissary. A lot of these prisons are for profit. They jack the price up on anything. Literally for my husband to call, for me to talk to him, for him to have one video call a week, okay? I tried. Since he's been in there for 6 months, I've had to skip some weeks because we just didn't have the funds. I was skimping, literally, to try to send him commissary. He's in Pennsylvania just to get Long Johns. It's cold and stuff like that. And he tells me about the people in there who can't make a phone call home, don't have any money on their commissary. And these people are just in jail. They haven't been convicted of anything yet. It's just horrible. We need to think about what people actually need in jail, because they're human too. Imagine not having shower shoes or soap to wash yourself with or deodorant. All those things are needed also, not just prayer.
I agree, definitely. Feel free, you guys, come up and take the mic. I appreciate everybody coming in and listening, and join the conversation. You know how we do on Saturday nights. This is real adult conversation on all topics. There are no wrong or right answers. We are only here to provide solutions and have a dialogue. So please come on in. And let me propose this to say that facts support wrong or right. How about that? Maybe that sounds better.
Absolutely. So, man, so I want to get to this story that has been really, really hot online, and it's the black gentleman in New York City at this council meeting where he talks about the Asians and what they are doing in his experience in this community, where they are trying essentially to keep black people out of that particular neighborhood, pushing black people out. Now, for clarity, the bill that they introduced was to limit criminals, people who have a who can't pass a background check, from being able to live inside of properties that are owned by landlords, property owners, etc. And this is really, in my opinion, a form of redlining, specifically a form of redlining where you can have one particular group who has wealth and who owns property. And because you have a criminal record, they can keep you from inhabiting the property. And this gentleman just simply, expresses his reality, and it's a reality against the Asian community, specifically in this particular neighborhood. And immediately, his comments were turned into hate speech, and it was every group, white. I think it was even a black woman. Who knows if she's a Native American, Native Black American descendant or not, but every group, Jewish people, whites, Italian, whatever, they're all trying to turn this 15-second or 40-second just factual truth of his experience into him spewing hate speech, when he's simply saying, this is my experience, this is what's happening. He is a convicted criminal. He did a horrible crime. um and again, if we're talking about giving grace, this is one of those crimes that I'm on the side of bury these people under the prison, to be perfectly honest. However, if you're going to let them live in society, they should not be redlined out of property based, really, quite honestly, on race. This is where you give discretion. This ain't privilege. This is discretion. You give these people the power of discretion to determine who can or cannot live in their property. And that means 9 times out of 10, black people ain't going to be able to live there. They would likely let an Asian person who committed a similar crime live in those properties. This is just a tool that they can use against us. And this is a shout out to Miss Dawn, Concerned Black Americans. She highlighted, there's a woman named Grace Meng, Grace for New York. She's saying that this is the woman who introduced the legislation which Obama signed to remove Negro from the books. So man, that is really interesting information, that it was an Asian woman who essentially prompted Obama to remove the term Negro from federal documents. Mrs. Daughter, you can go.
Oh wow, I didn't know that it. Well, hey, hi everyone. Thank you. I just came to the room, so I'm not really sure what everything is about. I have heard about the New York thing. I wanted to say something about that, but I was wondering how that came to be about the Obama thing, which I think went over most of our heads at the time. I don't remember him doing that, and so to know that he did do it in the last few years, and then to know that she authored that. Now I'm beginning to wonder, why would she do that, and why was there no pushback? I don't know. I have to investigate myself. I want to know. But I just read something about the New York thing, and when I saw that the man was an offender, right? But apparently he already lives there, and it is ex-offenders. They live there. They've been there. I mean, that's what the hearing was about, because they are ex-offenders and they're having issues. Now, to me, what it looks like they're trying to do is change the rule. You know, gentrify, basically, that's what it will turn into. Because, in California, I mean, there's laws about sex offenders. Yes, you can't be in certain proximity of children, but they got to live somewhere. I mean, they're released to the public. They got to live somewhere.
Amen to that.
And they just can't be in proximity to children. I get that. Feet and whatever. But if there's been no problem with them living there, and it has nothing to do with proximity to children, it seems like it's just because, the Asian folks, I don't know. They're getting on my nerves now, because they are getting a lot of power politically and stuff now. And now I think they're using the laws and the rules, and she obviously knows, this mean lady, what to do. It looks like they're trying to gentrify by getting them pushed out of the building because of prior crimes. And that's not the way it works. You can't go back and change the rule and then tell them they leave. But it looks like that's what is going on. I'm not sure, but they obviously are having an issue, and that's why they're testifying. So I think let's just focus on this too. I know we will focus on our reparations.
Interesting.
There's a lot of mess going on. It's exhausting every single day trying to be Black in America. But it just keeps coming. It's like every day there's a new thing. But everyone is busy working overtime, I'm telling you. But anyhow, that's just my take on it. It looks like they're trying to go back and change things to get them pushed out, and probably other people too. But I'll have my brain.
So there was a post that she made, Grace Lee, and there was a white guy who actually challenged her and said, weren't you one of the ones that was supporting Black people with Black Lives Matter or something like that? I have to find I'm going back to find the post. But what I didn't like is that even with the affirmative action case, and the reason why I'm tying these two together is they utilized the same exact trope where, because this guy on the panel, the gentleman who came to the city council meeting, who literally, even though he was convicted, he did his time. He did his time, and he was now reintroduced back into society, right? He was living in this residence, and there were other people on the panel, and I didn't know that you're saying they all were convicted felons, but they must have done their time, so now they're being reintroduced back into society, and they're living in this complex building, but they're living in a community that is an Asian community, and he starts to name the ethnicities of the people in the community, and from his perspective as a homeless man living on the subway, because the woman who, and I shout out to the Only Male Cruz, myself in Trouble, who did a space where we pointed out, I believe her name was, you gotta correct me if I'm wrong, Mel, is it Yin or Yin? I can't remember, Lord. We gotta find the post to put it up if we can get it up in the space. But she made a comment about how he's a convicted felon, and she posted a picture of him being homeless, sleeping on the subway. And to me, I'm thinking to myself, she says, well, we just want to keep our neighborhoods safe. But they're not committing any crimes. They're living and moving around like citizens in the community that he's pointing out is actually discriminating against them as residents in the community. And it's so funny how what Black said earlier is that they're literally using the race trope to say, because you're pointing out the fact that they're Asian and Chinese and things like that, that's somehow a racist statement. And I'm like, that's not a racist statement. And in fact, that is a race statement based on the ethnicities and the racial group of the people he's describing. Now, had he had said, it's black people, they're Africans, they're from Nigeria, or, they're black Americans and they FBA, people would be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, now all of a sudden he's being divisive. But find a way to use these different lanes to their benefit is my point. And that's what the Grace woman and this other news, I think she was a author, I'm sorry, she was a writer for the New York Post. And she did this whole entire spread. It was so degrading. That she didn't even talk about the issues they were bringing up in the council meeting in regards to being discriminated in that community. And people, even the one black woman, I guess that, I don't know if she's a council member or if she's a committee member, she came out and said, oh, well, there's no place for hate in America. But so now you're just going to throw the word hate around because people are designating and identifying the people who are committing discrimination. That's a problem.
It's a big problem because I'm not in New York, but somebody elected that, the black councilwoman. I don't know her. I mean, I guess they're elected. She's elected there. I mean, I don't know who her constituents are. I don't know if she's a ADOS or if she's an immigrant Black American. I don't know her. But the people that elected her, I mean, they should be the ones to push back because she's just going along with the trope. I'm using that word, instead of addressing the issue, they're making it another issue, like a racist issue. Like all of a sudden we're supposed to be the face of racism in America. We have to push back against that. That's ridiculous. And also I think they're trying to gloss over the actual problem. Because when I realized and found out that these people, and I think there's other offenders too, but they're priors. Somebody placed them in the building and helped them to be not homeless, put them there legally in that building. I think, like I said, they're trying to change the rules legally, and they can't do that without helping these people find another place to live. They can't just push them out and call them, criminals and whatnot. And I think that's what the hearing is about. Those people are obviously there, for a reason at the hearing, for their issues. But now their issue is blown up into like a racist tirade or something. But we have to look deeper, I think, at the issue of what they're trying to probably just gentrify, which is what, they do. White people, Asian people, people with money. They gentrify wherever they can, and they push people out to do that.
Push.
Usually black people. So I think that's the issue. But of course, they don't want us to see that. It just happened to come out because guess what? Everything is coming out in the wash nowadays. I don't know. For such a time as this, everything is coming out. So that's what I noticed and seeing, looking deeper into the issue.
Man, I want to draw a parallel to the religious occultist and what happened to Ye. I think they're basically mimicking the way that they moved against him and Kyrie and simply saying, well, we can do the same thing. If they did it, we can do it. And I think we're going to see this more and more and more whenever, and this was just like a council meeting, so this guy's not famous at all, but I think they're going to try to paint Black Americans the same way they paint black men were toxic masculinity, whatever. I really believe that this is the plan, and it goes into the immigration and them replacing the black vote and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because where was I at? Was I in a space? I was somewhere where they were saying this reminds them of Nazi Germany in the sense of how they started to propagandize and demonize the population they wanted to exterminate. And we may be in the beginning stages of the demonization of Black heterosexuals, Black people as a whole, definitely Black men. I think we're way beyond that point, to the point that they can do whatever they want to us and no one will care. No one will stop. Society won't stop for a second. And it probably plays into, these high profile police murders that have happened over the past few years, and how there was that major reaction, that global reaction, because of the pandemic, and everybody had a chance to just sit and watch, and all the attention that was brought through that process to where now they're like just not giving a damn. And if we don't collectively, I swear to goodness, man, if we don't collectively get authority within our hands, I got a great granddaughter, and hopefully we'll have more. I got tons of nieces and nephews and grandnephews and nieces, and all of that. And it does not look good staying scattered, integrated in this country. The Asian population is going to increase, is projected to increase, and we already know what time they are on. They are not our friends. Mexicans are not our friends, and they already have a higher population than we do. They just don't vote in the same numbers yet that we do. But that's going to change as well.
Let me read. I want to read this real quickly. To daughter's point, this is what the legislator Grace Mean from New York had to say about the removal of the word Negro from federal law. The legislation sponsored by Representative Grace Mean, Democrat of New York, is an effort to modernize terms relating to minorities, replace a slew of terms in a public health law written in the late 1970s, with terms are considered more politically correct today. The term Oriental has no place in federal law, and at long last, this insulting and outdated term will be gone for good. Ming said in a statement, no longer will any law of the United States refer to Asian Americans in such an offensive way, and I applaud and thank President Obama for signing my bill to get rid of this inadequate term. This measure was one of the 7 that Obama signed into law. This was back in 2016, and now she didn't. There is no reference to why they went ahead and signed why he took Negro out, which is the oddest thing. So I'm going to do some research and try to find where and why Negro was taken out if she was championing for the term Oriental. Like, I feel like I don't care what they do in regards to how they want to show up, but how we show up and how we are presented in history shows it in all aspects. We should not allow them to just go around being the ones championing bills, and then you have other people coming in behind them, like melanated Black people or melanated immigrants coming behind them, new Americans, I call them, in changing the terms in legislation and trying to again cosplay us. We really definitely have to go back and look at these things that were done, because this has a definite heavy impact on what we're seeing today. And to Black's point, if they're going to try to use these methods to literally erase us by pretty much almost kind of like ingesting our racial and ethnicity makeup in America, then we are done for, on top of the wealth gap that's happening.
Yeah, Obama was the devil, and we did not realize it. He's not a Negro, so he has no connection to that term, which is why he got rid of it. It's not for him. Um, yeah, his lineage has no reference to that at all, and that sucks. I'll go ahead, Miss Daughter.
Now it's becoming a mystery because I kept hearing, in the last year that it was, Obama that did it, but I don't remember it ever coming up. And so I remember the Oriental when that happened, not to use that phrase when, just have to use Asian. I didn't know it was her, but I do remember it. I just don't remember the Negro saying being taken out. So maybe he just did this on his own. Nobody asked him. I don't know. That's crazy. But also, what you were saying before, Black, you were talking about the whole you were saying something about making Black America the face of hate. I can't remember your exact words, but what came to me was something I was thinking the last few days. I know you heard of the term "the final solution," which was used in Germany, right? And then the Negro problem. Both of those phrases being used in history. And I don't know, that just came into my mind because the other night, I don't know if any of you noticed, the same night that the whole Van Jones thing happened, that night, there was another video that I guess a clip from Professor Black Truth about this Israeli panel, this Israeli woman on this panel, and talking, somebody recorded it, and saying that the problem with, of course, Israel was young Black people. But she also had mentioned before about the problem in America being young Black people. And she also, her last name is Shorer, Shorer. She also said she had a dinner at her home in America for 40 influential Black people, very important Black people, no names mentioned, and that is something about what they can do, about the problem, I guess, of the Negro. And I don't know who she is. She's Israeli, but her last name is Shorer. You can look her up. I haven't had time to look her up yet. But that came out the same night the Van Jones thing went viral. Literally, the next morning, Brittany Griner's released all of a sudden. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too much into everything, but that story didn't go anywhere about that Israeli lady talking about all the problems in America and Israel, and because of young Black people and Black Lives Matter movement. She said that, and she was recorded secretly in the meeting, which was a panel of a bunch of people in some dark-looking, strange room. I'm just saying, if you guys didn't see that, you can look up the clip as well. I posted it. But I just had an eerie feeling about a final solution to the Negro problem. I'm like, what is going on here? I mean, you guys, we gotta be on our P's and Q's. I'm not saying nothing's gonna happen to us. I'm just saying they're demonizing us, all Black people. We're being demonized right now. I'll end my plan.
Yeah, I put that video. It's the last one in Jumbotron, and I didn't, I thought he was referencing the Van Jones thing as well. I didn't realize that was about what you're saying it is. So thank you for letting us know that.
Yeah, it was the same night. Literally, it was within minutes. That's why I said the Van Jones thing took off. That was buried, and Brittany Griner was released the next morning. So it was all at the same time, which was weird.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, because I'm just looking at the caption and I see that where they're saying the major problem with Israel is the young generation of the Black community. Like, that is fucking insane right there. Damn, bro. Okay, the only male, Cruz.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Damn, bro. Damn, bro.
I feel like I've been yelling in this phone for the past
40
hours. But that's interesting that you brought that up, daughter of Zion, because
the
very next day that
bro.
Hakeem, who's now the Democratic leader in the House, I think that's his role now, had the very first public appearance, if I recall correctly, was him speaking to a Jewish audience.
Yes, he
about
was.
Israel. Very
yes, he
similar
was.
to what Van Jones where Van Jones was speaking, that type of group. And then hasn't there been some reports that Putin is blaming Black American culture or hip hop music for the problem in Russia as well?
Wow.
So it does sound like a strategy that they've all decided to implement. And the other thing is interesting is if this lady did host a dinner with influential Black people, then we need to know who those people are, or we just need to make a commitment to minimize these celebrities moving forward, because we don't know what kind of dealings they're doing behind our back.
That's what I'm saying. I want to know who are the 40 that were at her house, and what are they doing, and what have they done? She said they're very important and influential, which means they're dangerous to us. And the reason probably why we don't have reparations is them and the Jewish community. I'm just going to say it. I said it. It's not your channel, it's me. And with the Russian thing, that was not Putin. It was some talk show host guy in Russia that said that about the Black community. He was talking about rap music in Russia. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's talking about rap music, but that's definitely a euphemism for black Americans. No question about that.
But you know what? The title of the show, so I'm going to go ahead and say this, there's still hope, because we can tell for those who read the Bible, we know, that the Lord has provided a ram in a bush on a couple of few occasions. And just like what you were referring to earlier, Black, about Joseph was in prison. He was in prison and in the pit. And so Samson was, he was confined. So that major statistic where they're saying, in 50 years, Black people are going to be this and that. Well, that might be what man has planned, but, if we are God's chosen people, which, we come from where it all started, just because those are their calculations doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to pan out right. So I feel like we should remain encouraged, stay hopeful, and continue to fight.
I definitely agree. Hey, I'm a total believer. I'm a total believer in we are from the royal house of Judah. We are, and it's coming out. It cannot be stifled. They can't stop it, because you know what? When our ancestors were brought over here, 4 slaves, 14, 44, then we became 4 million. And they've been trying to kill us ever since. And now we're 44 plus, probably more than that, million in this country. They haven't been able to exterminate us like they wanted to. And they will not.
And look at the game plan, and we've seen this in history too, scripturally speaking. Moses was born after Herod had said, kill them all, kill all the firstborn. And Moses' mother put him in a basket, went down the river, and ended up being raised in Pharaoh's house. And Moses pulled us out of bondage. He let us out. So there's definitely hope for us to not be the statistic. And that's something that we've been fighting all our life, not to be a statistic. But again, I think too that this is the other reason why, and I was in another space earlier, and I made this comment that, this is why we do have to push. And I say CRT, and people say, well, it starts at home. But the CRT training of the real history of Black Americans and what we've had to go through, it's not just for us. We need to put this out here so white people whose hearts are not completely hardened yet, doesn't mean they're not rednecks, doesn't mean that, they won't easily become racist or full-fledged racist or whatever, however you want to designate it. But there's still room to influence with the truth. And I think somebody else had said that it became a problem, and this is why they wanted to legally ban the true history of us because kids were coming home saying, well, damn, and that don't make no sense. Why? So we have an opportunity to get to these hearts and minds before they become full-fledged animals, if you will, because those are who the animals are. It's not us, it's them.
So I got a niece. Man, I want to say she's in elementary school, 5th, 6th grade, something like that. She's been in private Catholic schools most of her life. And one Christmas, I think it was last year, I sent her a picture of a black Madonna with a black baby Jesus. And she was elated, to say the least. And her mind exploded like, oh my God, was Jesus black? Was God black? Right. And it's like, oh man, so I'm like, I'm not your, my niece, I'm not her parent. So I don't want to interfere in whatever my brother and his wife are teaching their children. However, I said, well, yeah, he would be much closer to us than to them, much, much closer in complexion. So this is something where, oh, even today, our children are growing up with these false idols and these false images of what even these people in the Bible are. And, I scheduled a Christmas Eve, because that is our typical Saturday evening post. I'm sure people are going to be busy doing what they're doing, but it is a breakdown of these religions and these theories and ancient cultures. And I hope we get some real powerful speakers to speak on it, because I just feel like that's what's moving, man. We need to kind of break this cycle, break the word religion comes from some root word of binding, to bind. And these contracts are binding. And these religious occultists use these contracts to bind our people in these slave/master relationships. So this stuff goes so deep. It goes so deep, man. And goodness, I really want to get into it. But this Vladimir, so this is a story from Business Insider, and the other story was one of Putin's allies. I think he was a governor somewhere in the state, but this is a direct thing from Vladimir Putin. It says Vladimir Putin really hates rap music and wants to do everything he can to bring Russia's rap scene to heel. It's a Business Insider report. And again, they say rap music, they mean black people. They mean black culture, and it's black American culture specifically.
Well, I mean, they don't mean us no. They don't mean us no good. And again, it goes back to the point of the countries will adopt our likeness, and the people. I think we've had a great victory in our party. Want to force dictatorship countries like Russia, who want to train their people to keep their cultural, I guess, behaviors. They're always going to try to find a way to harm and oppress their people. That's another reason why I really believe that, the Ukrainians and the Russians, even though they're from different countries you're talking about, they literally behave the same way. And even whether or not they're here or in Russia or Ukraine, we're going to see the same issues. They'll come over here and, be against us. And the same with other Asian communities. People from those ethnicities will adopt our likeness and our behaviors for their benefit, and then turn around and be like, oh, no, those people are savages, and, we want to keep our community safe, while they're running around committing crimes and murders and things like that in our communities. How come they don't bring up country music? Not the country music we created, the country music of today, or rock music.
That heavy metal.
Heavy metal, yes. Or Bali. Or why don't they bring up, I'm not even sure what they call it in Russia or Ukraine, what they call their music, if they have any. Why don't they bring up their music? What are their lyrics coming from and being pulled from their communities? Because Russia and Ukraine are literally having a whole out war. That can't be that's definitely not communities that we should be emulating.
But you guys know for sure with Russia, I don't know, my whole life, it's just that Russia has been, because I'm older than most of you, it's been constantly Russia's the devil, right? My whole life, that's all I've ever seen. And so I was reading about the whole war, in Ukraine and all that stuff. And that was really about NATO. That's about NATO. And Russia was warning them. And it was about them using Ukraine, NATO using Ukraine to get to that border. I mean, there's a lot going on we don't know. And I'm just saying that NATO, look up NATO and what they have done over the last century, what NATO does. You have to look into that. They're not going to talk about that on mainstream media, not at all. But I definitely investigated, because since 2015, that's why I just talked a lot about different things. I've been studying about everything. I don't know. I just feel like the Lord just said, it's time for you to start learning some things. And I've been studying a whole lot of stuff since 2015. I don't know, something just hit me, and maybe it just needed to happen for such a time as this. But with Russia, that's about NATO. So look it up. And also, if you guys, I don't know, I get these inklings with the whole Britney being released, and then this Victor Budo guy, I never heard of him. I didn't know about him. But I just think behind the scenes, people are wondering why. Now, Russia's slick too. They probably threw some of the black stuff in there, like, you need to release this black woman, because we already know America. You got problems with the black folks. I don't know. I'm just saying that they probably had a way to use her too, in a way, for their own whatever. I'm just saying, I don't know. But America will never, ever admit that. But I'm just saying, with the whole Russia thing, and there's one thing that my mother told me before she passed away, a long time ago, about Russia that I didn't know, that the Red Army marched into, was it Poland? They're the reason Germany got free. The Jewish people got free. It wasn't America. It wasn't England. The Red Army walked in there.
Right.
And I have to give them props for that. I don't know. Anyhow, I'll let my play.
No, you're right, daughter. And I learned that, I think, a couple of years ago. And my parents were telling me, because I couldn't understand, why do y'all like Putin? And they were like, Putin got the bad end of the stick. It's like he's been a victim of propaganda, because when, I think they said it was World War II or something, whenever that was, is that had it not been for Russia coming through and pulling up from the bank, that war would have been lost. And so now they
walked in. The Red Army walked in,
pulled up and handled business. And for whatever reason, I guess to ensure that Russia wouldn't get the accolades or be appreciated or valued, it's like they put this assault propaganda machine against him. And now, but I mean, and some of that may be well deserved, but something else I was going to say to you too, daughter, is that, you've been using this phrase this evening, talking about such a time as this. And that's another account in the Bible talking about Esther, where they were ready to annihilate a race of people. And it just so happened to be Jews in that particular instance, but Esther was the ram in the bush. So I feel like, we certainly, especially if you believe in God, we can certainly be, remain positive minded and just pull our strategies together. I believe we'll win. I believe that all of this, the doomsday, 50, 100-year projection, I feel like we're going to, it's not going to impact us. I feel like we're going, as Black Americans, we will be the survivors coming out of that.
Okay, we have, I think it's Based, Black Man.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the whole thing with Russia, it goes back to about a few years ago. In NATO, like you said, was encroaching on in Poland. They said they were going to put missiles in Poland to counter Russian missiles in Poland. It's the same thing. It's basically Cold War tactics, and it's kind of been tinkering up ever since the Cold War ended. And Russia feels like they're losing land. They're losing satellite states that they used to have because the West are basically putting in governments that are anti-Russian or Russian-phobic. And Ukraine is one of them, and Poland and another few countries are trying to join NATO and pull away from Russia because, of course, there's more benefits from Russia from joining NATO than joining Russia. And Putin was like, okay, well, you want to play this game, then we'll go out to war. And as far as World War II, Germany invaded Russia in 1942. It was a disaster. And it was almost a slaughter, and the Germans had to withdraw because it was such a slaughter, and the Germans literally raped, killed, and burned the land and put salt on the land so nothing would grow. And the Russians were basically, for the most part, fighting the Germans on their own for the longest time until like D-Day where the Allies kind of put pressure on the Germans from the other side, and Russia started really hammering back into Germany. So the Russians really got to the capital almost before America did. And it was kind of like a race to see who could get to Germany first, who could get to the capital first to claim, victory. The Soviets did kind of get there, but we got there as well. And that's why Germany was split in half for about, 40 plus years after that.
For military applications killed 29 humans in the lab. And they did it by shooting what he called metal bullets.
Daddy, you mentioned the Red Army. The Red Army, where were the Red Army from?
Oh, I just meant Russia, call them the Red Army because that's, I guess that's just what they were termed. The Red Army.
So they were Russian. That was their own army, or
Russia? Yeah, Russia.
Okay, got it.
It was the Soviet Union at the time.
Yeah, because you know how they changed, the
Yeah, but they were called. So it was the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union was made up of different countries, and made up of different countries. That is what made up the Soviet Union. That's why it was called the Soviet Union, because it was a bunch of countries who agreed to, create almost like their own personal NATO in Europe. But the Red Army actually was an army, and I was looking up. I was trying to figure out what country they actually came from. That's what I was asking. So I was just trying to quickly find out to see if you knew. But I pulled the information for them, so they were called the Red Army.
Okay, I guess for me, it's like I'm referring to him like it was almost like a nickname. I don't know. I just know that my mother would call them, and I would look it up from time to time through history, and I know they've changed and gone through what they've gone through with names and stuff in Russia and the Soviet Union, communism and all of that.
Okay, so yeah, it was Russians' army. They were actually called the Soviet Army, and then the Red Army, and then they changed to the Soviet Army, looks like, armed forces. So yeah, I guess there's a film about it too. That's interesting.
The Red Army was kind of nicknamed from like the Western countries about Russia. The Soviet Union, kind of like the Red Menace.
they really did us an injustice in daggone school about how World War II was fought. Definitely. And we definitely need to go back and do some history. And we're not the only ones. To be honest with you, Europeans and other countries definitely need to educate themselves apparently about their own history too. Because it seems like there's a lot of people running around with selective information, and they're making decisions off of that selective information.
Yeah, you know, when when you're younger, you're watching a lot of TV, and to me, it was just that growing up, 70s, 80s, Russia was just a big bad wolf that, oh my gosh, any minute they're going to nuke us. So we've got to do everything. And then I started to learn more about the 50s with those McCarthy hearings and the blacklisting of all of like the actors and writers and their cover work, you know, like Paul Robeson. And a lot of people were really hurt, a lot of black people. That's why they left.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, all of that history, which you don't learn in school, all that stuff. You know, my mother read a lot. So she would tell me these things, and she wouldn't explain. She'd say, go look it up, go look it up. So that's why I'm just like, you know, I love knowledge, because I'm always looking something up. And now, thank goodness, there's Google, but you just don't have to just read. And one more thing I was going to say before earlier, you guys were talking about like you're talking about the history of America, and I thought about J. Edgar Hoover, that he spent his whole career, this man was obsessed with trying to annihilate the Black Messiah. I think he had dreams and nightmares about who was the Black Messiah. Is it King? Is it, you know, who is it? Malcolm X? Who is the Black Messiah? You know, because they got rid of the Black Panther. His whole career, that man was, because they read, they know, and they believe. And they really believe that Black Jesus coming back. So it's in the FBI files, the rise of the Black Messiah. That's why they was, you know, they killed the Black Panthers like that, and the chairmen. All about the Black Messiah, and they still looking forward to that Black Messiah. And I'll admit, I'm not doomsdaying. I'm saying stuff because I get excited, because you know, it's our time, and we're gonna be all right. But it's all unfolding. I'm a person of faith, and I just believe it.
I think the Black Messiah was actually the 12 tribes. Like, I think people always think the Black Messiah is this one person.
You know what, too, daughter? That doomsday reference I made was definitely not directed at you, girl. You've been wrestling hope and faith and belief all day, especially, or at least to me. I was picking up on the signal when you said such a time as this, and but no, I'm saying like a space that I was listening to earlier today. This lady came in and said, "Yeah, I just saw a video or read something where there's black people are not going to be on the face of the earth in 50 years," and I knew what she was referencing, which was the fact that the Mexican or the undocumented immigrants, whatever, they are going to be in a class above us as Black Americans, and that we're projected to be a broke group of people within the next, I think somebody was saying like 50 years, but the way she was saying it was we're not
20 or less
anymore, words to that effect. So that's what who I was referencing when I was saying the doomsday. Certainly not you, girl. You've been saying positive stuff.
I love, and I wonder if we were in the same room, because I heard somebody say that. Sorry, you guys, I'm sorry. I heard somebody say that. We won't have wealth, or we won't have money in 50 years. Right. And I immediately thought about, well, okay, it was 4 of us or 14 that came on the first ship, and they've been trying to kill us ever since, and now 44, 45 plus. You know, after everything, they couldn't annihilate. Our numbers have grown. So that 50 years and we'll have no money, I immediately thought that, wait a minute. After all we've been through, they're not going to wipe us out.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
That might be their plan, but the stamps are not going to be the end result.
Let me say something real quick. What y'all referencing is doomsday prophecy. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Shit, for those that know, shit is the fan. But to give y'all visual representation, all you got to do is go watch the Captain America movies. It'll tell you right there.
Yeah, but even in the Captain America movies, Thanos doesn't necessarily win in the end. It's just that
not the Avengers, the Captain America movies, not the Avengers. I mean, MCU. You talking
about DC? Either way, I have to say that I agree with what Mel and Secret Daughter is saying, is that there might be a plan for for the enemy, but the enemy never really wins.
No weapon against us shall prosper. Mm-hmm.
I think that was the whole revelation about Job. There was the whole situation about Job is everything is going to just fall around you, but in the end, you'll be rebuilt. And I think because of that, that's probably what Daughter and Mel was talking about. There could be a doomsday revelation prophecy, but it doesn't mean the prophecy is true, because we all know God has his own plan. Definitely the weapons are formed. That's what it says. Isaiah, I think 54. No weapon formed shall prosper. The weapons are formed. They are working those weapons as we speak. Oh, yeah. They're there. Yeah.
And on the natural level, the calculations are probably exactly right. They're doing the math and they're doing the this and the that, and they're probably right. But that doesn't mean that they are right. So, as like I said, and I'm only bringing it up significantly only because of the title of the room. But, no weapon formed against us has prospered. And as a race, we've survived every damn thing. We've overcome so much stuff. And again, it doesn't mean for us to just sit back and we just gonna watch it. No, we do need to fight. And I feel like this particular fight that we're in right now is going to be significant. It may wind up being the last fight for full recognition of who we are and what we have brought to the face of the earth coming out the gate. So that might be what this war is going to be about.
Yeah, that part. That's the part. I mean, none of us can predict. It's just it's in the atmosphere that maybe it's the final war or the beginning. Because none of us knows how it looks, because, seed time and harvest will remain. It's not like some spooky thing that will happen, like, it's all obvious. I think it's not obvious. Those in the weapons that will be used. It's just not obvious. It's not an obvious thing. It's a spiritual war. It's a spiritual thing. It's just, it's just for some to know and some to, react to that. Not everybody's going to know, but they just have to believe.
I agree. I just think it makes it harder when only some of us actually see the weapons that are formed, and then don't take the actionable, use the actionable tools or, armor to actually get into the battle. That's the part that boggles my mind, because so many other avenues are being formed. I mean, from racial discriminations to housing to financial and economic, and then now we have, even with amongst ourselves, in our own community, like, not everybody is waking up, and maybe that is the reason why we're not seeing a lot of victories of what's happening.
Oh, but what makes me hopeful, though, is we are fighting in our way, because even this crazy app Twitter, when we start tweeting about something, I mean, it gets results. If you guys have noticed, I mean, we're able to shut some things down and bring notice and bring light to a lot of things that are happening. And I think that's very important. Even with just using our Twitter fingers, to retweet stuff. and stay on it and make these people back down off of whatever nonsense they're talking about. I mean, we're using that, and also with Elon Musk taking over, I don't know much about him, but I'm just saying they've been talking the last couple of days about these Twitter files being released, and that's a lot of information in there. And if they can release those, because, I've been following the ADOS movement, and so with Yvette and Antonio, they were suppressed, in the beginning and called bots. Basically, ADOS were called bots, Russian bots, right? Like, these are not real people tweeting about reparations, but it's just a robot. It's just the Russians. So, and also, apparently, the Democratic and Republican parties were...
Oh, you kicking me out? What are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Why do you keep doing this? Oh, so frustrating.
In my mind, when they, like, so the leader is in control of everything. I forgot the name. I think it starts with a D. Sorry, but that's just suppression. That's no, that's not democracy. And so if those Twitter files get released, there's a lot of stuff in there. There's going to be lots of lawsuits. And that's another door opening. It's some stuff in there. So hopefully he can release those, because it's a lot of stuff in there is damaging. So I'm just saying we can use all these tools. It's not about just warring, in the streets. It's about our words. It's about anything we can do.
But something that I think, it's part of the, Tony Blunt had posted about the lady in New York and the Asian lady. And he went back and found those two tweets that she had sent out. And one of them was like, do I need to just go home? Do we just need to leave and go home? And, a lot of us have said, y'all go back to your own country or go to your own country. So they always have that as their backup plan. And so I'm wondering will we wake up one day and all of a sudden all the Asians are going to get up out of here because they've been over here so long.
No.
And we heard about it on
they ain't going
in
nowhere.
One of the DJ spaces when he was playing some news clips from China where they have all this landscape and all this space and this and that. But just to see that she was even considering that, we should just leave this country. So I wonder if this overpopulation or influx of undocumented folks, if that's going to end up backfiring to the point where some of these other nationalities are just going to say, fuck it, I'm going back to the crib. It's easier there.
No. The Asian projected numbers are going to more than double. They are roughly 17 million in 2015. They're projected to be 38 million by 2060. So they're not going anywhere. They may ultimately threaten us and push us down to fourth class, to be perfectly honest, if we don't get our stuff together, to be very, very, very honest. They got us, and this is what's so sad. They got us hitting 54 million in 2060. I think the last census had us at 48, and because these numbers are not delineated, right? So while our population is going to grow 10% or so, they're doubling their population in the same time. The Hispanics, which I think are like at 60 million, they're projected to be 120 million. They're going to double their population. Where are 120 million Mexicans going to live? Like, man. And then they got this 2 or more races. So this is in my book. I talked about 2 or more races where they are siphoning off Black Americans who are going to, unfortunately, buy into this biracial category in the census, which is going to strip resources away from Black American communities. They're going to be putting down, I'm this, I'm that, I'm all these different things. And Now, that could be white and Asian and all these other different mixes, but they are more likely to put white as their designated category. They are not likely to participate in this 2 or more races the way that our population might. So there's a lot of mechanisms that are being put in place to reduce our political power, because we live in a majority rules society. Majority rules. If you take the Hispanics at 120, the Asians at nearly 40, that's 160, and we're only going to be at 54. Man, fucking realize what the fuck is going on. This shit's gonna get really, really bad. I mean, I don't give a fuck how much money you go.
Time, the reason why there is a large number of what you call Caucasian, do you see that because other races have assimilated into whiteness and become white? Because Asian people, Latino people, you see people sometimes and they're white, and you look at their background and they might have had like a Mexican grandmother, Asian grandmother. I just think they've assimilated into whiteness, which I believe is the reason why people want to immigrate here, to be white, become white, or white adjacent.
Okay, so that has been working, and it may continue to work for another decade, but there's a tipping point where they no longer need that status because they have majorities and they control states. So it's useful up until the point that it no longer becomes necessary. The white population is projected to decrease from nearly 200 million down to 180 million. So their population decline is going to continue. And that's where we're right now in the midst of the tipping point where Mexicans are not going to need to declare themselves to be white anymore once they assert their political majorities over those 5 southwestern states: California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Once they have the political majority in those states, they're not going to need to be white anymore. And these Asians are what they are. They're white adjacent. I agree with that, and they're going to serve white supremacists or white degeneracists, but the overall white population is expected to decrease. And us going from what we are today, as all of us not delineated, and just adding another 5 million or so is, to me, is a decrease, because it's not a significant increase at all compared to these other groups. And this is probably partly from births, but a lot of it is likely from them immigrating into the country illegally or legally, or however you look at it. And that Asian group is probably people from India and all of those Asian countries, because I believe they have pretty much put them all in the same group as well.
Oh, I see a hand, but I'll say something real quick. That I understand what you're saying. I was just wondering what you think that means for us, because what I think, like being in California and just seeing California and how it has changed since I was little, it's not great. The change has not been positive. If you could see the streets, like the valley where I was from basically, never really lived in LA. But just when I say you were saying where are all these people going to go, right? 120 million more. If they don't become citizens and producing citizens, it's going to be unlivable. Like, with the homelessness, with the crime, if you've just seen how it looks in Canoga Park, I mean, no, everybody can't fit. That's why it will be an emergency, or, when they a disaster, when they declare disasters, whatever. That's why they're down at the border with tanks. And, you know, it's a problem. They got a problem. America's got a problem on their hand right now with illegal immigration. They've got a problem. In San Francisco and even in Seattle, you know, visiting my family, and oh my gosh, the Black people are doing horrific in Seattle. It's horrific. Oh my gosh, you know, I can't even. But I don't think it's going to be a good thing just because there's more people. I mean, look at it now. But I'm just wondering I know you had solutions about like moving to Black states and whatnot. So I don't know what's the solution then. You know, not gonna stop people from coming unless they really do something with the border.
Yeah, so a concentration of Black political voters is a solution because it gives us state authority to control and to ship them out of the city, the state, put taxes on remittances, to make it, to do e-verify, to actually enforce e-verify, to do everything that we can that's under the Constitution to keep these people out of the states that we control. That is really our only hope at this point, because if you add what I'm just trying to do the math in my head, another 150 million people, and again, it's not from the white race. It's not from the people who designate themselves as white. Their population is declining. So the growth is from all these other groups. And so if you imagine what's going on in the West Coast, especially in New York City, especially to Black Americans, that means it's only going to get infinitely much worse than it is today. Everywhere they are, and we are in the same place at the same time, they are going to push us out, squeeze us out, force us out of all sectors of society. Like, that's literally what's going to happen. It's already happened, and it's just going to accelerate, and it's going to become to a point where it's unbearable. And, you know, Black American Homeland was talking about a Black Swan event, which essentially is some cataclysmic event that occurs over a short period of time. This is a slow, long, drawn out genocide. I know the Freedmen Party likes to use that word a lot. And it's a replacement, it's an erasure, it is gentrification on a massive scale that we only have one legitimate option. 2060, I don't know if I'll live that long because that's 40 years away roughly. I'd be in my 80s by then, and so there ain't nothing I can do then. I'll be honest. Late 80s, early 90s, whatever the case, there's nothing I'm gonna be able to do physically. So we got to do it now to prepare for that time, because integration, I mean, I'm in all these spaces. I talked about it. I wrote about it in the book. I've been saying it as much as I can. It was one of the worst things that ever happened to Black Americans in this country, quite literally. If these populations grow the way that they are saying they're going to grow, it's going to decimate Black America. Decimation is the only outcome if the Asian and Hispanic populations rise. And all you got to do is look at how they treat Black people in their countries. It's going to be horrific. DJ. Fucking horrific, bro. You there, DJ?
Yeah, I'm on the clock. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second.
Okay. Let me add this topic to the thing. So early in the Jumbotron, I posted this drone which has a flamethrower attached to it, and they are burning down a hornet's nest with this drone. And then I just posted how in San Francisco, excuse me, to Miss Daughter Zion's point that, you know, if we speak up, it actually has an effect. Well, they did approve of these killer police robots, and then because of pushback from the citizens, they have since did a U-turn, and they're essentially saying for now they're not going to implement these you know, armed robots. But this is one city, and there's a bunch of cities that are already trying to set these up and implement them. I think Oakland, I saw in another post, is another city that's trying to do it. So you know, this is like one of those border wall situations where the pressure is only going to be able to be kept at bay for excuse me, for a certain amount of time before eventually this is just something that's implemented all across the country. To be perfectly honest, again, another situation where if we don't have state authority, we will not be able to stop this long term. We will be inundated with armed robots who have artificial intelligence, and they will be policing our communities. I can imagine a city like Philadelphia where the homicide rates are really high, Chicago, homicide rates are really, really high, where they have these robots standing on corners even. And that was something that was only in the movies, but the movies are telling you what the plan is. To be quite honest, these sci-fi movies are indoctrination tools. They're mental conditioning tools that are telling you what they plan, and they're trying to get our population prepared for it so that there isn't that much pushback, so that you just kind of accept it because you've already been programmed to know that this is what's coming. That's quite literally the purpose of a lot of these movies. I believe when it comes to these drones, that's a weapon of war, in my opinion. They should be registered, they should be tracked. Same thing with these robots. They're going to implement them. If we have state authority, we could just simply say flat out no, put it in the Constitution. You cannot implement artificial intelligence machines that have the ability to kill human beings without a human operator at the controls. And that to me just seems like basic human understanding. However, these people are not, in my opinion, they're just not humans. They're not natural to this planet at all. I just don't believe they are at this point. I believe that, you know, these industrial ages, whether it's the iron, the steel. I think the writer of the book, Dalton, Hebrews and Negroes, was talking about this biblical prophecy of the different ages, the iron age and steel age, and I guess now we're in a tech age. But I believe, and I'm just trying to be as sincere as I can. That's why the Christmas Eve discussion will be pretty interesting. That these people were a creation, and I don't know if it's the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, who knows? There could have been 100 creations on this planet. They are the most recent creation on this planet, and they come from a lineage, because even the Bible talks about all these different extraterrestrial beings. But they come from a lineage of a warring faction. This is embedded in their DNA. America is a warring nation. It will cease to exist, to be quite honest. if it stops having wars. And so everything they do is exploitation of the people, of the natural resources, to create artificial things, metals, plastics, etc. Even the whole everything in tech is artificial, and it is their desire to be gods. They have a massive god complex, and they want to control every single thing, even the planet Earth. I mean, this whole Mother Earth worship, climate control, climate whatever crisis is just an outward expression of their desire to control the planet Earth. On top of the fact that we currently have a probe ship circling the moon because they plan to have people on the moon by 2030. Black, Asians, women, etc. A diverse group of people on the moon by 2030. This is the plan.
Well, they're going to be on the moon. They're going to discriminated against black people. Lord have mercy.
Well, they already had that. So who was it that did the lottery? Remember, a few years ago, they had the lottery where random people were chosen to go to the moon and develop a civilization.
Oh yeah.
Y'all remember that? DJ, you got it.
Yeah, I remember that. Don't quote me on the names of the astronauts, but that's all like Mark Kelly and all them, and stuff like that. But so to continue on with Black said, and what's going on, everybody tonight? I'm on the clock, plantation style. So basically, what y'all been talking about, like I said, to give you the best visual representation of what I could think of, is really just go watch them Captain America movies, not the Avengers. You know what I mean? Not the Avenger ones, but strictly the Captain America ones. Because that's where all that's, German Nazi, you know what I mean, Russia versus this, Cold War, that's what all that stuff is based on. So Stan Lee, he was really versed in like the history of like wars and stuff like that. And I can't think of the other common creator's name that was partnering with him, Jack something, I think it is. But, most of the comic book heroes that we know, especially dealing with like, like the Avengers, which will be like, okay, solo members, you got Captain America, you got what's the Arrow dude, Nighthawk, you feel what I'm saying? What you call Samuel L. Jackson's character name? I'm off my ground right now. But I know who I'm talking about. So, that's based off of, real world events or whatever. The Black Panther thing. We know it's based off really the Black Panthers in America, but he just put it to an African setting or whatever. But he was really talking about us, and our movement and what we did on the steps of California, how we changed the gun laws in this country, changed the food program laws in this country. So when we really think about it, what the hell do we need these people for? We're really already on our own anyway. You feel what I'm saying? So this is why I'll be trying to tell, Sister Reparationist perspective. She think it's a nothing burger, as she say, for people to just up and move and go back to the South or whatever, or at least travel back from Cali to, West, Midwest, and come back further east, where at least 50% of us, 60% of us is already at. So it's like it only makes sense because when you really do the math, like Black saying, these people are taking over. So I wasn't sure a Black State Majority, if you got a chance to see that. It was a documentary about how the Hmong, who are from Asia, or over in like Minneapolis, Minnesota area, and they're coming to California, buying up these little plots of desert land. But it's little towns here and there, in the areas of Humboldt and like certain other mountain areas up there in California, where they're buying these little plots of land for like $500, yo. It's some real cheap shit. And then what they're doing is like, they're growing weed on illegal weed because they ain't got a license. You're not paying taxes. You don't pay your workers.
they wound up raiding one of the grow houses over there. So, they wound up catching some of the what they calling them immigrant trimmers or clippers or something like that, where that you're an immigrant that just coming to trim weed. You feel what I'm saying? That's all you do now, just trim weed. So if you get busted, all they're gonna do is deport you anyway. But this one particular cultivation site growth that they raided, they busted a 75, 80-year-old man and a couple that was together. They were both monks. So this one guy, I can't think of his name, who was doing the documentary surrounding it, he was saying that the monks are coming over from Minnesota. We got their license plate. They said that in this one town, 600 people registered to vote in 1 year. And the town only has like maybe 3,000 people. So do the math right there. Where the hell did 600 people just come from in 1 year? You know what I'm saying? And migrated from one place to another, or immigrated from one place to another in 1 year. This shit don't even seem right. So once he said that a lady that works for voter registration in that particular town wound up doing the math, and it wound up getting traced back to Minneapolis, Minnesota, all that shit, where these particular addresses and names came from. So then it's really all the Hmong people. So they are Asians, or come from Asia rather, And they was also saying how they're stealing water from like regular residents that's been there for ages. You know what I'm saying? California got its water drought issues. There's only so much water you could use at a time. Everything is drying up real fast. You pay attention to around the world, shit is drying up. This shit is just really like, last days type doomsday issues going on. This is why I keep telling y'all, how much water you got in your house? You got a bug out bag? You got your paperwork straight and all this other shit? And then we're going to have to start really looking out and pulling our resources together to start getting little plots of land, wherever it be at. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Just start doing this stuff, because, all the numbers are, when we speak on the Black state of America, that, Black majority and Black America homeland, has been able to come up with. And, other folks like Black Southern Strategy, this shit is real. It's real, yo. You know what I mean? So these folks are really just trying to erase us for whatever reason. They've always been doing that. That's not new, so we don't need to have a reason why they're trying to do it. I guess it's just that they are. I agree with you 100%. I got a lot of white folks and friends that I know. A lot of these jokers, they ain't human, man. You try to talk to them. You try to explain to them, hey, look, this is the reason why we having like prejudices and racism and all this other stuff and all this ism and that ism. And it's like, so what else is new? Like it's like you can't even get an emotional budge out of these people. So I don't even deal with none of my white homies anymore like that. Just completely cut off. A lot of my Spanish friends, same thing. Asian friends for sure. I know I got a lot of Filipino folks that I know that are good folks. They're good people. You know what I'm saying? But I don't have to worry about what it is I go through as a Black person, especially a Black, Negro freeman living in the most prejudiced state on the planet, New Jersey, yo. You know what I'm saying? People don't know, man. This the Jim Crow of the North, man. Coming to the brick city, North New Jersey, a lot of them old brick buildings that's still up to this day, just being refabricated into townhouses or being knocked down and building, little mini strip malls and other little type construction projects like, the Prudential Center, NJ Pack. They just built another Prudential Center next to the old Prudential Center. So if you know what the Prudential is, you know who those guys is. They're getting money. You know what I'm saying? And they've been getting money in Newark for as long as I can remember. But we ain't getting no money out here, yo. So when it can't be a nothing burger or all for nothing for us to up and leave and just get the hell up out of here, because Governor Murphy made New Jersey a sanctuary state. Ross Cohn Baraka, the mayor of Newark, he allowed these people to get documentation as far as you could go to City Hall and get an ID. Look at this shit, bro. I had to get it. The immigrants that come from African countries too, they write in, books and do documentation to help other, immigrants get their visas and get in school. You use our African American, quote unquote, got my fingers up, affirmative action type stuff to get into these college or HBCUs and all this other stuff. Fuck Jackson State, y'all ain't shit. You know what I mean? I heard that too. I definitely follow sports. Shout out to Dion. Go win the championships for the WPRs. Fuck it, because Jackson State don't deserve you, and you didn't deserve what the fuck they did about them ticket money. And that's just some common sense shit. And like, why y'all trying to fool all people like Dion? Like, this prime time. He wrote a song, man. Must be the money. Like, come on. You think he don't know how to? 1 + 1 is 2 or 3 in his mind. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. So whatever, Jackson State, you ain't gonna win another swag title for the next 100 years, man. If even that, you know what I mean? No lie on that one. But again, y'all, we gonna have to start doing something real fast and real soon because we slow walking, man, and we don't even see it at all, man. This is like really, really bad out here, yo. I don't think we see it. We don't see it and we don't get it. And I think, the vast majority of us just really, 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 really don't care, yo. So again, I'll land my plane. I'm only looking for my 144, yo.
Whew.
And go watch some Captain America movies.
Man, let me run down this list of and this is just from the internet, so you do your research, but they talk about the economic impact that Neon Dion had down in Jackson, Mississippi. So it was 30 million to the city of Jackson, Mississippi. 9 million for 2022 JSU homecoming, 4 million for the Boombox Classic. He had the #1 recruiting class in HBCU history. Signed the first 5-star recruit to an HBCU in HBCU history. Most number of quality prospects to commit to HBCU in history in 2021. Put HBCUs on the map nationally. There was an ESPN TV deal with the SWAC. $120 million over 10 years. He had 125 games aired throughout the 2022 season. Now, these would be HBCU games because of him being in Jackson State University. College game day came to JSU, only second time in history going to an HBCU campus. So, it was one of those things where they had the golden goose. They literally had the golden goose and they disrespected it to the point that he said, I can't in good conscience work here. I can't stay here because of the business functionality was so disorganized that he couldn't suffer through it. And he's an older man. He has some physical health issues, whatever the case may be. And I can't blame someone who says, look, I only got so much time on this planet. I've got a mission, a goal, and a purpose. And I want to elevate the people around me. And to his credit, he elevated the program while he was there. He's taken coaches with him. He said, hey, from my understanding, some players can enter the portal if they want to move with him. It may have been worse had he stayed. And that's something that it's going to take a lot of people some time to really understand and appreciate, because here's the thing. If he's the golden goose, he's bringing all this money and attention to these programs, but people are looting the programs. They're looting the money out of the programs. And he's morally responsible for that. That's a lot of weight for him to take upon himself based on his own experience of understanding what's happening to himself. And he just didn't want to be used in that way is the way I look at it. So, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. It is.
I wanted to say something. I didn't read much about what they were saying about what happened at Jackson State. I think something else happened, and I didn't look it up yesterday, but I have to look it up to speak on it. But what you were saying earlier about those robots in San Francisco, and that was like a example of the pushback, because I remember when it was announced, like, you know, that day, within a couple of days, and, you know, Twitter went wild, Black Twitter, you know, pushing back. I pushed back with my tweets too about that is only going to, of course, affect, we know who it's going to affect, Black people, because also it came to light the whole Michael Johnson thing, right? When that man, you know, he got killed. I know what happened when he shot the cops and he got killed, but do you remember it being like, I don't remember them speaking much on what happened, and I didn't know they sent in the robots that actually killed him. And so because before I found out, I was like, okay, the first person that the robot's gonna kill is gonna be a Black person. We already know, but it had already happened. And so when they did, you know, make that statement about San Francisco doing that, I know the pushback was great, because this is the beauty of Twitter and social media now. We can push back immediately. And none of these entities and organizations want to look bad. That's the thing. Before social media, you know, we found out stuff way after it's done, right? But none of these orgs, you know, nobody ever wants to look bad in the eye of the public. And so when it makes you look bad, yeah, they might push back, but, you know, they'll still try it. But I didn't know that that's what they used to get that man inside of the house. And no, we can't have robots sending in robots, and they're going to kill whole houses and whole neighborhoods. That's what they'll end up doing. So it's crazy. But that's just, I feel like an example of pushing back against something. I mean, we have to do it, even if we think it's just a little thing. We have to say something when we see something.
Yeah, did you reference Micah Johnson? Is this the Dallas guy?
Yeah, they were saying that's what they did to kill him. I remember it was very silent how he got killed. I was like, well, how'd they kill him? Did they go in? Was it, you know, it was very vague about what happened to him, but apparently they sent in a robot with explosives on it.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that live, watching the live coverage of it. They had him cornered in a parking garage, and I mean, that was, oh my God, that was so crazy, because there was so much cell phone video of the incident occurring. I mean, there was live shootouts. I mean, all of it, and yeah, they did ultimately send in a robot with explosives, like you said. I think he might have been injured at that point already from gunfire, but they definitely finished him off with the robot. I put this little robot dog up in here. The guy who's filming it, it's 30 seconds, but he's got a very deep Southern accent. It's a Black man. And so this is somewhere, I couldn't zoom in enough to see what city this is, but they already have one of these robot dogs. They look like they were going into a house. So you know, you may start seeing these things depending on where you live, and how much money these police departments have to buy these things, but we might start seeing these things on a regular basis. I remember there was a video of a New York City robot dog that was being spread around about 6 months or so ago. So here we are in this age of, you know, them using these dogs, and I remember the video where the dog had a rifle on top of it and was doing like target practice. That was out a few months back as well. So yeah, it's probably going to be one of those situations where they try to use it for dangerous hostage, quote unquote, SWAT type situations. But if we don't push back and we don't make a huge issue out of it, they'll just be everywhere, you know. And you know, it's like, again, with the movies, and I think there was a TV show called Black Mirror or something like that, where they had this whole thing about these. I've been out of the loop on TV shows. I do still go to the movies, but that's about it. But I keep hearing this show reference the Black Mirror show with these killer robot dogs or whatever. So if you ever get a chance to check that out, definitely check that out.
Definitely. I'm just saying, if you have the opportunity to push back at something you see that's, when I say they, that they're trying to do, I can't imagine that my gosh, robots sending into a building or a house trying to get one person. They already make so many mistakes anyhow. But yeah, we have to push back. And I just wanted to put something out there, like if you guys have thought about anything about the Supreme Court, they're hearing the affirmative action case thing, right? And I didn't really watch it too much, but I was looking at highlights. And Ketanji Brown was bringing up who it was meant for, right? What affirmative action, the original purpose of it, and who it was for, descendants of slavery. And, Freedmen FBA, whatever you're calling yourself. And even Brett Kavanaugh brought it up, saying, are we talking about ADOS, talking about descendants of slavery, And I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. Because when they decide these decisions, it's always it's a lot of reading, and sometimes I just don't understand these cases and how they decide. But I don't know what they're going to do. But if they, of course, get rid of it, they're just going to get rid of it, right? But if they amend it, I'm just saying, I don't know what's going to happen. That'll be a surprise, but because it was meant for a certain group of people to help. Even if they amend it and say they put a time limit on it. I know they were talking about time limits, but I don't know what they're going to do. Some people say they're just going to get rid of it, but there'll be a lot of mad people if they just amend it and make it for the original class. I don't know, but I don't know if you guys had any thoughts on that, but or whatever. I just thought about that.
Okay, Twitter kicked Miss Rella out, so I'm gonna try to get her back up. The only Mel Cruz, you got it.
Yeah, no, I was keeping an eye on that too. Thanks, Black. Yeah, I was keeping an eye on that too, on the Supreme Court situation. And ultimately, I think, I wonder how many of us really were focused in on that because we didn't feel any impact by it. I don't know any of us that's, ever said, oh yeah, I'm successful because affirmative action got me into school or got me into, and we know that based on statistics, white women have been the biggest beneficiaries of it. I'm going to have to see what Ketanji says, because right now I just think it's performative. I don't see how you have a white husband and you're on the Supreme Court, and I don't see it. I can't believe that you're at home talking like this. So I don't put any stock in it. I feel like this is something I feel like whatever decision they make, we need to make sure that if they adjust the college admissions to where more Asians can get in and blah, 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 then we need to put some restrictions on non-Black Americans being able to attend HBCUs. So whatever that looks like, as far as additional laws and provisions and whatnot, because we have to balance it back out. Because at this point, the way most of these PWIs operate is they can admit people based on their race, but it's in a limited way. So if they do away with affirmative action, it's going to cut Black people out even more, but then open the door further for other non-Black Americans to be admitted into these PWIs. So we come out on the losing end either way. So we have to forge our own way when it comes to the post-secondary education.
Let me present this to the room, because, man, I see it like this, because I think I'm in just a different mental state. But if we continue to fight to remain within this system without having actual control over the system itself? Or aren't we just really prolonging the inevitable? Um, yeah, because for me at this point, the way I see it is we can continue to fight to be in the system, to be accepted in the system, which is kind of what the last 60 years has pretty much been about. And I'm sure a few decades leading up to civil rights was really about fighting to get into the system and navigate our way into the system. And we've been in the system long enough to realize it's not really working for us. The thing about HBCUs that is somewhat disappointing after 50 plus years is that it hasn't developed Black industry. It hasn't developed powerful Black politicians who fight for Black Americans. We know that the white institutions are training Black people to solve white problems, and I hear that a lot from different, very intelligent people. What are the Black colleges training Black people to do other than solve problems for white society? To me, it seems that the Black conscious community has grown out of people who either went through those systems, found the flaws within them, rejected it, and then had to seek, something that represented them better, or they just had no affiliation with those systems at all, and they came to Black consciousness because they were looking for something to help them uplift Black Americans specifically. I don't have any energy to fight to get inside of these systems. Personally, this is me just speaking for me. I just don't have the energy for it. I'll support people who do want to do that. I just see it as prolonging the inevitable. Dr. Claude Anderson talked about the race. We're at a race, and I think this speech is a few years old, if not a decade old. And he said we're losing the race, and he's true. He it's just all facts. If you look at these demographic projections that tell us while the white population decreases 10%, there's still 180 million of them. The Mexican population doubles to 120, and the Asian population doubles to nearly 40 million. And we are only going to grow by 10%. And how many of that 10% are Africans?
Right. You know what, Black? So I'm so glad you shared that perspective, because it wasn't until Be More Codified had shared the same, a very similar perspective, that it made me think. It made me have to kind of look and reevaluate these HBCUs. And one of the things I was thinking about was, okay, so, and I can't remember if it's, I don't know if it's in My Face is Black is True, or if it's in From Here to Equality, but the very clear description of when the slaves were freed and they had no freaking where to go.
Mm.
And then
that's it's probably in Sandy Darity's it's From Here to Equality, but it is in Mary Frances Berry's My Face is Black is True. And when emancipation happened, as well as, remember, there were already free Black or African Americans, and I quote, that were there. They had homes, they had land. The emancipated enslaved people who were freed they also had homes that were on the plantation, but they were on the plantation. Mm-hmm. They were pretty much moved into refugee status, which is why we have the arguments of people saying, "Oh, well, refugees were also classified as white people." No, the status of refugee meant a person fleeing some sort of war, crime torn area, and moving to the United States, and they have no they own no land. They, pretty much had no status, citizenship status. However, I think at the time we didn't get ours until the 13th, 15th Amendment. And I have to go back and get all the information, and I can kind of put it all together. But go ahead and land what you were saying, Mel, because I definitely am going to jump in right after.
Okay, because my point is this. My point is that what did our ancestors go through when it came to the HBCUs? Because one thing we can probably bet money on is our ancestors didn't say, "Oh, hey, I'd like an education." And then all the white folks just pulled up real quick and said, "Oh, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? What do you need?" So I'm sure that was a fight. And to what extent and what depth was that fight? And so to understand that we know it didn't come easy. And it's gone on this long. We've had HBCUs since the 1800s. If these HBCUs, because of federal neglect, ultimately, there is some responsibility for the alumni. There is some responsibility for the people that answer the phones out. There's responsibility and blame to lay on everyone else. But we've had some significant achievements come out of certain HBCUs, and we didn't get it easy. I don't think we should throw it away just as easy. I think we need to fight for it and make it what it was intended to be. And if that means holding the government accountable and because somewhere there's a redneck in the back controlling the puppet strings, if we got to get behind the curtain and put their behind in check, then we need to look at that too. But I don't think that we should just do away with it altogether, because somewhere some ancestors of ours fought like a motherfucker to make that a reality. And I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, I get it. A lot of people don't, feel. I understand where Black is coming from, but I will say, there were two Americas, as Martin Luther King put it, and I always reference that because in the Americas that we have been ushered and growing up in, legislation is not passed on our behalf. It's actually always passed on the behalf of the cumulative immigrants, on top of the disenfranchisement of us. And even though we see Black faces in high places, those Black faces in high places don't normally represent the American freedmen. They typically represent the interest of either Black immigrants or minority, quote unquote, interests. And I will say that fighting in a system, but having representation for recognizing that legislation in a high statistical number has not actually been upheld in America is not, to me, the same as fighting in a system. It really is just saying that we have a few people here and there that make up a couple of spaces in either local, federal, state government, even in the school system, and somehow that's fighting for the system. I think that the clash between the Black conscious and the bourgeoisie community, who has sometimes a conscious within itself, the clash is that somehow you have to be one or the other. And at the same time, that was one of the fights I think that Booker T. Washington, as well as George Washington Carver, and many others who had an issue with Booker T. Washington, because he felt like things had to be done a certain way when he himself came from a mixed race background. So his interest was always going to be, his loyalty was always going to be to his I think his mixed race background, even though it was more beneficial for him to build an HBCU and to be under the banner of Black society, because of the fact that it would have it pretty much championed freedom for the community which he lived in. I think if Booker T. Washington had the choice to actually live in white society or Ashkenazi Jewish white society, he probably would have taken it. That's just my opinion based off of things that I read. But I think that we have the same issue today in regards to the Black conscious and the bourgeoisie community, because people feel that they need to separate from society because the systems that are in place are not working. Whereas people who are of the other American society, they don't talk like that. They don't have those type of perspectives, because they do not actually have to face society in which we had to grow up in. So I get wanting to separate and not having to fight, but because I'm an American and historically I understand my my lineage and what my people have gone through. When I say my people, not just Black Americans, but my family has gone through. I cannot pull out of the system the way it is. Our mission is actually to dismantle the system. Now, the way that they went into, or I should say our ancestors went into the system thinking that you get in here and there and open one door and the first Black to do this, the first this, and that's not it. That's not it. That was the mistake. That was the mistake. And we continuously make those mistakes because we never actually dismantle the doors after that one person gets in. And then that one person gets in, and next thing you know, they being fired, and then there's no one else there to help usher anybody else in. So that was the mistake. The other thing is, I think what we know now, today, versus what has been being done the last 5, 10, 20 years is different. The galvanization, understanding the migration patterns, understanding why representation matters in a sense of looking at historical data and people actually, calling on plans to be put in place to repair and actually fight for even reparations. To me, even though it was done before, I feel like today's time is being done a lot differently, only because you have more and more young people. The nature of people getting to understand what was done and the fight to vocalize now, utilizing social media. Our ancestors didn't have that. They didn't. A lot of the tools we have today, our ancestors did not have. And I think if we decide to give up now and decide that we're going to pull out of our own American society, then we are doomed. Because if this is not the system that you're going to try to dismantle, then how are you going to develop a new system? And what does that look like? Because we don't even have anybody to do that.
Well, see, I do like what Black has outlined over the course of the time I've been following y'all on Twitter, you know, and don't get me trying to use the terminology correctly, but, you know, just like the game plan, you know, what is it? I can't speak the language, but the Black majority states.
But the Black majority state is a Black majority state migration based off of local, state, and federal, pretty much saturation. It's not saying Black majority state, and then we're gonna create new, we're gonna create a new America as if like we're, I think we had that before. Somebody asked us that before. Are we going to pull out of the Americas or something like pull out of? If we're going to create our own military, pull out of. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. Succession. Yeah.
Yeah, and see, and I know that that's not the game plan. So, in some form or fact, I mean, it's not. We might dismantle a majority of the way things are done. So I think the term might even be able to be used interchangeably, because we do need to dismantle a lot of shit, a lot of stuff, and then what's efficient is the Black majority state concept, that movement, so that we can immediately have power and control. But we know realistically it won't be every Black American moving into that particular geographical area, because we couldn't all fit, I would presume. I'm not good at
I mean, but that's assuming that the white people or the other nationalities that live in that area are going to flee, right?
Right.
And I think that again, this is why I feel like, I'm sensing that the implication is not to be performative in the way the system is designed. It's really to say, well, we're going to flip the system on its head and dominate the system. That to me fares better than stating, okay, well, I don't want to be a part of the system anymore. I'm like, well, how, Sway, do you do that? Because unless you are going to denounce being an American, how do you do that?
And I'm down with the flipping of the system, because that's exactly what I'm advocating for as well. And specifically, because here's the thing, we all, as Black Americans, like I've said a lot, our battles are lateral. We're getting hit from every side. We have to deal with so many things coming in multiple directions. And as far as education is concerned, and then when you add into this piece where we know our ancestors, some of these HBCUs were not only were they teaching college level, if you will, but they were also teaching middle school and high school and grade school because of the race barrier. There weren't, Black kids couldn't go to the other schools that were.
Yeah, because of segregation. Absolutely. It was segregation. So HBCUs were designed for us they were designed to educate the emancipated people and free people who believed in reading, and they wanted a more advanced level education. And of course, they couldn't get into PWIs.
Right. So when you look at how they, even came about, we know that wasn't, just like Lincoln, when back in our day, when they said, oh, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, the way they presented that, they made it sound like Abraham Lincoln was that son of a gun. You heard what I said? But he did that for political reasons. It wasn't because he woke up one morning and had a heart. He did that to save his own ass, is my understanding. But it was all political. It wasn't for moral purposes. And we know our ancestors felt the immorality of that decision. Because if there was some level of morality to it, and like, was it Darity and your girl, Kristen, whatever her last name, forgive me, they wouldn't have clearly described how
someone his wife, Kristen Miller.
Yeah. They would not have clearly described how when the slaves were freed, how they just, all they could do was walk down the damn whatever, I ain't even gonna say street. You just turned them out hoping for their failure. And so and when you look at the year that slaves were free and how many years it took for even these HBCUs to even become erected, that wasn't an easy time in between, that decade or more.
Right, and let me paint this picture and give some context to what you're saying, because this is what's listed. Historically Black colleges and universities, commonly called HBCUs, are defined by the Higher Education Act of 1965 as any historically Black college or university that was established prior to 1964, whose principal mission was and is the education of Black Americans, and that is accredited by a nationally recognized accrediting agency or association determined by the Secretary of Education. Mm. And the history of it says that the first colleges of African Americans were established largely through the efforts of Black churches, which the support of American Missionary Association and the Freedmen's Bureau. The Second Morrill Act of 1890 requires states, especially former Confederate states, to provide land grants for institutions for Black students if admission was not allowed elsewhere. As a result, many historically Black colleges and university HBCUs were founded. The second is between 1868 and 1900s, more than 90 institutions of higher learning were established. Shaw University, founded in Raleigh, North Carolina in 1865, was the first Black college organized after the Civil War. Other schools include Talladega College, Howard University, Morehouse College, and Hampton University. So I'm going to post this in the bottom, and I'm going to say this. I'm going to really say this because as an American freedman, these are the things that I feel like we do best when we are forced to be in proximity with each other, and that we have to do the Black majority state because it's going back to our pretty much maternal roots of the reason why our ancestors were fighting so hard for us to develop a society amongst ourselves. And I think that once segregation ended, that is what truly, truly dismantled and destroyed our population numbers. And we don't even know how great they were because after, the slave counts ended, remember, they didn't start the census counts until 1840. 1840 outside of the ones that were done for slave counts. So anything before 1840, they were actually counting people under slave rules. So I really think that when we start to talk about and understand history, even if whether it's the Supreme Court issue, the Black majority state issue, we really have to put the emphasis behind American freedmen because legally we have grounds to stand on. If you say you want to dismantle a system, why and how we can go about doing that now. Our ancestors stopped doing that between the 60s and the 80s or to present day. The people in practice today in office, they did not do that. And half of the ones that are probably have melanated faces are not from America. They might be first, second, third generation or something like that without this understanding because maybe they can't relate. So there's a lot of factors in my mind that tell me I can't give up on what it looks like. I need to recreate the mission, but I can't do that without information. I can't do that without talking to people who were here or reading information and trying to put stuff together.
Well, let me ask you this for clarification, Rilla. So do you think that we should just do away with HBCUs?
No, most certainly not.
Right. Okay.
Oh no, heavens no. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
But should we demand, like everything else, the accountability with the administrations? Say that again, DJ.
Jackson State is the exception, Mel. We've got to do away with them.
Say it again, DJ. Say what?
My bad, I'm over here outside. I said we got to do away with Jackson State. They're the exception. Got to do away with the bullshit. How you did our brother Leon, you know what I mean? So Jackson State can't survive. Sorry, you know.
So that's not I wouldn't say that's Jackson State itself. That's the administration. The administration, the people who are in control. It's the same thing that's what's happening in government, local and state and federal. The people who are running the show, we are not demanding their replacement. We're not demanding they be removed, investigations to happen. Some people be like, oh, well, you shouldn't call X, Y, and Z. No, we need a bureau. We need to reenact the Freedmen's Bureau, and we need to have our own investigative committees, and we need to get things in order. And some people aren't going to like it. Some of y'all cousins is probably going to get locked up if they doing wrong. Some of y'all family members is probably gonna be, having some silver bracelets on because they doing harm to our community, and our community are our children, are our adults, our children. And you could be you might not like it, but if we want to talk about doing a sweep to get better, we can't just say we're going to go after white supremacy and we got degeneracy of our own people that it keeps us in a cycle of destruction.
Oppression. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not holding ourselves accountable. And that's important. Very important. But, that's the other thing, too, like I said, about I like the Black majority state concept, and I would support it 100%. And then even in making that plan and solidifying that plan, I feel it's also justifiable to make sure that we are ensuring that those who won't, for whatever reason, that won't be migrating, that they have the same level of protections, benefit, access, as those who move to that, who do the migration piece on the Black majority state. So, and with the HBCUs, this is my thing. Just like Martin said, we coming to get our check. We're not coming to get our check because it was owed yesterday when Martin said it. That check been owed. And so there's some interest that needs to go on it. And now we look at these HBCUs and, okay, let's just be generous and say that, us as Black Americans, we dropped the ball, we slept on it, we dropped the bag, or however we say it. Let's just take some of that responsibility there. But there was also responsibility on the federal government when they decided, well, we're just not going to put money over here and we'll send it over here to these primary white institutions. They had the responsibility to act within fairness and within the spirit of the reason for the HBCU to begin with. So under those,
so that's why I said earlier, Kamala Harris. I really think people don't really understand why she should be blasted. Her and all the government officials who attended HBCUs, who are in any form of capacity as an official serving right now to this day, who have not rung the alarm about what's happening in HBCUs, should be held accountable. We should have been calling for an impeachment, putting the pressure on her, putting the pressure on this administration.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm ramping up some research. Baby Sister's been helping me on these HBCUs because they should not be able to get away with how things have gone on and how they are currently going down. And when you look at, and I was sharing this with Baby Sister earlier today, where you look at the one case, I can't remember what state it's in, where the white girl was drunk and then she's telling the black girl, and it's on video, telling the black girl, you're just a nigger bitch and do my chores, and the police were called and she's biting and kicking and fighting with the police, and she told the popo, I'm affluent. I'm used to having good shit. This ain't, they ended up expelling her, but it's just a mere fact that this black person had to endure that, and had to endure it with a straight frame of mind, which quit putting shit on me. I'm tired of having to carry your weight and mine, and then you had the girl over here in Kansas City who, if we could have killed 4 more, we could have took the week off type thing. That's not acceptable. And so we can't just, it's got to stay addressed.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, just real quick. So with that being said, where are the so-called HBCU alumni, people that graduated, went on to do business and become multi-millionaires, yo? Where are these folks at giving back to the alma maters, yo?
Giving each other awards. They giving each other awards on white stages, and
apologizing.
No, they don't even. Oh yeah, there you go. Apologizing for that was Van Jones apologizing on behalf of the black community. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, who and what era did these people grow up in? Because that don't even seem like the 60s and 70s that I remember or read about or heard about or watched on TV. Because I'm trying to understand. I've never seen anything like that. And I think somebody tried to say then that the speech that Van Jones gave was an old speech. But that was recent because he referenced Kanye.
Well, it's probably a speech he's given before. And the other question is he one of the 40 people that lady at the dinner was talking about? Was she referencing Van Jones? Was she referencing Stephen A. Smith and Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal and the other guy? Is that the 40 that they think, oh, yeah, we got 40 black men, high-profile men that's going to put black America in check?
Is that talented 10th?
Well, whatever that lady, whatever she had planned, if that's them, that plan is sure to fail because ain't nobody gonna go for that. They hurried up and ripped up Van Jones. So, I just feel like I said, they bringing it to us, so we just got to bring it back. Period. They clearly want all the smoke. So, somebody hand me my lighter.
I got you, girl.
You're smoking for you. Not pass the blunt, rather pass the blunt. Stop.
No, she said hand her lighter. She about to set some ablaze.
Well, after
this weed, I got you. I got it rolled up already. Hey, yeah, can somebody go up on social for me and go get that documentary I posted about the legal grow in California and post it over for me? Definitely need to see that, yo. Cause what we're talking about tonight.
What community is it in?
Called Legal Cash.
Okay.
Hey, let me mention that the new community is Hair Care is Health Care that Miss Rella inspired. Are you in that? Did you join that? Because I tried to make you a founder in that community.
I did, and I was trying to actually have a meeting tomorrow. I was trying to set it on the calendar, but it only let me choose like the basic Zoom. So I guess I would have to pay for Zoom because I don't want to have a 30-minute meeting. So I was like, okay, well, how do I have? Then I was trying to see if maybe I can do a webinar and do it that way. But I wanted to do it on social.
just make another after the 40 minutes is up on Zoom, just make another room and send everybody that was in that room the same invite. Make sure you have everybody's email address on tap inside of your Zoom account, so that, or in your basic email, so that way you can just constantly keep creating Zooms back to back to back.
I might end up having just buy Zoom because under my business account. I have to figure it out because I really want it to be. I'm a stickler, so I'll think about that one, DJ.
Yeah, you know what? So the one time I did the Zoom through social, set it all up, it did that. You lasted about an hour. It did drop the Zoom, but then when I put it back up, it actually stayed on for hours the second time around. So I don't know if it does that in the future, but as a host, I actually changed the thing from host to founder, and from member to partner, and from admin to organizer. So I changed the titles. But as a founder, I need someone who is a founder on social to try to do a live from one of the communities, because that's something that every founder is supposed to be able to do. It gives you 2 hours. I don't know if that's enough time.
I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if 2 hours is enough time, but if you, and then there's not a whole lot of interaction with it until January, which is when we're supposed to have live video conferencing with up to 6 speakers and a bunch of people in the chat. So that'll definitely be significant change. But if you could do the live just to see how it works, and then because I haven't done one. I think I did one of them so far, but after the 2 hours is not enough. Right now the YouTube is at 4.5 hours, so it's like, damn, it'd be nice to have more length. And the way they got that set up, the social gets 20 hours a month. I could buy more time, but it doesn't extend the length of the individual lives. They're limited to 2 hours for whatever weird reason. So I'm hoping that this live streaming thing is just unlimited, because these time limits really suck.
So I have to play with it then, because I'm wondering if I can set it up using, if I do the live streaming, if I can set it up using oh God, what is that live service? Oh gosh. Oh my God, it's escaping my mind right now. But DJ, I know he said he'll be. Say it again.
They can hop in.
No, it's the popular one with the deck.
Oh, StreamYard.
StreamYard. Yep, there you go. But the other thing was, DJ wanted. What did he say? Which one? What was the article, DJ? Shoot, he didn't went away.
I know it was California. Something in California, in the Puff legal cash space.
Puff okay, legal. I'm looking.
I just hair care too.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm looking in the. Okay, I'm under. Hold on. We need to do a tutorial how to navigate social.
Man, they changed so much.
I'm under topics, but it's going to be under communities, right?
Yep, communities. Yep.
Okay, let me see more. And I'm under. He said the Puff. Why don't I see it yet?
It's right under News Toter on my screen.
Okay, let me see. I'm going. Here we go. Yes. Oh, I had to join it. I hadn't joined it. It's gonna let me. Okay, there we go. Okay, he wanted me to post. Which one did he wanted me to post?
He said it was California. Something about a California. I guess one of the more recent ones.
Okay. Cookies. Charges dropped for suspect found over 100 pounds of marijuana. I don't think it was that one. Smoke shop bust in New York. You said more the recent one. Company behind death by gummy bears. Not that one, right? Can't be that one.
Mm-mm.
You're gonna have to come back and tell me. I'll wait. I'll just keep it open. Okay. But where was we at? Oh, but I can't wait to do the to host the networking event, and we still have to do the one for the appraisers. So Mel is definitely going to be behind the scenes, hopefully. Mel and Trouble.
Yeah, I think it'll be. I was over there on I was on social trying to see if I could find the article that he was talking about too. He did say something about California or something.
I didn't hear. I actually didn't hear it. I just heard him say, "Can you go over to the Puff give space?" And I didn't hear anything else after that.
Yeah. It was definitely California. Something about growing over there, or something to do with California. Let me see. I'm looking at it now. Man, I don't see that either. Because some of these are old. All I see is the gummy bear thing that you said. Let me look in the other area on the feed or something and see if he's got it there.
Yeah, because I was looking at the topics. That's where I went at first, to the topics.
I see Diddy.
Diddy had a baby girl. Is that true?
That's what they said. Yeah, that's what they said. That, and the girl been on the low, so we don't know how Carisha feeling.
Oh, it's not with Carisha. Oh, yes, that's right. I think she just his beard. At this point, I just really think she just his beard.
Yeah, his sometime beard, because clearly he's putting it somewhere else too. Yeah.
Lord. Well, I mean, she probably not gonna complain because he take care of her. That's one thing I will say. Most of his women don't really complain because he be taking care of them.
Sounds like he's a polygynist. Just saying.
Hey, you guys.
Hey, Judge.
Is DJ in here?
Yes, he just put us on hold for a second.
Oh, I was listening to y'all talk about Diddy.
Hey, Judge. Hey, Judge.
I was like, what's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? I was like, well, I want to gossip. Okay, so that girl, because I know who that Carisha girl was, but she's on Twitter just like tweeting all kind of like random tweets. And then I saw, y'all, she has a podcast or whatever, it's kind of show, and she interviewed him, and I think she's in love with him. That's sad, huh?
It kind of is, because I would hate to fall in love with someone and he doesn't have the capacity to do to do what he needs to do with me, but then goes with someone else.
Well, you have to see. You know what? It's some kind of show she has on Revolt, and he was her first interview, and he kept it 100 that they're just friends. She asked him questions about their relationship.
Yeah, on her podcast.
Did you see that?
Channel, Carisha, please.
Please, you saw when she was like, "You single, but we go together."
I just, if I have to loudly claim you in public because you don't know how to act.
No, but it's not that kind of party with him. You know what? I like him.
But she knew that though.
But
she must have got it twisted. I'm telling you,
because she loved him. He's Scorpio, first of all. Okay, I don't know if y'all know about Scorpio.
Yeah, they don't belong to one woman. They belong to multiple women.
All of them?
Yes, honey.
Well, I think I'm a water sign too, and I think that they're wounded. But on the show, you saw it, right? I like him because he keep it 100. Because none of them complain. None of them talk shit about him. So you know he good to them. And I think
except for Kim, I think Kim was going to tell it all.
She was?
I think so in her book.
Because he was going to marry. I think that's the only one he wanted to marry was her.
Who?
I think that's the only one he loved enough to marry.
Who?
Puffy, or Diddy, or whoever.
No, which one? Kim or
Kim, the one who died, right? That's the one who died, right?
Yeah, no, because he was all over. He was talking about
oh, tell me about it.
J-Lo, and what was the other one that he was crying over?
He was in college? When he was in college? Because he said
no, the one that literally got
the pretty one. The slim, cute little girl.
The one that got married. She got married. Cassidy. Yeah.
That's her name. You know what, you guys? I'm very liberal in men because I was married for so long. I think he's a good guy. I just think he can't. He's just not a commitment kind of person. I'm afraid my son is the same way. But I just think he's just not a commitment kind of guy. And I don't think he lies to them. I don't think he leads them on. If he says that and he's still good to you and you're still having a good time, can you really gripe? If he's being honest, can you really get mad? Y'all think so, huh? Wait a minute. Nobody's responding. Hey, is this thing working? Anybody there? Testing 1, 2.
Yes. Yeah. I was trying to post something. So what was the question?
No, I was saying I really like Diddy. I think that he said it on the podcast too, but you know that he's like that. He's just not a relationship guy.
I don't know. I have a thing about men with all them hips.
Oh, you think he might be gay? I heard you say that.
Listen, I plead the fifth on whatever you just said.
Well, let me say this. I hate to say that when the guys are in the room. This is like girl kitchen table talk.
Oh my gosh.
So let me say real quick. DJ and Black will be okay. But what happens is like, and girls be thinking like the relationship didn't work or the guy, whatever. Some men are relationship men and some are not. He's just not a relationship guy. I just don't think that he.
I get that, but all I'm saying is, why be with people who want a relationship and they want a long-term relationship with one person? I think Carisha thought that like many feel like they can actually, I can change you. You're gonna want only me. My pussy is the only one that you're gonna ever want.
And and I said that.
And that's not the case if he's the type of guy that wants multiple women. Like, you're gonna either have to.
And you know how the dynamics are when one in the relationship wants the other one more than the other one wants.
Exactly. So either you're gonna have to want another woman, you're gonna have to be okay with wanting another woman with him if you want the time you want with him. And I don't know if I want to I don't know if I want to play them bargaining chips because.
And what's happening is you're saying how you really feel, right? But this is the thing. He is saying who he is, and it kills me what you just said about women. I have a girl with 850 girls in there, and I try to coach them, and they don't hear me though, especially Generation Y. He show you who he is. You know who he is. We have seen Diddy like 51. We've been seeing him act the fool.
How many names is he on by now? Is he still Mr. Love or what's the?
What's that girl's name? What's her name's daughter? He messed with his son's girlfriend. What's her name?
Yeah, I'm talking about
Lori. I call her a doorknob. Everybody gets a turn. He messed with his son's girlfriend.
But you know what? People say that about her, but she make dudes sign NDAs. So whatever it is she doing for them, whatever it is she doing.
She said that to people.
I said them. I said whatever she doing for them.
Okay, so
with the son.
She was with the son first.
But was she really? Was she appeared for him?
She was. Girl, I'm in LA. This Hollywood, they like that, y'all. Y'all don't understand. It's about this clout and shit like that. I think you're right. I think she said on the show she liked him. Y'all never fell in love with somebody you really like. She really care about him. But he I ain't with it. But if you really care about him, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna?
Diddy probably had her sign a contract just like he had Cassie sign a contract. You take, you do it. We in a relationship. If it goes south, whatever. He plan on paying for her, whatever. But at the end of the day, again, I'm gonna say, like I said, if you are with someone and they openly tell you in the beginning that they're into a certain lifestyle. Girl. Don't think that you got the golden tickets between your legs to make him not want nothing else but you, because he gonna want you, and he gonna want the other girl that's got the golden ticket, and maybe the boy that's got the golden ticket.
Okay, so you know that, right, brother? You know that. That's common sense, right?
Yes.
And girl, I don't be understanding. That's common sense. And
I just feel like people want. That's why I said I'm gonna start a business. I think I should start a business and say I'm gonna start a business and have people log on and so I can tell them I love them.
To room.
Pay me to tell me.
When you come in
me
for
and
your
I tell you I love you because that's all you want.
Is when you come in for your induction, talk about can I take a shower and eat?
Never kept no man.
My ick is when you ask me how much the baby weighs.
Don't even get that.
And it's still in your hands. Dad comes outside and asks for a paternity test.
But Judge,
right outside
I don't think that's all men
you don't want any pain medicine,
I just think that is.
But you are at an 8 out of 10 pain just to serve a bill.
There is that one guy that will
already told you
give you all that you need. You just
every 5 minutes, you didn't remember coming at the front desk asking for something else. And that's another ick. When you're going room to room between one baby mama and your other baby mama.
Oh,
Nick.
Walk your ass on by and see if something comes out the building after you. Oh gosh, what is it?
No, I just think he's a Scorpio and he's got like a Chiron in Cancer. I think that he's a good dude. I think that the chicks be with him because he a good dude. He ain't trying to be tied down. And if that's who you are, what you gonna do?
What's your measurement? What's your measurement stick? What's your measurement stick on good dude?
I think that y'all. I was married my whole life. I'm single. I'm dating. Everybody different from me. I like people I want to be with. I don't find nobody I like to hang out with. Wake up in the morning like, what you doing? And just like, let's go hang out. I like men. If I go in these rooms, y'all be talking about everything. I'm like, when do y'all ever talk about liking them? I think he's fun. Well,
we haven't had a relationship space yet. We need maybe not a relationship space, but we need to have an adult space where we talk about sex, love, and rock and roll.
Girl, I'm different, and I'm a unicorn. So people, y'all won't know what I gotta say, but I think Diddy is a good dude. Do y'all see? This is just not general consistent with women anymore. Y'all never talk about the guy and you like him and he's fun and you like being with him and y'all have a good time. What happened?
They ain't doing it like that no more. If you're single, that's not how men are not available like that anymore. That's the thing.
That's why I'm afraid. I am so afraid. I am newly single.
Well, they don't date like that. They don't date like that.
You're gonna attract the right guy. What happens?
I think I might have to become a nun and get some cats because I'm afraid.
These people got you putting these negative thoughts in your head. It happens, organically. And I think people out here trying to make shit happen, and that's not how relationships work. Relationships work organically. You like each other, and I be saying that I'm in here listening. I'm like, why don't they ever talk about the person I like? I can tell you why I like them. They make me laugh. What they do and just different, like their demeanor. I like them.
I mean, you could probably ask.
Yeah, but I like them. But I'm not.
What does she like about Diddy?
Right. Okay. There you go.
But wait, she'll probably have a glowing list. She'll probably have a glowing list. But if you asked her, is there anything that you want from Diddy? Be honest. Is there anything from Diddy that you want that he won't give you? And if she was to be honest, she would say a one-on-one relationship. But Diddy's not going to give her that. And
that's because you're trying to. Yeah, but that's because people are trying to rest their. They're trying to rest their core values and their emotion on just likes, Judge. I really believe that people want companionship. That is different than me liking you. Like, I can say I like Mel, I like you, I like DJ, I like Black. But in all of the differences of who you guys are, you guys all offer something different, right? But if I'm saying that I want a companion, I'm not gonna look for a companionship in just the likes of you all. I'm gonna look for, like, you know what I'm saying? I gotta look for something that's, what is it? Built on solid ground, meaning that it has nothing to do with what you can do for me, but how you cover me. And I feel like that's so different than just liking somebody.
But I like people that is like that. All you just and that's what meant to be like them. I mean, I don't know. I listen to y'all, and I know why you scared, because I be listening. I'm like, what is happening with people nowadays? Y'all are weird. Like,
no, because I'm seeing, like, I'm listening to, like, different people, and everybody's different because of they're different people. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I also have experience, and I was married young. I got married young.
Okay, with you, Rolla, I would encourage you not to worry, because I think that, because I know men, and I'm not trying to be funny, I know guys. I hung up when I was before I knew I was a girl, I was a tomboy. I know guys. And I think that guys are going to gravitate to you anyway. I think you're going to have choices, because guys are going to like you because you are, like, smart, and you're welcoming and you're loving. I think you're a good catch. I don't think you have to worry about that. Are you ready to be in love with somebody, though? See, I don't want to be in love with anybody. Are you ready to be with someone like that, or are you just chilling?
No, I think I'm just ready to play. If that makes sense.
That's what it's that. And it happens organically. That's why I keep my friends be out here looking for a husband, looking for a man. I'm like, why are you looking so hard? Why? They be like, don't waste my time. Y'all be acting like it's a fucking interview. I'm like, what happened to just hanging out, having fun with people?
That's because people on, what did DJ say? People on the doomsday time clock. That's why they don't want to.
Don't waste my time. Don't play a game. I'm like, what you talking about? Wasting your time playing? Like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, what you talking about? Because who you?
But you know what's so crazy, Judge, is you can be like, Judge, you could be like, other people, we could have that same attitude, and it's all good until it ain't good for the guys. It's all good for you, when it's like, okay, I'm done. I'm, all right. I've had fun. I'm out. Mm-hmm. So that to me, that's why there's that guarded approach. So I don't know.
Yes. I don't know. And I be like, look, and you know what? The other thing too, Judge, is I don't want to just be a dumpster.
What do you mean?
That's the other.
Negative thoughts get in your head. These people be saying all these negative things.
That's not negative, Judge. I am very protective of my.
What do you mean?
A dumpster is a receptacle.
Yes. I don't want to. Yes, and I am not in the business of turning on a disposal, garbage disposal.
What's that mean?
That means that you ain't even got out the bathtub good, and you can hear the door closing because it got out. Okay.
Because he what? Because what happened? Because what? What happened? Tell me again.
Pretty much. I don't want to feel. I don't want to be like somebody just dumping their seeds and leaving.
Oh, you want sex? You want sex?
Of course. Either sex or their emotional stuff or their attachment or something. Because when you dealing with people, even if you're not having sex with them, they're dumping on you.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. That is what we do. That's what we do with each other.
Y'all scared me. I come in this room and I be leaving. Y'all be having me sad and depressed.
Oh, don't do, Judge. Don't do that.
No, because I'm being honest. Because Rella, to me, I'm getting anxiety. How you talk is how a lot of y'all talking. What happened to you just be with somebody and you have fun? I tweeted earlier. Everybody.
Okay, I'm gonna try it. Let me say.
Everybody's perception is about shit in the past, who they was with before, what happened before. They guarded. They think somebody's going, everybody's guarded. I'll be meeting men happy, and they just be all guarded. I'm like, what is wrong with the fucking world? Is something happening I don't know about? I'm gonna be like,
yes, and I'm gonna have my NDA ready. I'm gonna have my NDA ready.
I want you to listen to me. But stop, everybody stop. And I'm gonna say this because y'all be giving me back. Y'all can't even see yourselves. I hear y'all worried, like, and I'm getting anxiety because I don't understand it. How everyone's talking, they're guarded. Going into a relationship, meeting someone, y'all all come from a negative, critical place. And y'all know I like to have fun. So I'm like, what's up? Let's have fun. Like, but everybody's guarded. Like you said, you talking about meeting guys and being with guys, an NDA, you're not a trash obstacle. Everything you talking about is negative. What happened? You meet someone that's cute, that makes you laugh. Y'all can watch TV and talk to each other forever. Like, what happened to that? Is that not going on anymore in the world?
Well, I mean, that still exists, but if you really want to be honest about it, it's not as, and depending on how old you are, it's not as abundant as it was. Because bear in mind, some women have taken these men through the damn ringer. I mean, they have ruined these motherfucking niggas. Yeah. I need dudes. I mean, I'm keeping it 100, and so and men won't show up like, okay, I'm wounded, I'm hurt, I've been abused, my pride, I'm fucked up. They don't show up like that. They show up like what you want it to be. And then it's only until time where you reveal. That's where the conversation about the red flags comes in.
Right, and then they putting us on number scales based on our age and stuff. Like, I ain't got time for that. I don't got time for that. I need to go. I think I'm going to find me an old man. You talk about having fun. I can have fun with an old man and go watch movies. And I can chill. And I can go travel. Because I'm just judged. I'm just not in the business of playing games. Because I can speak up.
That's what y'all saying.
You just sat there and watched the whole damn Netflix series, and then when it's all over, be like, "Did you like that?" No, I didn't like the first 5 minutes.
That's men. That's what you are. And you grumpy, especially after 45. They get really grumpy.
They do, and they're set in their ways. And
DJ is in the room. DJ be in here acting the fool. A DJ will turn a fucking dime and be on his comma. Okay. That's a man. I hate to tell y'all that, but that's what you're dealing with unless you want something else. Okay.
I mean, DJ is direct though. He's straightforward.
He's an example. I love DJ to W guys, but he'll be cool. I'm just giving you an example of a man. DJ will be cool. Y'all don't know what's out of blue. DJ just kind of flip out and trip. Y'all ain't never noticed that about DJ.
But you can see it building though.
But that's men. That's how men are. Men don't be grumpy. Men get grumpy. And you just can't get mad when they're like that. You can't get in your feelings and you can't take it personal. They may be working all day, tired, all kind of stuff.
But that's a different dynamic.
Yeah, that's a different story. Because if we hooking up, your ass ain't tired. Trust me, I don't want nothing tired. Right. You ain't gonna give me no tired energy. Yeah. I don't want no tired nothing. I don't want tired sex. I don't want tired injury. I don't want. You better be. You better done got you some 12 hours. Right. You better have got you a 12 hour sleep. I've never had. I don't have passion.
So I never feel jaded because they don't get it from me. We hang.
But see, that's why I said I don't want to be a receptacle.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Don't be. And why would you be? And that's what I'm saying. It's just like you were saying about these women think they're going to give them some cookie and they're going to go crazy. No, men don't they like good sex. Of course, they have great sex with a woman, but that's not going to keep him. And he ain't with you because your cookie good. He with you because he like you. You make him feel safe. He want to be with you. You just you're relaxing to him. You're a safe space for him. Cookie's good too. Yeah, of course, but that don't keep a man, especially when they out here throwing it at them. They can get it at the neighbor. Okay. Just I don't know where you.
You know what my grandma. I remember my grandmother said to me. She said, "Be anonymous."
What does that mean?
Be anonymous, meaning that don't be available. Don't be easily available.
So easily.
Yes, because she said, with my grandfather, she said men like to chase, and she said that's how she got my grandfather, because men do like to chase. It's in their blood. That's part of the whole animal kingdom type situation, which I think is true.
It's very much true.
And the challenge on that too, Rella, is when, and to me that's, and I get that old school advice. The thing is, it's like, okay, you're trying to measure, like, is this chasing? Is he gonna call? Should I call? Who's calling? And it's, me personally, I can't do that mental calisthenics. Should I call him or don't call him? Or call him or
no? But I pick up the phone. I know people say don't pick up the phone. I just pick up the phone, and if he answer, he answer. If he don't, he don't. And now I ain't gonna lie, because I was with my ex for a long time, and again I married young. And he just was a Leo, and he wasn't the type to play the games. And so for me, that's better than somebody who's going to sit around and play games. Because if you know that you ain't talked to me in a minute, then you going to pick up the phone.
Exactly.
I'm not chasing you.
Putting all your eggs in one basket. Girl, I've been dating like these same dudes for years now. We used to have a web chat.
Some weeks we don't be half an egg in the basket. Okay? Shoot, I said the pickings out here is slim. So some weeks it'll only be half an egg in the basket. Okay.
Wait. The pickings are slim. You know what? Mm-hmm. It's not even that they slim. I just feel like there's a caliber of guys, a caliber of men that are in certain spaces. You're not going to have particular conversations with them, like, you're a 5, you're a 4, you're a 6 and 2. I don't think that's the conversation that you're gonna have.
Black men are really have the black men in these neighborhoods, bro. They really have those kind of conversations with y'all for real. They really be saying that to y'all.
No, what I was saying was, when I said slim,
I'm not lying. My sister was telling me about it. Sorry, Mel, go ahead.
No, what I was saying, Judge,
in the wrong place. Y'all in the wrong place.
What I was saying, Judge, was when you said you're making it seem like there's so many stable and secure, and I'm trying to wrap it all up in one word, but desirable as far as our standards, our own individual standards. There's not that many. It's like, oh, there's 10 guys over there and all of them meet my standard. It ain't like that. So then they might look like it, and then you got to go through there and figure out, okay, well, yeah, no, you got the X many good points and less than, and this, that. You got to do all that damn math and shit. Like I said, some weeks it ain't no eggs in the basket. So it's different. It's different.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. I date, and I don't have the same experience as other people. I date, and early on, they get to know who I am. When we start dating, I can count my partners on one hand. I got Puff Daddy.
Let's get dates. We'll get Puff Daddy. We'll get Puff Daddy. Let's get dates spelled. Let's go get Meek Mills. What made somebody think Meek Mills would say something to me?
I'm serious.
No, this is the funniest thing of everything.
So I date different people. So I go to dinner with different people. I do different things.
Yo, man, I'm about to start crying, laughing. Somebody thought Meek Mills.
I'm not sitting here waiting for nobody to call me.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to get to my
what I want to, I'm gonna date myself. I'm gonna date myself.
Y'all are so good. Everybody.
No, listen, but hear me. No, hear me. It's just honestly, it's just real. I am being a responsible adult. Number 2, I'm gonna date myself. If someone decides to come along to replace the the ability to date myself. If somebody says, "Hey, I want to take you out on a date," then okay, I go out on a date with them. If I choose to, and then that's what it is. But I'll have fun.
Outgoing. Both of y'all are very outgoing, so I don't know why y'all have both of y'all outgoing. Because
wait, we got is it Terrence?
Is he in here listening? I don't want the men to listen.
They're the ones that look. We need to be talking to them.
Did DJ hear me talking shit about him? Where DJ go?
Hi, Terrence.
Hey. I'll be on Facebook, right? And I'll be just talking shit. Just I got all my female cousins and shit. I'll just be typing some crazy shit just to get a response. So I put in one day. I was like, black women ain't ready for marriage to their grandma, right? And I swear I had about 20 fucking females trying to fight me that I know personally. They're like, we'll beat your ass. We'll beat your ass. How you gonna say that shit? But dating after 40, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of us got our expectations high because we trying to do a traditional way of dating when in a non-traditional scenario, in a set. You know what I'm saying? And that's why a lot of folks go from men to men and women to women. You know what I'm saying? That's why men go from women to women. That's why women go from men to men, because we got this false notion that, the house and the crib and all, you can't, it's over with. You ain't about to get this man no kids. And if you're not getting no money with no man, dude ain't going to be with you any fucking. We going to hit and he going to get the fuck off. You know what I'm saying?
So what would you tell your daughter if she started dating and she's an adult? How would you tell her to enter the dating game?
What I want to say is I'm gonna kill a nigga if you bring any niggas around, but
Lord. Okay, well, let's fast forward past that one. Okay.
I don't know, man. Just handle your business. Get yourself together first. For a rich woman, for a woman to get a rich man, she gotta be rich her damn self. You know what I'm saying?
Really? You think so? Because Cinderella didn't. Cinderella came.
That's not true.
Yeah. I'm about to say.
And it's a misconception that wealthy men want you to do all this kind of shit. Girl, that's what I want. Girl, where do you meet guys at?
I'm not saying wealthy. I said a rich man, like a dude who make about $200,000 or $300,000 a year, $200,000-$300,000 a year. You gonna have to get yourself up there to be with that motherfucker so y'all can build more.
Anyway.
Wait a minute.
No. How would he know that? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're taking advice from him, bro. I want to ask you. You're taking advice from him. How would he know that? How would he know that? What he's saying, how does he know that's true? That's not true. And Rella, honestly, I listen to you talking how you are. They will love you. But first of all, with me, I only date men who have degrees, preferably postgraduate degrees. And it's not about money, it's about intellect. Do you understand what I'm saying? And when I go in these rooms and I say that, they think it's about money, but it's not about money. It's about maturity. It's about education. We don't have those ignorant kind of conversations.
But it's also about building too. Now you're playing house or y'all playing Monopoly.
So I was married for over 23 years and I married, well, my husband was wealthy. Okay, so we're saying it's not true. I know a lot of wealthy men. They're not looking for women with money. They have money. They're looking for women when they come home. They might rub their back and talk to them and engage with them. Or maybe they might cook their dinner. Like for me, when my husband would come home, because I read books, when my husband would come home, I would have dinner and I let him go upstairs and watch football. I wouldn't bug him. Early on in my marriage, I was married for 23 years. Early on, I wanted attention. I read books. Men need to build testosterone. When they work all day, because I was like, why you want? I was home for a while. I was a housewife. He would say, I want to talk. When he would come home, I want to talk. And I recognized him not wanting to talk to me wasn't about me. He'd been working all day. He was tired. Men need to build testosterone. So you have to let them be themselves.
But after 40 and no more kids, ain't no more housewives.
Anyway, Rella.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Jill. Because I gotta, yes. Because hold on, Terrence. Because I think you
pulled into these ignorant conversations. I would never respond to that.
But you know, if I saw his post on Facebook, I would never respond to ignorant. If you're any type of woman after 40, if you're after 40 and you're an empty nester, what are you doing at the crib? Because it would seem to me like you would be doing something that would be
improving the relationship, improving your financial status.
10 seconds left. Chris Paul goes up for a layup. You're not looking for wealthy women. They're wealthy. Wealthy men.
There is a podcast. There is a podcast. Hold on. Terrence, let me say this. There is a, so what I've found is that there are different men and different economic classes, and they're having different conversations, because there are men on YouTube who are millionaires, and they're talking about how they're not looking for women with money. And they even state, you can go pull it up, they even state that they're not concerned about whether or not a woman has a job or not. That's not even their point of what they actually.
They rather you don't.
Look, you laughing at me, but I've seen it.
Matter of fact, they want you to be available. I date them, Rella. That's who I date. And that's what I'm talking about. Diddy is that kind of dude where he just want to have fun, chilling, you cool. Wealthy.
Yeah, but I'm not in. So I guess what I'm saying, in the realistic world, I'm not in Diddy space, right? So
but you can be. You what, Rella? I want you to know. Rella, based on how you talk,
young girl.
Diddy, he date young guys too. But I don't want to.
You said his space. You said his space. So you talking about his economic background, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yes,
so listen, my daughter lives in in New York. It's to my tongue. In Brooklyn. Why can't I say it? My daughter lives in a $7,000 apartment. Okay, I groomed her like that. People who and this is what, and I don't like talking like this in this room, because I don't want to come off elitist. Rella, you would function well in those environments because you're intelligent, you're well spoken. It's how you carry yourself. These people who are online, like Kevin Samuels, that is a brand. They are just trying to get your attention. This man said he posted something online saying women don't want to get married till they're 50, and all these black women attacked him. I would never even acknowledge that. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying, Rella? The type of environment that I'm talking about, you will do fine. They will love you, Rella. I'm telling you.
I feel like I feel like with the description that Terrence gave, if you are over 40, empty house, and you don't have a job, you're just sitting at the crib, you can expect that relationship is about to go downhill, because you're not even bringing anything to the relationship.
That's not true. No, I'm not saying. Some of those women are divorced and they get alimony.
I'm not saying that.
No, Mel. I think Mel is speaking hypothetically.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
That's all I was saying myself.
I'm just saying that this is. Oh wait, hold on, Judge. Hold on. I'm just saying this is perspective, because when you look at, if you're a woman and you're sitting at home with nothing to do all day, waiting on your man to come home, at some point you're going to be looking at you like, well, damn, did you even read a book? Did you do anything? And then what does it say about the person? If you don't have to work, cool. But so when I feel like you should be out there doing something in the community, building your husband's stock portfolio, but doing something, but just sitting at the crib after 40
and fucking all day.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're talking about blue collar people, Mel. I'm not talking about blue collar people.
No, because I'm talking about running a fundraiser or doing something major in your community as a 501c3 something. But if you think that I've arrived, we good, I'm just gonna sit here, your ass about to get flat.
But you know what, Mel? But there are some men who are okay with that, and I think we really got to be honest.
Mel, I'm trying to tell you, I haven't seen you before, sis. Was it based on hearing you speak and how you talk and how you conduct yourself? Well, see, it all depends, and it's different types of new wealth. I married old money. There's new money, like maybe 35, they made their money in stocks or tech, and they kind of got that bravado. Okay, it's different types of men. It's men that went to law school. It's men that worked and they're CEOs. They're not sitting here looking for a woman to define them. They into they work. Like good men, that was the issue with my husband. My husband was a workaholic. Good men, they're at work all the time. Okay.
What was you about to say, Jage? When you said based on the way I'm talking, say what was you gonna say?
No, the conversation you're having,
it's hard for me to understand, to have that conversation, because y'all keep talking about relationships based on money and stuff like that, and that's foreign for me. I like someone because I like to spend time with them, and listening to y'all, I get anxiety because I think something's happening to the world. Y'all, everything y'all talk about, leading, money, like that's not a relationship. A relationship is you like the person. You talk about how you spend time together. I never hear those conversations. Long-term relationships last because they like each other. If they have money problems, they work through the money problems because they love each other. When you really like somebody, you into them, and you like spending time with them. You said something about love. I have a business. I did a post years ago about love versus lust. Real love is like how you love your brother. It's not pull your clothes off, I want to screw. That's lust. Real love is it's stable and you're connected. You feel safe. Do you understand what I'm saying? These people, what y'all talking about, these people are not looking for real love. They're looking for immediate gratification.
Okay, let me clarify what I was saying there, Judge. Let me clarify this.
Okay.
Because what I just said was based on the premise that Terrence presented. And that was either a long-term relationship or marriage. And if you are, like he stated, after 40, it ain't no more housewife. Now, he didn't say you got to go and clock in at McDonald's or anything like that. What I'm saying is, and why I agree with Terrence, is because if you were a housewife and now the kids are gone, I would hope there would be something within.
Yeah, but when the kids.
Wait. Oh, I was trying to say.
Okay, go ahead.
I would hope there would be something in me that wants to continue to develop me as a person, or interests that I had to put on the back burner because the kids were home or the budget wouldn't facilitate my goals and getting the kids out.
Terrence, hold on. Terrence, there's some feedback. You got to put your mic on.
Okay. So under those circumstances, if you got an empty nest, it would seem to me like somebody with some fortitude would find something to do. I mean, you would have a problem.
Yeah, but there are women. Hold on, Judge. There are women who, again, I guess that's probably what Judge is hanging on, is the fact that you're saying after 40, and Terrence said the same thing after 40. But after 40, if you're still married, because I guess are you guys, I'm guessing we're assuming we're talking about a marriage, because after 40, you still are in the running of actually still developing your relationship with your partner. That doesn't mean that you stop being a wife when the kids leave. It don't mean that you stop being a husband when the kids leave, but that doesn't have to be defined on whether or not you join an organization or read a book. And I think that's the part where the judge is saying, well, after 40, aren't you still in love? And aren't you still adoring your husband? And if so, what are those things? Not basing it on how I individually am edifying myself in my relationship for my relationship. But I think she's essentially saying the core point is, even if we're using this after 40 scenario in a marriage, how are we still engaging in pleasing each other, I guess, and, ushering in, that
keeping the romance and
the sensual. Yeah, there you go.
Keeping it. Yeah, and to me, if all you do, this is why I agree with Terrence, and hey, this is how I feel. But if you don't have anything to do at the crib, you are going to be a hot ass mess when your man comes home, because you don't have anything new to interject. I'm just okay. That's fine if you don't agree. I was just trying to make my point clear. But I'm a lamb.
No, don't rest, Mel, because I was trying to hear what you were saying.
Okay, so you can look at and I'm gonna use a Lifetime movie for an example, okay? Because I think we might all be able to roll.
Oh my God, you said Lifetime movie. Watch DJ come back on.
But my point is but this is typical, where the woman is at home and she's in love. She's Carisha Please. She's in love with her man, and the man is out here networking and meeting people and learning new things with new people, and he's in love until he's no longer in love. Now the kids are gone, and this woman hasn't done anything to ensure that if she sees her own self-worth. She hasn't done anything to where she's grown from the day that they got married to 20 years later. You're still that same simple-minded or, whatever-minded person you were. You're still that same person because you haven't evolved, you haven't grown, you haven't done anything. But your partner, your husband, your long-term boyfriend is out here doing the damn thing, which you're supporting him at home, hot meal on the stove, laundry, this and that, schooling the motherfucker the best damn way. What? Okay? You doing all that. But now when the empty nest hits, and these are statistics, the empty nest hits, and that's when these couples realize, shit, we don't have nothing. Because one, you weren't building yourself, and you weren't growing together. You were in the routine. So after 40, nobody's there. Go for your goals. Make sure that you're still something that your mate wants to fucking be involved with.
And that's what just happened to me. Like my wife, my girl, we've been together like 3 years, right? And she was a teacher and everything. I was driving trucks, but I was in school for engineering and whatnot. So I just graduated last year. So I got this like $100,000 a year job, just off 40 hours a week. Overtime is like $150 if I sit up. Like,
congratulations, Terrence.
What's your phone number? I'm just playing.
And
wait, is he with somebody?
Robotics school in Detroit.
She said, "What's your phone number, Terrence?"
I'm just playing, Terrence.
I'm about to start a robotics school in Detroit for the kids. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, though, because I graduated in electrical engineering, well, mechatronics engineering. So it's actually robotics and PLCs and all that shit. So I'm about to get a funding from my school to start the school I graduated from. They're gonna help me fund the robotics classes for the kids in the summertime. But anyways, my girl, she was a teacher and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because when it's cool when your daddy powerful, but when your mama powerful, you tend to go after strong women. So I go after strong women, that I have no business even fucking with. You know what I'm saying? Most people like, damn, how you get her? Like, nigga, I don't know. I don't know shit. But she got when I got my job, when I graduated, now she want to go look for a new job. Now she had a small business where she was banging that mug out. She was making soaps and all this shit, like real oils and shit, like real patented and everything. She graduated. She got a master's in business, but she was a teacher though. So when she switched jobs on me and got a CPS job dealing with these kids. Now she stopped her whole process with her business after it was taken off. You know what I'm saying? She just stopped cold turkey with it like 3 months ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why you stop your business? You know what I'm saying? And it ain't about like the old girl said, love and love.
Did she tell you? Did she tell you why she stopped? Because CPS, CPS job is stressful.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. So did she tell you why she stopped?
That's the reason why. She takes me addresses when she going through a house and shit. I'm like, something happened, shoot that bitch up.
So it was playing on her psyche. So now what did you do in return to help to actually remind her of her vision and her goals that she has set for herself?
I just constantly remind her. I just tell her, man, you need to get that shit back started because she's still getting orders online. You know what I'm saying? She still.
You ever ask her, hey, so I just want to know, what do you need for your business? Is there anything that you need that I can help you with?
I fund everything because I have my own business as well. I have a portable paintball field.
No, mentally. I'm saying mentally.
You mean emotionally.
Oh, emotionally.
I encourage her every dang on second.
Okay.
Every second. Swear to God, every second. Because like the lady said, it's love and love. I love her. I want to see her do good. It ain't just me trying to.
That's why he didn't answer you, Mel.
I want to.
I was just playing it. I was really just joking.
I want to say this really quickly because I apologize for interrupting you, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to stop because I come in these rooms, I try to have this conversation, and y'all don't want to hear me. The thing.
No, we do hear you, Judge. We hear you.
No, listen. No, Rella, let me say this to you, okay? I don't have conversations with guys about what y'all talking about. To me, that's weird and foreign. Somebody asked me about how I don't date men like that. I date masculine men. They don't care about my money. They like to show me how much money they got. So I don't date men like that. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. And a lot of women don't get it. They think they have these higher echelon men, and they're available because y'all all too scared to go for them. I'm like, they're out here. Y'all just think that y'all not good enough for them.
No, you're reading the room wrong, Judge, because ain't nobody said that we don't.
No.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you let me know, Judge. You let me know. I'm about to say, Judge, you let me know when we about to go and get into a circle around some high echelon men. Man, we gonna get ourselves. We gonna be ready.
Cause I'm Hey, I'm not scared.
Hey, hold on. I got one question. So y'all can say high echelon, but Kevin Samuels can't say high quality men.
Let him.
I mean, who's mad at potato? Nobody care.
Hey, I got all women. If I like start shit, you know what I'm saying?
No, and so I'm older, so I've gone through a whole evolution of things. And like 2008, I hurt my back while I left corporate America. I slipped and fell and I hurt my back. And that's when I started getting on the internet. I started reading and listening to things. And I had a epiphany, probably like 2009, 2010. Why do men look for strong women? I think that's unusual. Women are nurturing and loving and soft. A man who's looking for a strong woman is concerning to me. I like men who want to be strong for me.
You know what? I had a part-time job a long time ago, and this lady was an older woman, and she was like, "Oh, I just had got off my one job, and now I'm working this job." And she did not like the part-time job. And I asked her, I said, "Well, why are you working this job?" She said, "Well, my husband is ill, and he can't this and he can't that and this and that, and I got to work this job to make sure." To me, that's a strong woman. Because when her husband got ill and it was left up to one of them to keep them housed and fed and clothed and medicated, she stepped up and did what she had to do for the man she loved. That's a strong woman, and to me, I can respect that.
And
so would you say that, hold on, Terrence, would you say that's a strong woman or a responsible partner?
I would say it's all that, and I think strong, and I think strong encompasses that. Because you can be a strong woman and be like, "Well, shit, that nigga in a wheelchair. Let me go on out here and trick this money off." You know what I'm saying?
Not like that.
I mean, you know, or you could be going out here doing the part-time job and say, "That son of a bitch, I told him don't be playing hockey in the street. That nigga know he can't." You know, but she's doing what she got to do. Because it's what she has to do. And I bet her husband appreciated that, where he wasn't bedridden and worried out of his ass who was going to come and repossess the bed.
Go ahead, Terrence. You got it.
Like my old dude, right? Him and my mama, they worked at American Axle, which was General Motors and stuff. So this was like early 80s. So, you know, they was in the streets and shit. Him and his brother, they from Arkansas. They was in the streets. Arkansas and Chicago, in Detroit. So they took a chance and bought some liquor license, right? And, you know, 30 years later, they got restaurants. They used to have a strip club called Chocolate City in Detroit. They leased the liquor license to the Arabs. And them two motherfuckers got into it because he was telling her to quit working at American Axle. They ended up getting divorced over that shit. You know what I'm saying? My old brother was like, "Man, fuck you. I'm getting my money too." She had a little flower business too. Like I say little, but she had a flower business too. But he had the restaurants, the strip club, you know, all type of shit going on in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, "You know, fuck him. I get my own money." I'm like, whoa. You know, I couldn't do nothing but respect that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we need, strong. You know what I'm saying? We want a woman who's going to hold her own in this fucking world.
Can I ask you something, Mel, though? Huh? I'm going to ask Mel this question. Yeah, Mel, I know you're strong, right? Right? Do I not come off like I'm strong?
You do come off as strong.
I'm very strong. And I'm independent. I can go out and get my own money. I can do all those things. But to me, it's an issue with gender. I'm a girl and I'm a female. And I know many of y'all out here like, fuck a nigga, I can get my own money. I can fuck this. I ain't trying to
I don't say that. I don't say that. Judge. And I understand what you're saying because I want to live, and you can ask Black. I told him this before. I want to live a soft life.
Mm-hmm. And it's men out there. So
that don't mean I'm not strong.
Exactly. And you're smart. And the men that will take care of you will value you, Bella. I don't know where you looking for a man.
I'm not.
I know who you are.
I'm not. I only mentioned it in the spaces with us because I feel safe with these guys. I don't go outside and be like, hey, I'm looking for a man.
When I hear you speaking, that's what good men like. They like smart women they can talk to and they can have fun with and enjoy. And
you know what? Rella has a very beautiful voice. Rella's beautiful. Yes. She has a sweet disposition, and I probably sound, especially on this iPhone, I probably sound like I'm a bossy motherfucker. But to be honest,
no, that's not true. That's not true, man.
I'll be honest with y'all. I'm so damn sweet. You heard me. I'll give your ass a caffeine and diabetes, okay? But I'm realistic, and some men need what they need, and it's not always. Oh, hi, honey.
But there are men that are out there that want women that are like just like you too. That's not like I think that we get into the position of where you got to be, have a soft and sweet disposition. I have a soft and sweet disposition until I'm upset.
Until you're upset, and that's because
but I don't want to.
We're certain personalities or certain pieces of our personalities.
Miss Tammy, you just have to jump in.
I'm sorry, but during the course of the day, that's so.
Okay, I want to take them to your mail. Me and
Judge Tammy. Tammy is on the stage. Hey, Miss Tammy.
Hi, Miss Tammy. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Miss
Tammy. Yes, we can.
Because my phone is how it act up and go low and all that mess. I'm gonna take it back tomorrow. Okay, so I heard y'all. I could not get back to this conversation. I couldn't find it. I heard y'all talking about HBCUs, and I heard some misinformation that I thought it was. But I didn't hear what the beginning of the conversation was or what the issue with HBCUs was.
Well, what did you hear?
I can't remember now. There's some big spots wrong. I heard that HBCUs prepares their students for white people, for the white man, or something like that.
I stated that because that's factual. There is no resulting evidence to prove that the Black Americans who have been educated by HBCUs have gone on to create Black American institutions that specifically uplift Black Americans. What do you mean?
I can't just say Black Americans. I went to an HBCU, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
Show me the results of the last 150 years where there are created institutions that have benefited Black Americans specifically.
If you made the statement, you should have the findings, but I will look. But what?
Well, you shouldn't have to look. It's over a century of our Black Americans going through those institutions. They should be very evident. That's not.
I'm a researcher, investigative journalist. Okay, I'm gonna bust out this big, huge project that's gonna give Black people reparations shit. But I'm just telling you, when we say stuff like that, what was the point of saying? I guess that's what I want to know. Was it because we trying to put
let me slow you down, Miss Tammy. So we not so even with you being an investigative journalist, right?
I am.
Let's be honest about statistics because I'm very analytical, right? Y'all don't have to show me. No, okay. So statistically, we can say that a lot of legacy or people who live in southern states or live around HBCUs attend HBCUs. Is that true or false?
I don't think it's. I think since that probably 80s, they split up.
Okay, and that can be, and that actually. And I don't have a problem with saying yes. Okay, let's say yes. And that can be proven, but we also can prove after people leave HBCUs and become alumni, they don't turn around and invest or build.
Of course, of course, I'd get kicked out of the space because that's what the space likes to do. Right in the middle of a good part. Right in the middle of a good
too,
part.
Tammy, is there's a few different perspectives, which is what we have to start looking at it, because I didn't realize that some people felt the way they felt about HBCU.
Me either.
And so, but the people that are having these opposite opinions of mine and yours, I trust who they are. So I'm like, let me look.
They are opinions. You know what I'm saying?
What's leading to this perspective?
Right.
And there is some prior behavior that is enough to sway someone to believe that these HBCUs have not lived up to their expectation.
I can't say that.
Remember, we're not talking about you.
But I'm giving my experience.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because you're not. I'm just giving my experience. Okay, got you.
Yeah, let Miss Tammy, I'm a results-oriented thinker. Okay, so results. Oh Lord, thank God, because results are the only thing that matter to me. Results are the only thing that should ever matter to Black Americans. Not what we intend, not what it looks like. The results are all that matters.
Came out and said Black research and Black funded research is not being done, and it hasn't been done in the last 20 years. I couldn't get anybody excited about that. And that's what I'm about to sue about. Because Health and Human Services, do y'all not know that?
Yeah, because I remember you and
I
remember you last year, and we had a heated discussion last year because you were talking about that, and you were very, very passionate about it, and you got upset because, again, a lot of people don't understand that space, Miss Tammy, but at the same time, right, they need to, but that also means that you're going to also have to admit that there aren't the results that we're talking about are not there for the very reason why you have to stand in the space.
No. Health and Human Services get $3 trillion. Let's just say $3 trillion.
No, I'm talking about for us, for studies for us.
No, they are supposed to fund that. But what we turn to most of the time is we'll do it ourselves. We shouldn't have to do that. The government gives them trillions of dollars to do the research. We just hadn't. I don't know what happened. I went to go look at something. I'm like, wait a minute, where's the Black people? They the misinformation people right there. Cause is it any researchers in here?
Can I say one thing about that?
Some Health and Human Services in here.
Can I say one thing about the school stuff?
Yeah.
What they did was like I went to Alabama A&M for like a semester. I got kicked out though. But I was down there.
You stupid. I got you.
Tammy, you got a live mic.
Your mic is all hot.
But listen though.
Miss Tammy, put your mic on.
What they did?
Yeah, we hearing all the ad libs and stuff. We like that.
I'm sorry, Terrence. You trying to run Terrence off. He ain't stupid. Go ahead, Terrence.
Done talking to him.
And he a whole engineer on stage. Go ahead, Terrence.
What happened was, they it started from high school, middle school, all this stuff. But we Black folks who go to college never focus on this money making. The money makers is agriculture and engineering. We go to school and teaching. We got to be teachers, but we don't go to school for the science side because of the math. And they
that's because we don't have to go to school for the science side. I was going to get a scholarship in race management out of high school. Yeah. And I was like, trash. Do you know waste management is a $60 billion industry?
You would have been rich. You would have been in the magazines right now.
We have got to stop. That is what they want funded. They fund
STEM billions. Okay? Well,
Hold that. Go ahead, Terrence. Finish what you're saying, and then Miss Tammy.
I was going to say one other thing.
Okay, now. They don't push the engineering side, and they don't push the agriculture side in our community. So when a guy go to school, he takes all these dumbass classes, get a degree, can't find no job. And he can't create no job because he didn't acquire the skills to create a job. You know what I'm saying? I picked up Black Enterprise magazine one day, and I'm like, damn, man, this guy, they always talk about Jay-Z, and all these rappers, but it was a couple of black men, and then black men and women in there who own $400 million a year manufacturing corporation. These people are making components for like auto industry, little small screws, little things. You know what I'm saying? And they not pushing that because they want our best minds to come work for them instead of being like, you know what, I'm gonna start my own robotics company. I'm gonna create my own fucking car. Right now, I'm up in Detroit. You got GM Ford and Chrysler, right? It's a million black engineers in there. Then none of them ever decided, hey, you know, we can start our own fucking car company. You know what I'm saying? And they're not pushing the math and science. And when you go to school, you get so afraid of math and science that you don't even take the courses. And the courses will open your mind up to be like, oh, you know what? I could create the next ink pen.
I know so many black male engineers, hon. You know what? I come in here and I hear all this stuff that I'm not familiar with. And I don't know where this information be coming from. I know a lot of, and engineers are miserable, actually. They go into engineering for the money and they hate it. I know a lot of black male and female engineers. So, I don't know.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to say, I'm not miserable, Judge. Wait a minute.
The opportunity to create something like manufacturing. Manufacturing and agriculture.
You talking about innovation. That's what I think that's what Miss Tammy was talking about. Go ahead, Miss Tammy.
Let me just say, you give billions of dollars at my Career Institute. I will take those kids and they will be a success too, because we'll be in the world. Most kids that live in the neighborhood who don't get the opportunity to go past their zip code, go out of their county. I thought Atlanta, when I went to Freaknik, I thought that was out of town. But if we introduce them to the world and different careers, research, the nonprofit, all of these things,
You're in the Matrix, Miss Tammy.
Shit.
Just drop down and come back. We heard you say shit though.
Yeah, you're going in and out. Because I do want you to come back because I want to ask you a couple questions, but until she gets back, I guess we can go to the Go team. He came up to speak.
Black, I need you to restate what you were saying because I definitely don't want to speak for you or say anything that was wrong and make sure I also heard you.
Okay, about the fact that
But that's what she was saying. What Miss Tammy was saying.
Okay, so we know and shout out to Terrence for really breaking it down in a way that I hope people understood. He essentially was stating that these colleges, and I think this goes back to Henry Ford, the educational system in general in America is designed to produce laborers, workers, not actual leaders of industry. And therefore, whether it's a white university or an HBCU, based on the results, they are designed to take black minds specifically and turn them into workers, not owners or founders. That is the way the systems are designed. Miss Tammy kept saying they, and this is an indoctrinated mental thought process that they have instituted into the way that we think. We're always saying they, and if you ask the person who they is, they're talking about the government, And then if you go one more question deeper into that, they're talking about white society. White society, the government, it's always they. That's who we're referring to. However, what we speak about specifically in the Black majority state movement is becoming they. We need to be they. So when the decisions are made, we are the ones that are making the decisions. What's better than a Freedmen's Bureau is a Black governor, Black legislators, and a Black state attorney general, and 2 Black senators, and whatever many U.S. representatives you get, all working together as a team, because they're not an organization. They have authority, they have discretion. They can make these decisions that we need to be made. They can investigate the people that need to be investigated. It's a different way of thinking. It's a different level of existence. I don't have anything against HBCUs. I'm just looking at it for what it is and acknowledging it for what it is. I'm not in my feelings. I don't have any emotions about it. I look at the church the same way. What has the church produced in the last 50 or 60 years?
But you know what host? Oh, was that host? Who was that?
Mm-hmm.
That's Black. That's the host.
Yeah, that's Black. That's a host.
I should have known that was Black. Oh, Lord. But let me tell you this, okay? Okay, we here right now. Okay, we here right now. I don't care about who educated who. You know, when I said Black research is not being done, or when I say what are you doing to move us forward to that, where we are supposed to be, what would you say? Because I tell you, I don't see Black people out and about. I don't.
Okay, that's a really good question. What am I doing? I've spent a year in these spaces every Saturday, educating and advocating on why we need to produce majority Black states. We need to create 60% Black voters in as many states as we possibly can, so that we can vote in Black governors, Black majority legislators, Black senators, Black U.S. representatives, Black judges, Black sheriffs, so that we can control everything within our environment. That means we would control the educational system within the state. We would control the curriculum.
Congress, because I called them to let them know that it's a certain group who they think is cool, and they don't like Black people. Every deal they sign has money attached to it. I'm like, where's all this money? That's what y'all need to start looking at. Is funding. These people taking money like, oh.
We do look at that, Miss Tammy. We actually talk about that in this space.
Well, I'm just
answering that piece so that gives you some peace of mind, because those are the things we talk about on Saturday nights. And
you know what? Looking at it and pointing to the young, you know, showing it, passing it on.
We do. And this is what I'm trying to explain, is that the government set asides that in spaces we have off Twitter, we talk about getting set up and having businesses and getting yourself prepared and to be able to receive government set asides. A lot of us, even with businesses that we're reconstructing,
we're not getting the money.
No, we're not getting the money. No, we're definitely not getting the money, because a lot of us don't know or have that knowledge, or we're not set up to know how to actually go and apply for government contracts. We're not set up to go and apply for a lot of the grants.
Let me say this. I have a private practice with 2 locations. And do you not know that we didn't get any CARES Act funding because we have never gotten any mental health money because we didn't know about it? We thought we was supervised by the state, and we're independent. Girl, it's so much Black people overlooked because they say they already know. I looked at that. I did not know. And it hurt me to no end. But guess what? When you look at it, I'ma sue their ass. The state for waste abuse. How you just not going? And when I say commissioner, where's the clients? We're the ones that's boots on the ground. And y'all don't give us no. Y'all better white people.
Can I respond?
Mm-hmm.
Because I said, I come in spaces and it's always like I'm in the twilight zone. I know many people that do grant writing. They get all kind of governmental funding. And I don't know, when I come here, I always feel like I'm in a different world.
Because we don't know the people you know, Judge.
No,
we don't know the people you know.
What she just said is that there's so many, and they're all black people. They know how to grant write. I know about getting programs since I was probably my early 20s. All my friends know about. They be talking about. They put me on all kind of programs.
They didn't write a grant.
We know more about programs than a lot of other people.
They gave $53 million to one company for suicide prevention. $53 million to one company. And to that same company, they gave 6 of those new behavioral health centers, which will total billions. That's what I'm talking about.
And let me say to you, Tammy, if there's money out there and there's grant and there's money out there, you can get it too. You just have to learn how. Say, Tammy, please listen. You have to learn how. You have to learn what they're looking for in a business plan and how you get.
They looking for white.
Huh?
They looking for white. They looking for, this is my friend. This is my girl.
Okay.
I have done it. Let me say. It's not about me getting a grant. If I don't know about the grant, how am I going to know who get it? These are called block grants. And they give it over and over again. Oh, you got to be... When I finally was like, okay, and I got it, I said, they are really stealing money. And it goes all the way up to the top. That's why they've been messing with me. Messing with my electronics. I said, you know what? The NAMI, National Alliance of Mental Health, National Alliance of Mental Illness, they get all the money. And I asked them, well, give me some money so I can start this advocacy agency. They told me no. But see, they don't know who I am.
Okay, how do you go about it? Let's talk about what did you do? So did you apply for Go Release Flow and become? Okay, become. Let's discuss it, okay? So you work through the strategy and how you get it done, okay? So you apply for something.
That's what I'm making, Judge.
No, I'm trying to help you learn how to get money.
I don't need help with that. Okay. What I'm saying is, I know how to do that. But if they automatically renew it every year to the same company, it's no funding for me. It's no funding for.
I know people that got halfway houses and all kind of stuff like that.
We ain't talking about halfway houses. We talking about $53 million.
But it's government funds for all kind of that, for alcohol abuse, drug abuse, for children. My cousin has a place in North Carolina.
Just little money. And they didn't get it from HHS. They got it from a foundation. See, the other thing they do, slavery, they'll give it to a foundation, and the foundation have us write a grant.
So what I learned in this very instance from the judge and Tammy is that we need foundations so that we can give money to businesses like Tammy that apply for the grants. That's what I heard. Am I wrong?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Okay. I was just making sure I repeated what I heard.
That might be what Tammy might be saying, but
we need to advocate and let them know we know what y'all doing. But I'm saying what's going on.
Okay, but Judge, go ahead. What were you saying?
It sounds like an access issue for you, Tammy. You know what's out there, but they're not giving you access.
It's a lot of money out there.
Hold on. Go ahead, Judge. Go ahead.
It's so much money out there. You just have to. You're not getting it on nobody. My friends, people I know, since I was younger, since I was like in my early 20s, my family members know how to do all kind of stuff. How to get
how to get
so
a
Judge,
never got $3 million.
So Judge, will you be willing to teach grant writing on culture?
That's not okay. That's not the okay. I'm can I just? But wait a minute.
Hold on, Tammy. Hold on.
Do y'all hear me saying it's a black issue?
Yes.
Issue. You're black, and they are purposefully, intentionally not giving you access.
Yes. Access no black funding in 25 years.
That's why they do that automatic. That's why they're doing that automatic re-up and all that. They are intentionally denying you access to funds that you should be available for.
Thank you.
Yep.
She left. All right. So I'm just going to say this because this is what I had to do. Even with the when we were talking about the hair care, the $1 billion hair care space. And this goes back to Black's point of us actually seeing results, is that we have to put ourselves in a position where now we are taking information that we've learned and we are putting together plans that we all can repeat and repetitively repeat in high numbers so that we can now have some data, statistical data to show if we are in a position where we're applying for grants, even if it's for mental health, and we're getting denied the grant money we've applied for. We now have data that shows the government is intentionally keeping money away from our community, even through grants. But in order to do that, we have to get the people who are going through the issues like Tammy to show others how to do it step by step and to actually actionably go and do it so we can have some statistical data to now go back and fight. Does that make sense?
That's not what I'm saying.
I know that's not what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
Black people, well, you said for people like me, I'm saying.
Well, professionals that are in mental health that need grant funding.
Have any of them ever got $53 million and then 6 centers that they didn't even put in a black community, even though they knew black communities have never had a center like that, a mental health center like that?
But Tammy,
because I only know one. I only know you. I know other mental health professionals, but they're not applying for grant money.
And let me know when I can chime in.
Okay, let me interrupt you real quick, Tammy, and say this. This is where, for me personally, where my critical evaluation of HBCUs is, because, and especially for you, because you said you're an HBCU graduate. These HBCUs, however you want to call it, and I like Black's analogy with the they are them and them is the white society. HBCUs should already be set up that if this is happening to you repeatedly and others like you who are graduates, who are seeking funding, who are trying to put the businesses within the black community, et cetera, and where is the muscle of the HBCU? They probably don't have a muscle, but that's on them because they are not helping to ensure that graduates from HBCUs are really being all they can be. So that's
you got Congress. Why ain't Congress saying something?
Well, why the HBCUs need to be
because we don't do not have full representation in Congress. That's why
we have enough full representation.
Wrong, y'all. Tammy, where is the HBCU's voice though? We know we've heard what Congress has said, and that's mute.
Oh, Congress signed the bill.
Listen, but you still didn't get the funds, and so there's a breakup.
It ain't about you getting the funds.
No. What I'm getting at, I'm saying to you that you should not be having this problem because you're a graduate of an HBCU.
No.
Let me finish my point. I'm gonna mute my mic. What I'm saying is Congress is signing the bill, but y'all not getting the money. So essentially, Congress didn't give a damn who gets the money. They're not making sure the money gets where it got to go, but they made sure the money got over to all these other places like Ukraine and every damn where else. My question, my point is, where is the HBCU? Why isn't the HBCU? Yes, it does. Because
HBCUs didn't know that they were underinvested. and got 500 million.
You better see now. Now see Tammy.
But Tammy, now you pulling stars. Yes, now
HBCUs accountable. Okay, because they have the responsibility. Tammy, you just said people need to get out of their zip code. I thought when I went to Atlanta, I was out of town. Woo! Okay, that ain't the case. The HBCUs, after they done took the money and graduated you, intelligent, they need. Listen. Let me finish what I'm saying, Gary.
You finish. I want to go.
The HBCUs need to be having their voice heard based on the type of problem you're having. You're not the only HBCU graduate encountering the same problem. We need more voices in this. To sound off on the fact that HBCU graduates are not able to do and work their degrees and their job or career as intended. So it can't just be your voice. The HBCUs should be involved as well. And I land my plane.
Thank you.
Okay, let me.
And I hope you have not lost your voicemail.
Yeah, let me. So I want to. I'm muting everybody because I want to. I kind of want us to.
Did you mute? Was that you or was that Black?
No, that's me. That's me. I'm muting everybody because I want us to. We're having this really big discussion, but people are talking over each other, and a lot is getting lost in the fact that we're kind of talking over each other. So I kind of want us to give people the chance to say what they got to say so we can hear everything they're saying, and then the next person can go. But let me say this. Miss Tammy is probably the 10th Black woman that I've heard in these spaces essentially saying the same thing. They want grant access, they can't get the money. Some people say they know how to get the money, but they're having problems within the process. This is a very common theme. How do we change that? How do we fix that? That's a very good question. I do want to shout out the Only Male Cruise for laying out the fact that if these HBCUs had spent the last 60 years laying down the infrastructure, the education in order to funnel their graduates into these grants and understanding how they operate, that we would not even be having this conversation. So I want to acknowledge that. But then I also want to point out the fact that Miss Tammy keeps talking about Congress. And I think she's specifically pointing to the Congressional Black Caucus, who has repeatedly said, we have 80 million, we have 85 million people that we represent. And Black people represent 17 million or 15 million or whatever the number is. But they're telling us over and over again, they do not represent us. They do not care about us. They do not care about our issues. They put up, and Maxine Waters just put up something about reparations, blah, 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 blah. A lot of it is lip service. A lot of it is to make it look good, to make it look like they're doing something for us. But what should we be paying attention to? The results, because the results are all that matters. That's what's going to show you if they care about us or not. Not what they say, not what they intend to do. What are the results? They're talking about blocking some legislation over the Voting Rights Act. The fucking Voting Rights Act, which is embedded in the Constitution. It can't be taken away. All it is they want to give these Mexicans the right to vote. Period, point blank. They want to give these illegal aliens the right to vote. So what are the results of what they're doing? They're giving all of Black America's power over to people who are against us. They're against us. I feel Tammy's frustration. I believe she's voicing frustration that is real. It's real. How do you change it? You become the people who make the decisions. You actually send people to Congress who are being held accountable by their 60+% majority voters, who are not going to let them sit up there and win election after election after election if they're not fighting for us every step of the way. This is a true shift. There are enough of us who have this political education to understand it, to move to Delaware, to move to Mississippi, to make this happen. And we really have 2024, 2026, and 2028 to change everything. If we do not do this, we really have no one else to blame but ourselves, because after 2028, it's over. If we let these 3 election cycles go through and we do not control at least one state so that we can show the rest of Black America how this works, we are done. It's over. And please, I'm going to let everyone speak, but please give people the chance to say what they got to say, and then the next person goes. Thank you so much.
Can I speak now?
Mm-hmm.
And Rolla, I want you to hear something. I want you to get this. Oh, I have the worst headache. First of all, because you're kind of summarizing what she and I were saying. We're not saying the same thing. If you're trying to get money, depending on the industry that you're in, say it's social work, mental health, you have to belong to organizations. You have to network and engage with other people that are in the business. And that there's money out there. I don't know. Like, I come here, like I said, this is so foreign for me. I know a lot of people in that healthcare space, and they get all kind of grants and get all kind of money from the government for the students, for all kind of stuff. So I don't know. I think it's an application how you go about getting it done. But you have to engage with the people that are in the industry. You have to know people. You have to network. It's not only governmental funding, but there's private organizations. It's so many private organizations that give money and grants to people. You just have to educate yourself and learn how to apply yourself, if that makes sense. See, I don't like that. I spent 3 years on researching and investigating this. I'm not talking about we don't at all. $53 million to one company, to one agency, and didn't even consider. It is so much money. Oh, that's your opinion. I'm telling you, I cracked this whole system. They don't fund Black research. They don't do Black research. I'm looking for the one so I can show you what they do. Just a second, because I'm gonna show you what they do. Yeah, I believe you had that experience, but I think it's better to work on application and apply and talk about what you did and how you did it and why you didn't get it. I think you'll be more successful if you thought that way.
Okay, so the results of the reality that we live in is that Black men and women are applying for these grants and they're being denied. Period. I don't care what the percentage is.
When you say you're being denied, you have to say why you're denied. There's rules and regulations and guidelines. If you're denied, they tell you why. So why are you being denied? Why were you denied? You know?
Yeah, because they are Black Americans. There's some ethnicity that they're reading in the application process. They're looking at the zip code, they're looking at their address. They understand fully what is going on. This is so let me explain this, the way the system operates. The federal government creates these plans, right? They create these disbursements. She talked about it goes to a foundation. Well, this goes all the way back to the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's School. They were passing out millions of dollars to white institutions. See, this is and they were white female ran institutions. So this is what the United States government does. They put white females in charge of education so that they literally sit over us. They sit over our children. This is the system that they created. And this is the way the system operates. And it will continue to operate in this paradigm unless we become the people who make the decisions. Because we're going to look at the application, we're going to look at the zip code, and we're going to favor people who look like us, who think like us, who have lived a shared experience. They are going to do the opposite because they're going to be looking out for people who look like them, who have their experience intentionally. There's nothing really bizarre about this. It's really human nature. And so while they can create a law that says everybody's equal, that doesn't change the way that they think and the way that they operate. It just is what it is. It just is what it is.
So, different mechanisms in the system that utilize if you are not in a certain tax bracket. If you're not in a certain tax bracket and you don't live in a certain zip code and you apply for a grant, you are denied. And the process normally goes, they tell you that you have been denied and that you can file, you can send a letter in if you want to find out more information about your denial, but they don't come out and directly say why you are denied. You have, normally, in some cases, too many cases that I've seen for my own experience, it's either you have to go and do extensive work to find out the reason why you're denied, because it's not out in plain sight. They don't give it to you in plain sight. They just tell you you've been denied, you didn't get chosen, or you didn't receive the grant. The other thing is there are development organizations. Like we have the Economic Development Center here where I live, and they make you jump through hoops in order for you to get business support. Now, the part that the judge is talking about as far as getting out and going to network and mingling and getting to know people and stuff, that is true. However, that does not guarantee that you will get access to money right away. There's always a caveat. Always. And 9 times out of 10, it's a caveat that other people don't have to jump through if you are melanated, which is why even with some companies, I'm feeling like the reason why we need allies, especially being in the beauty industry, is though, so when I go make deals, if I start to go make deals to trade, I need to have someone that I can trust that is either the same nationality of the people that I'm trading with, and that's going to be difficult. Or I need to know how to speak the language so that way I can truly understand if they start to talk in a different language. Like there are so many different barriers that happens, and we don't even pinpoint those areas as to why we don't get funding. And we definitely have to look at that. Now, if somebody you know that's in the business that's not Black American going to sit up here and say, hey, all these Black American businesses, we need to get them funded, and they're going to stand in the be the buffer for us, point me to that person, because I have not met them yet. I haven't met them. So, I don't know.
Let the room marinate a little bit. We let it marinate. Let it marinate up in there. Oh, they kicked me. They kicked me while I'm standing there. They kicked me for this has got to be the fifth. This has got to be, man, the sixth time.
Having some connectivity issues.
Let me jump in here real quick. So, yeah, everything Sister Tammy saying is 100%
man,
correct.
They just kicked me,
if
bro.
you don't have a tax ID, you don't understand. Let me say it again for those in the back. If you don't got a tax ID, you don't understand. And if you're not in a particular way of trying to do things, organize, do business, understand what's going on while we don't have shit, you just don't understand, yo. We are locked out, yo. We are locked out. They're not giving us nothing. You have to work for everything that you own. I went to government industries, mail, right? It's something I never told you. Places like social services, welfare, housing, with the how to make money off your talent out there, and say, hey, look, give me those that you know that are on social services, and I'll put them to work. But you gotta help me. Oh no, we can't help you do that. We're not like the SBA or whatever. Well, what the fuck does that got to do with anything when you're out here giving all these other motherfuckers, immigrants, all this money? You give regular people all this money, and they not even planning on going back to work ever, just abusing and using the system with no real way to get off of the shit. You know what I'm saying? So this is the type of stuff that Tammy is saying. It ain't no way that we gonna make it trying to advocate to these people on behalf of black people, yo. You can't do black business without black politics. Again, excuse me. You cannot do black business without black politics. So if we ain't trying to put 1,000 Marcells into Marashilly Johnsons, and I heard all the conversations surrounding the hair care, I need some shit to get this damn dandruff out of my hair because I don't want to use Head and Shoulders and none of these chemicals no more. I'm just trying to be holistically free, so my shit is itching. You know what I'm saying? So,
So let me give you some.
Hold on. Hold that thought. I'm just cooking right now. Hold that thought. I'm making some stew and shit. Matter of fact, I got some snacks in the oven. Y'all hungry? Pull up and shit. You know what I mean? So with that being said, again, I just land my plane. Hey, look, we gonna have to fund us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna give y'all this last little analogy. You know, there's something else I wanted to say, but an elder, right? An elder lady, one of our people said something real illmatic, right? In Afro Elite space one day. But Afro Elite didn't get it, even though I tried to come up and explain it to him. So the elder was saying that we could get reparations right now through crowdfunding, right? And I said, oh shit, that's illmatic. But that's not reparations though, because these white jokers owe us. But I said, damn, if we had a product, right? We really could get money right now. You feel what I'm saying? And I think that shit is easy if we just learn to be amongst each other. Those that got a skill, you know, you got banking skills, go over there with the bankers. If you're a lawyer, go over there with the lawyers. Y'all go over there and y'all respective career, educational background, what you went to HBCU for or whatever, and go build with them folks over there. Those that want to do the work, hey, you're going to have to go find your 144. So, Tammy, whatever it is you're doing, I didn't really hear that because, you know, y'all was sharing. I didn't hear anything, you know what I'm saying? That's all I heard was the rough, you know what I mean? Yeah. Whatever it is you're doing, you're just going to have to build it and seek out black people that are in the same space. Now, if you're talking about CPS type stuff, we got a sister, Latasha Copeland. You need to go connect with her and her connect with you and see what it is you two can do. Latasha Copeland, CPS, look it up. You know, right here on Twitter. You know what I mean? Real shit. So yeah, you already know A-Dub. Yeah, big that shit up, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to our sister. You know what I mean? And big ups to our family, whatever she going through right now. You know what I mean? Because shit is real. You know what I mean? Shout out to Tyler family. Shit is real. Shout out to my family going through it. You know what I mean? Losing people out here. We fucked up out here. And we don't understand it because we could just go get a job, nigga. Go get a job, yo. That's what all folks know is be a fucking worker bee, yo. To the bone until there ain't shit left over. You know what I'm saying? Don't care about building nothing because all we assume is, if we try to build something up, the white man gonna kill us for it. Yeah, we already know that, but is that really gonna stop you? If that stop you, hey man, you wasting your time. You taking up breath here on the planet. That's the way I be looking at it. I ain't had a job in 12 years. You know what I mean? COVID fucked my business up. The Wu flu. You know what I mean? China virus, whatever you want to call this shit. You know what I mean? It's all bullshit. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. But that shit ain't stopping me though. on to the next, revamp the business, I'm moving on, yo, you know what I mean? That's all it is. But I can't survive without the fucking economic backing of the folks right here in the chat. This shit don't work without y'all supporting it, this shit. The black hair care industry, it don't work if you ain't buying no hair care products, going to a black barber, going to a black salon, nails, all that other stuff. Ladies, I don't know what the hell's up with the situation. I know I don't like looking at certain motherfuckers' feet, but shit, if the Asians get money, so can you. You just gonna have to suck it up and look at a nigga feet. You know what I'm saying? I know, you're gonna have to be Wanda from fucking Martin and shit. Nah, get the chainsaw. Gotta get in there. Gotta get in there. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, this is the sacrifice you gotta do to prevent the money from leaving the community.
Man. Hey, let me highlight the word sacrifice. Sacrifice. This word should have been drilled into our children. It should have been drilled into us. We definitely need to drill it into the next generations. Sacrifice is required. And if you're not prepared to make the sacrifices required, you're going to get whatever they give to you, like quite literally. And from all signs, they don't have nothing to give to us. Nothing but pain and suffering.
Okay. So have y'all rallied behind the black farmers? They messing with them again. Okay? Yes. Are y'all rallying behind them? Y'all show up. Say something about it. Speak up.
What are you talking about?
That's my biggest frustration with black folks. I'm like, dang, if my folks today, just like it, don't nobody come around. But it be serious issues. And I know it's more fun to talk about relationships, but these are the issues that we need to be talking about. For real. Okay, and I said I did 3 years of investigative journalism on this topic. And they are not letting us, even in the state you in, how do you know when this contract come available? You got to go to that, probably. They are not DEI.
Let's say who they is. Who is they?
I want to know what you have to do.
Government.
I want to know what you have to do, Tammy.
Government. That's who
Tammy, okay, to get what?
Yeah, they white minions. You know what I mean? These white companies, brother.
Again, I'm not on the same page. It's more about application to me. So, Tammy, when you need it, because I don't understand. You keep you saying something, and then I'm kind of lost. When you're trying to get monies or whatever, what's actually happening? And speaking in generalization, it doesn't work for me. I need to understand what happened so we can problem solve and find solutions. So
they don't. And they already have it earmarked for certain people. See, the thing that I'm working on right now is stopping them from being able to make the decision with the same person over and over. They don't give nobody else a chance. And why you give 53? You could have gave. What do you need money for? What do you need money for? For example, what do you want money for? Suicide prevention in the black community and in jail.
You have a suicide prevention program, and you were funding for it.
They gave one company $53 million for suicide prevention.
I understand that, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about your need, right?
I need some of that.
So the judge is trying to get you to say you have a suicide prevention, organization, company, business?
No, I have 2 private practices, but I go out and do all of that.
So you're setting up a foundation, or you starting a organization?
Give me $3 million to go do suicide prevention in Georgia, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
Right. And so do you have a 501(c)(3)? How are you going to do that?
What's your business plan?
I need one. Some of them are for, specifically for nonprofit, but some of them are for profit. The majority of them that they give out are for profit. And I am go ahead.
So do you have a for-profit organization set up?
I have 2 private practices. That's my business.
Right. But under your business, Do you have a for-profit organization set up?
My business is the for-profit.
Okay. What's the licensing again, Tammy? You're not an LCSW, are you? What's your license?
No, I'm not. I am a licensed psychotherapist.
So I've heard you guys say that before. Is that like how long is that program? How many years?
It's longer than the social workers.
Because Tammy, if you listen to me, I'm very much aware about this business. The industry you're talking about, I know it very well. And you've told me your credentials before, but I'm not familiar with it. It's like, do you have a certificate?
I have a license by the state of Tennessee that's valid all over the country. I went to school for 4 years to get my master's. I did 3,000 hours of.
What was the program? Was it MSW? Was it? So you had a bachelor's? What's your undergrad at, Tammy? What's your undergrad at?
Huh?
What's your undergrad?
My undergrad was criminal justice. My grad is counseling psychology. We are the clinical.
You have a master's in social work or master's?
Don't you say so? I tell you this every time, Julie. Don't say so.
I never understand it.
Counseling psychology.
So is that a year program or how does that work?
I'm about to go.
Hold on. Don't leave yet.
4-year program.
Don't leave yet.
It's an additional 4 years?
It's more
additional 4 years after. It's a postgraduate degree that takes you 4 years to get?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry to me. Hey, Judge, that has nothing to do with trying to find a solution to try to find money to give to Tammy. She has her certificates and her credentials. It's over. When you're in this line of business, you have to already have done the work, not just getting the knowledge, but doing the footwork. You feel what I'm saying? To go seek money to build whatever platform up you're trying to build. We've been through that already as a business owner. You feel what I'm saying? So the only logical step is group economics, yo. I'm not understanding.
We understand that, but I think what Judge was trying to walk through with Tammy was, in the grand scheme of her being set up, she's trying to get Tammy to answer the application part because she didn't want to ask the question again over and over. I understood what the judge was doing. She's trying to figure out from Tammy, what was the application process for you applying for the grant that you were denied? I guess it's a grant, Tammy.
I know that. Because I know people I know, they get money. Okay, they get all kinds of things.
Hold on. It's not about the people you know, and it's not about what it is you know. We're trying to figure out why Tammy is not getting the money she needs to move on. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So with that being said, I just want to ask Tammy, with the questions the judge asks, are those on the application when you applied for them? When you applied, did they ask any of those questions? Do you remember?
I have not applied because I didn't know it was available, is what I'm saying.
We got that. But you know,
no, it is a race issue. They are not funding Black research.
Okay, we clear on that. I'm clear on that. Have you read the prerequisite? I just want to know from you.
Will you stop?
I'm just trying to ask if there are requirements. Where
you're not listening, Rella. Y'all not listening, yo.
Oh my God.
In general, it's not about her not knowing where to get.
I didn't say she didn't know. I didn't say she didn't know.
That's what she's trying to explain to you.
I'm trying to stop on board with
all this already.
2 years of no Black funding research. That's the point. How we sit around for 20 years and not know all the Black people that work there too. Is what I'm saying. Not one white person blew the whistle, but you let a Black person do something. Oh, she did this, that. White people keep their secret for 20 years. Not one whistleblower that said, hey, we ain't did no Black research. You been giving the grants all out that they didn't have to sign up for. They didn't have to fill out. You been giving them all out to the same company, and they done built an empire. That's what I'm saying. It's not even about that.
Can I jump in real quick? Yeah, no, I see what Judge was trying to do, but we're way past that because, but Tammy, just to reiterate the point I was coming from, this is why, and Rella said a key word. Oh my goodness, allyship. And that's the role that the HBCUs should be playing in the lives of the alma maters, in the lives of the people that live in the community that these HBCUs serve. Because as an alma mater, or alumni, I should say, my bad, as an alumni, you should be getting an email every week, every month, every quarter, letting you know that grants are coming out. Be sure to da-da-da-da-da, rah. We've got, and I think some of the questions that they were asking were more like, are you about to open a daycare and you need some grant? Your grant requests are on a larger scale. And
no, that's not the point I'm trying to make.
I know. I'm telling you the point I'm making. Because when you came in the room, you were asking about the HBCUs, and I shared with you that some people have some perspectives, and they don't hold the same one that you hold about how great HBCUs are. I'm saying to you, from my own perspective, my own opinion, that I have a problem with HBCUs, that they would have an alumni in this predicament. And this is not the only predicament that HBCUs have as a result of being in existence. So
if you can't get 17% of Congress, you can't get Congress.
So wait a minute. Hold on. Let me cook. Let me cook for a minute. Because I agree with your frustration.
Hey, I can say one thing real quick, Mel. Also, I overheard y'all when I was in the car. Y'all didn't go back to the context when Tammy did ask y'all when y'all was up here talking about HBCUs. We was originally talking about the situation that happened with Deion Sanders. You see what I'm saying? That was the conversation. So that's what we were talking about. Do you understand that what happened with Deion, Jack State might have took half of the money from the stadium tickets, and that's how the conversation got into the HBCU thing. But go ahead, though, man.
Thank you, DJ. But see, so my point with the HBCUs is the fact that there should be no HBCU alumni having the problem you're having, just simply even having access. If HBCUs were created to ensure that Black Americans, Negroes at the time, was the language that Obama removed, but if that was their goal to care and educate us, then they're still in business today, then they need to be sticking to their charter. And so if they have to create a system within their system that makes sure that any person that graduated from their institution is on a mailing list, is on a social list or whatever in the hell, following them on social media, letting them know funding's coming out. If alumni are arguing and saying, hey, look, for years, this is a problem, I'm not being given access, then ain't a damn thing wrong with the HBCU calling up Congress and saying, wait a minute, you are disenfranchising these Black Americans. That's the problem. So to sit back and not hold an HBCU accountable, that's disingenuous on your part. If you want the grant, you need every ally and their mama supporting your position, because what you're trying to do is give right back to our community, and you're trying to do it on a large scale. So you damn sure deserve those grants, and you damn sure deserve access. So everybody needs to get off their ass and give you what you need. I'll land my plane.
Hey, let me throw this in here from Miss Tammy, because what I hear from Miss Tammy, she loves the HBCU, so Miss Mel addressed that really well. But let's talk about Congress, because I think she's stuck on the fact, and this is a misbelief that Black Americans have, that the Congressional Black Caucus is there for our benefit. They are not. They are not. This woman, Cori Bush, I believe she was a grassroots activist who played a major part in the Ferguson situation. I believe that's what ushered her. Yeah. I believe that's what ushered her into Congress. This is her latest tweet. The wage gap deprives Latina workers of approximately $1 million over a 40-year career. This is absolutely despicable. We need equal pay now in capital letters with an explanation or an exclamation point. And she has hashtag Latina Equal Pay Day. Latina Equal Pay Day. This is a Black American woman who went to Congress supposedly to fight for her Black district. Now, we have Tyrone Polk who responds to say, your district is almost 50% Black and 3% Latino. 3% Latino, which means that it's probably 1.5% Latina. These people do not represent us. They will never represent us. And this is the part of your frustration that you have to make peace with. They are not there for you. Unfortunately, they will never be there for you as long as we are scattered across this country as minorities. That's just the bottom line.
I already know that because when I emailed them twice, I emailed them individually. No one emailed me back. Right?
And they never will.
They never will. And they never will. And so I need y'all to be advocates for it too.
They don't give a fuck.
We don't got to start standing.
Tell me what state are you in?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
I don't know. Is Tennessee on the list, Black?
Just south of the border in Mississippi, just south of Memphis, Tennessee, there is a small town, and it has a large Black population. But Mississippi is the state. But Tennessee is like we need to have more babies. Let me put it that way.
I'm gonna take them down. They so racist.
And you know what a lot of folks don't realize though? It's like we fighting this harsh reality. It's like it gotta be po folks here. And all these racists decided that Black folks gonna be the po folks. You know what I'm saying?
We standing side by side with them, despite everything they done.
But they make sure these niggas don't get no money.
Let me tell you something.
So the question is, what we gonna do about it? Because I'm like this. Because hold on.
Now you sound like Lloyd. Don't you sound like Lloyd Black?
No, listen. I swear to God, okay. In Detroit, we got this 1 mile long strip on Livernois called the Avenue of Fashion, right? This all these motherfuckers came up there like, damn, y'all got a mile long strip of all Black high end businesses and shit. They did the roads, right? So they left the roads fucked up for about a year. So they tried to think. So by Detroit being an all Black city, they pulled off all the contractors to fix the road. But then motherfuckers start coming like, no, y'all gonna fix these roads. So they finally fixed the road. So what they trying to do is this, man. They trying to bring all these immigrants in because they can't have no babies. They trying to bring all these motherfuckers in because Black people don't got no power. Because what happened during the 70s and shit, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that dope gang came on top of the integration, on top of the welfare and all this other shit, and that split everybody. Like my man said, we ain't congregated nowhere. You got folks who make $200,000, $100,000 a year. They gonna move next to a white man now because we integrated now.
It's so sad.
It's very sad.
You mean tell me like in Detroit, they sell a house for $1,000. Now if you could pick up a fucking hammer and read you could pick up a hammer and read a ruler, you could buy a house for $1,000 for a swim pool in the basement if you're smart enough. You just turn a $1,000 house to a $500,000 house overnight.
Tennessee, honey, we can't even. I want to be in the Black neighborhood. The house that was $20,000 is $400,000. I can't even afford rent. I'm still looking for somewhere I can afford. I mean, it's just sad.
So we're gonna have to make a decision, man. We're gonna keep on loving these whole ass bottle motherfuckers.
Well, we're gonna come together. We're gonna be bumping each other Instead of getting white folks go in together, and then after they come out, that's when they do the arguing and talking. Right. Black folks do arguing and talking and dot. You say a whole bunch of stuff to me and dot, instead of just going in, getting what we got to get, and come on out.
But watch this though. From 1960 into now, right, the economic situation is gonna fluctuate regardless of who you believe in, what you believe in, all that shit, right?
Well, before that.
In the 70s, at the time was the black folks supposed, like my generation supposed to fight, we all supposed to fight with the Black Power generation. But that integration shit hit, Brown versus Board of Education in the 50s and all that shit. Now we can move around like the white folks ain't busting our heads open no more. So then we start spending our money with these motherfuckers. We start spending our money with them. That's the biggest mistake we could ever make. Then the immigrants come in here and watch this. Hold on, I got one more point. Now remember when the conception of this country, they offered immigrant land, right?
No problem.
But now the new conception of this country is we offer immigrants businesses. Okay, y'all we can't give y'all the land, but you can go in the black neighborhood and make $1 million.
And that's why they messing with them black farmers, because they want their land. I mean, y'all, we gotta show up.
And watch this. During the pandemic in Detroit, the Arabs in Detroit made $8 billion.
Oh,
God damn, son.
And they knew it was coming. And not one black person on that, black people know what's happening.
And then you drive to Dearborn, Michigan, where the Arabs stay. These niggas stay in their fucking castles.
You know what?
They got regular ass houses torn out and use all money to build $1 million houses off our fucking.
I want my doggone money that y'all supposed to be giving me from the government. You be sitting next to somebody that got Titan tickets for the year, season tickets. You like, what? How you getting all this? Because they done stole the money. But if you look before the 60s, Ida Wells, and look at that tracks of people, it made me fall in love with black people. Because when I looked at the 60s, I was like, we ain't done nothing since the 60s. What have we done? What have we gained?
Not a damn thing. When Barry Gordy moved to LA and killed that it's mind control anyways in the music. When he killed that our mind control of black love and black power and moved to LA and let them Jews in and start pushing that bullshit, that all the record companies start pushing this narrative out, we started spending our money with them motherfuckers. Then the black hate came, the self-hate. It's just self-hate. It's like you got a black-owned store and you got a motherfucking non-black store. These motherfucking niggas that go to the non-black store just for the fact I don't want to get that nigga no money.
Right. You ain't gonna do that.
And that's why I told y'all my old dude, these niggas is crazy. They started leasing liquor licenses to the Arabs. They're like, shit, man, fuck it. We're gonna let these Arabs live the American dream and take their money. I was a little kid. We walked up to the store. The Arab buzzed this nigga in. This man reached in the fucking cash register, looked at the little Arab boy, snatched all the money out and walked out. I was like, oh my God. I saw it then at a young age. I'm like, be white folks. And then watch this. Well, I got one more thing. Now, our restaurant, right? My old dude bought the land, right? He bought the land at the restaurant, so he was getting letters in the mail. You gotta pay this. You gotta be for the building. He was like, well, come take the building off my land then. They start fucking with him.
And you know what else? We don't value each other. I done told y'all I did 3 years of investigation. And I think if a white woman was telling y'all the same thing, it wouldn't have been. That's just the way I feel. That might not be how you meant it. But I just said I did 3 years of investigating this situation. And this is what I came up with because I had my eye on it and I have my research. Dang, let me send that to y'all. And I want y'all to look at what this study is supposed to be. Black Caucus wanted HHS to do a study on African American youth suicide. Okay? And on the front of it, it says what? African American youth suicide. But they didn't use the whole, they didn't use all black.
Yeah, and they're probably going to take what you wrote, your proposal, your document, and it's probably stellar. It's probably the exact cure is probably the solution, and they're going to pass that right over to the foundation that you said got a piece of that change, that other company that's been getting the grant back to back to back, and they're going to put your work, and you the funds, and pay them to implement your program. And if the HBCUs don't get up on their ass, get up on their ass and be an advocate for you and every other Black American that has put in hard ass work for 3.5 years, doing that research, making sure this shit is grammatically correct, the margins are right, and the sources are cited, and all that goes in that. And you mean to tell me an HBCU doesn't care enough about an alumni to make sure that y'all got the support?
They didn't even know they were under invested.
Doesn't matter. That shows what else they didn't know then.
Tell me this thing. Okay, look, I had graduated from this college, right? My little class, whatever. So I talked. So they asked all the graduates to talk in front of the panel. So I went up there and talked in front of the panel and shit. And I mentioned that I was starting the school, right? So one of the Black ladies that worked at the college put me to the side. She was like, "That's a good idea. I'm gonna give your name to one of the people, right? And they're gonna help you get your school started for robotics and shit." You know what I'm saying? So I get email by this white guy. He pushed me like, "Are you sure? When are you gonna do it?" You know, he emailed constant. So I was like, "Hold on, bro. I'm just trying to get my information together." And I called my homeboy. He owns a little strip, he got a little thing going. I can call him. He got a couple dollars. So he was like, "I'm gonna help you write that. What's that 503C thing?"
501c3.
501c3. Okay, look, he was like, "Look, I'm gonna help you write that," but he's like, the school got so much funding that they're gonna try to give you some of that money as a tax write-off. Now, if I let these motherfuckers do my shit, are they gonna try to impede on me and take my shit from me?
It's a good possibility. It's a good possibility.
I mean, let's choose one of them motherfuckers, man. I ain't even lying.
I mean, but there's nothing wrong with you checking the trap, though, before you submit those documents and make sure that, because for 501c3, you'd want to do a letter of collaboration. That still doesn't mean they're not going to try to take your proposal and implement it to their advantage. They may
you don't own it, so you can be knowing what to expect. It's not hard. They just make it seem. Do you know what nonprofit was started? It was started for, and about in the 70s, a group of them convinced Congress to let them lobby $1 million to lobby the government. And that's it, simply why they're around. And they put us through hell to make it seem like it's a status. They ain't doing nothing but prostituting.
And that's the same thing even with these foundations. They take the block of the money, break a piece off to the foundation, it pays the salaries and the expenses, the overhead and all that, and then they give you a little piece of the piece. So
that is the reason why I was asking Miss Tammy, does she have a foundation under her business name, under her parent business name? Because if you're going to play the game, then you need to set one up.
Good advice, Rella.
You need to set one up, so now you can go and reapply, and you're going to reapply under the foundation name, and then you're going to go ahead and from the foundation, you're going to apply, take your business, and you're going to apply for your grant
for not giving it
under your foundation. Could you? Okay, I'm gonna repeat this again,
and I'm gonna repeat.
I heard what you said, Miss Tammy, and I'm going to say this again. Create a foundation name. Get you some board of directors, people set up or whatever. Get the thing going. And apply again with the foundation. Not you. Not your business. And then with your business, you're going to apply through your foundation for your money. Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
I know what you're saying, and I can't do that. What I'm telling you is, we don't have no allies. We out here by ourselves. Because if we had allies, Trump wouldn't have been president. If we had Stacey, what's her name, would have been governor. I mean, it's just they lie to you in your face.
If we had allies,
please
first
don't.
of all,
Wow, you went to the Democrat Party.
Stacey Abrams wouldn't be a factor because people would have realized, oh, Stacey Abrams on your
is a horrible candidate.
You separated the Black Americans agenda by gender, and you included everyone else by community.
I just using that as an example. I want to use it. The need for foundation board diversity. They don't. You know what? Diversity need to start in the state. Okay. How all these other companies getting diverse and the government ain't? Nobody in the government.
Who would you consider to be an ally to not just you? Because let's look at it collectively. Name some people, organizations, entities that would be a great ally in the situation you're in right now to resolve your issue now.
They don't exist. They don't exist.
Oh, who would be?
Yeah, just off the top, if you could select some allies, who would they be? Briefly,
they ran commercials that said we are encouraging, people of diverse backgrounds to apply. They didn't, but that would be one. I mean, that whole area. They know.
Identify it.
Oh, yes, that's why I kept asking you, who is they? Like, who is the they?
The National Institute of Mental Health, the National Institute of Health, because they have to do funding for everybody. SAMHSA, who is so prejudiced, has a black leader, her, and I reached out to her, and I'm going to reach out to her again. Because I can't believe.
Okay, let me get in here. Let me get in here.
Ooh.
So now those are people that you have identified as would be good allies for your situation, and you made it clear that one of them is prejudiced. They just only have a black figurehead. So now somebody who can relate to the population you intend to serve, that's an organization or an entity, name who would be some potential allies to you.
What I found out, I thought the Community Mental Health Center that I worked my ass for 10 years would be an ally. But they kept their mouth shut too. Vacation with those folks.
Who else, baby? Who else?
The commissioner for the state of Tennessee. Substance abuse and mental health and substance abuse.
Right. So what I'm not hearing from you, and you don't owe me anything, but what I'm not hearing from you is somebody who is vested in the advancement and the benefit of the success of Black Americans. You haven't listed wait, hold on, Tim. I haven't heard you say that, and so that's a problem.
Well, they don't exist.
Which by you not saying that,
they don't exist.
Strengthens my position that the school you graduated from, that's an HBCU, should be the main one talking, where you don't even have to ask, they ask.
Well, I think Tammy is is showing us that these people don't exist, and I am under the impression that we have to become the people that we want to see, and it sounds like she's trying to do that. I want to drop a massive truth bomb in the space, and I'm a read. Yep.
Tammy, check your DM real quick. Tammy, check your DM. This is WPR.
Yeah, so I'm gonna read through 4 tweets. I'm not gonna read all of them, but I'm gonna focus on one important thing because I think Miss Tammy's experience really shows. It's a really good example of it. So in the book, I talk about macro being macro movements versus micro movements, where in a micro movement is something that is very small and it moves very few people. A macro movement is a large movement, that's designed to move hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. So this is only going to take a second. I'm going to just read through them real quick. And I actually just posted this one today, ironically. But Often the fight for justice becomes a prison from which many never escape. Staying busy, doing the work, running the race can be an unintended limitation. This is from May of 2021. This is the busy bee syndrome. The act of being busy leads to the false impression of making progress. The tranquilizer dart of action, in quotes, that puts us to sleep. This is from December 2020. Busy work is just that. Black people being busy, feeling good, but not really accomplishing much. This is the cycle that they've had us in for the last 150 years. Busy work. While they appoint all of the members of your board to determine your study on reparations. That was in response to that. And this is the last one. It is only after 60 plus years, technically 100 plus years, with a grain of salt, I tell you, 1,000,000 different people moving in 1,000,000 different directions will never attain Black freedom. Doesn't mean you should stop. It just means busy bee work doesn't equal progress. When I woke up this morning, this thought was on my mind, and it's simply this. A lot of what's happening is designed to keep us busy. Busy, 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 busy.
Distracted.
It's a distraction. It is a prison unto itself because we're so busy, we're not able to step back and look at everything from a distance and really try to assess what macro, large, huge movements we need to create in order to change everything. And I think that the reparations movement, for what it's worth, is a really good movement. And it's the reason that I even wrote the book. I was inspired to write the book because I was getting glimpses of it on Facebook that you have this collective energy that can be harnessed for a macro movement. And the macro movement ultimately puts us in the position to be the decision makers, to be the people who have the authority to investigate these foundations, and or they'll leave the state because they don't want to be under investigation.
Audit. Mm-hmm.
Audit, whatever you want to call it. And here's the thing. Even though they can escape the state, they can't escape our 2 senators. And when we get to second state, our 4 senators who can do a congressional hearing on their activities. So again, everything that we try to talk about is to move us in a different relationship where we are operating from a position of authority against authority in terms of the federal government, but all these organizations are now underneath us as a population, and they have to answer to us. But being busy, just for the sake of being busy, produces the illusion of progress, but you got to look at the results.
You know what else? What's the name of the book? That's some good hits.
The name of the book is Black State of America, Black Reparations, Civil Rights 2.0 by RSLDJ. I will send you a DM.
Send me a DM. And this is the other thing. I know a lot of people may not like Roland Martin, but his information is pivotal. It gets you what you need to know that you won't even find it. And Dr. Rock, what's his name? Rashard Ricky. He's another one that gives out good information. But so I want to clear. I'm looking for a fellowship, not a fellowship. So they'll pay everything for the, I know. I didn't know what one was either. I was like, what?
But you still need to. Okay, you're gonna start your foundation, all right?
No, I'm investigative journalist. That's what I'm doing.
You can do that in your foundation, Miss Tammy.
Why?
That's how you gonna get the set asides.
I don't want one. I'm gonna travel and stuff.
That's not unfortunate. That's the same problem I got. You see what I'm saying? That's not to Miss Tammy's forte to run it. Probably to even run a business. You just want to help people and do what you got to do to get black people in the door. That's it. Somebody else gonna push paper.
I done got good at it, and I love doing it. Finding these writings out.
Okay. So then, how you gonna get the set aside money?
You go get the set aside money for.
What's the set aside money?
Money. Yeah. No, the set aside money. So.
I'm in the studio. I don't got no time to push your paper. So who gonna get the set aside money for me?
That's you, DJ. Ain't nobody talking about. It is not. No, you stop. No, you stop because you're not letting me finish.
Listen to what I just said. It's the same analogy.
It's not the same analogy if you let me finish.
Let me cook real quick.
Well, I'm trying to finish. How you gonna cook? Okay, but
I'm not trying to cut you off. Let somebody else.
Then let me finish. Let me finish.
Somebody else say something real quick.
Well, let me finish. No, because let me finish.
Saying it is the same thing because it don't matter what the business is.
It's not.
You're gonna have problems trying to get funding. Somebody else to go put
it's not the same thing. That's why I'm trying to finish what I'm saying.
The thing is, let me finish. One person can only do one job at a time. I need 10 of me to get one thing done. Tammy ain't got time to be pushing paperwork when she investigating journalists. She might have to pull a stop out on the nigga.
Investigating journalists requires you to push paper.
Doing his work.
Investigating journalists requires you to push paper, and I'm sorry, we're not monolith. And some people can multitask. Some people can multitask.
We're talking about business, right? Yeah, you can.
She has a whole business, DJ.
Right. But she's one person though. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all.
Yeah, they be changing up my email. They'll send me an email.
You need to control this, Tammy. You need to be the point on this because you're the only one that can speak to issues fluently, and then some people can get up here and back you up.
I don't know what that is. What I don't know what that is.
Well, Rella's trying to ask you, and I'm going to be quiet so Rella can ask you her question, and then you'll see the picture. You'll see the picture. You want the grant money. You need the money. You want the funding. But you're saying now that you're a journalist, and that's sound to me like you just.
I never said I wanted the funding. I need a fellowship, or it could be a grant, but it can't be a grant that I'm gonna have to write 10 pages on. Right.
Right. So hold on real quick, Tammy. Hold on real quick, Tammy. See, this is what I was saying. We need to be quiet more and listen more. She said fellowship several times, so therefore meaning she need a team. She don't need to do all of the work. Let her just do the main part of the job, which is
don't tell me that we need to be quiet more because I feel like you're taking a dig because you talk as much as I talk. Okay, well, I'm just saying, don't do that. Please don't do that.
Well, let's stop, yo.
No, because you didn't even allow me to finish, and when you cut me off, then you started talking. Well, let me talk.
Always trying to apply stuff. You don't have to come off your mic all the time. Stop, man.
You don't either. You don't either. Do you? No, you don't either.
So it's a back and forth thing. Come on.
Why? Because you won't be quiet.
Neither will you. So now we.
Right? Okay, we need it.
Look at what I just found. I'm gonna because I don't want to put it on my page. But this is the type of stuff I'm looking for.
This shit is crazy.
So you can look at this right here. Because
okay, is that the Google Docs you sent me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that is the one. No, I think that is the one with the African American youth suicide. It happened in 2020. Well, have y'all done the follow up by now? Well, they haven't. And the Black Congressional Congress ain't asked about it, but I'm going to be on their ass today asking.
Okay, where did you post it on your account, or did you put in a jumbotron?
I'm gonna put it on YouTube right here. Oh, here you go. Okay, here it is. I did print instead of So they trying to give money away. I'm gonna apply for this, and I already applied for one other one that said they calling it under invested in Black community. Now, what I did was I was prejudiced and didn't give us any funding. Right? White people always want to change the narrative, but what they don't understand is we cannot move forward. We can't until we're not asking you to acknowledge it, to embarrass you, or to set you out. You can't just go past it and change it. CRT making laws. You don't have to teach us Black history. Teach us law. Teach us foundation, entrepreneurship, how to buy a house. Those are all the things that we don't necessarily learn
Life courses
at home. But we can learn some history, and we never depend on you all to teach us Black history.
Yeah, life courses. I talk about those in the book as well. So yeah, that's gaining control over the educational system. You create curriculum that is going to benefit the students growing up in the system, and those are very important. I wanted to. Oh man, there was something else I wanted to. Oh yeah. So during the COVID, the pandemic, there was an elevated level of young Black suicides. That's a stat that I do remember seeing several times. And as a matter of fact, I think they were trying to even make Black people the face of suicides during this pandemic. So,
but they didn't give us that money
because they're not. I mean, I'm in, again, so many different spaces on so many different topics. If it's Black Republicans complaining that the Republican Party's not spending money in the Black community to get out the Republican vote. Same thing in the Democrat Party, where they're talking about how they got to fight to get money to be spent in Black institutions and Black businesses. This is this is the system. This is the way the system operates.
Right.
We can acknowledge it and recognize it, but if we really want to change it, we really have to take over these systems. I did hear something in Miss Tammy's conversation where it appears that, I don't, this is not an accusation, that you tend to lean towards the Democrat Party. You might be a Democrat voter. A lot of the Black population are. Yeah, because the thing about it is the Democrat Party has been very detrimental to our population. Yeah, you know what? I didn't hear the last two things you said. But yeah, Phil.
Not done anything for us.
Exactly.
They started applying for these reparations long time ago, 40 years ago. It should not be still on the table. It should be passed. And now they do it. We don't need y'all need to just give, but it's enough money out here, y'all. We don't even need to worry about reparations. So much money.
Well, the reparations conversation is the debt is owed, and then everything else is on top of that. So we definitely gonna worry about it, and I believe having state authority puts us in a much better position to get it, because you're dealing with power and authority versus authority, whereas today we're just a minority population that is doing everything we can to work with the system. But what we see across the country in these state programs, they're just slapping the name reparations on whatever they want to do. They're including all these different groups. They're changing what used to be home ownership programs that are like 30 or 40 years old, and they're just slapping reparations on it. So they're always going to create confusion and muddy the waters, as they say, no matter what it is when it comes to us. And I think part of that is that when we stopped fighting in the 70s, 80s, 90s, that we just kind of gave it over to these so-called Democrat representatives. And for what it's worth, there was a time briefly where it seemed like they were really fighting for us. But there's always that built-in excuse of, well, they're not going to let us do anything. And again, when they say they're talking about the white liberals. The white liberals are just as racist as the white conservatives. Um, they're just on a different side of the political spectrum, but they're all racist. They all are going to naturally do things that benefit their population, but they intentionally are pushing these other immigrant groups above us to push us further down. And this news about these Jewish people talking about how Black Americans are a big problem, that is disturbing on some fundamental levels that we should really, really, really look into, because I'm not a person who ever really cares about what these other groups think. I really personally don't care at all. I think it's really more about what we do, how we think, because we are the solution for us. However, some of these groups are in very powerful positions. They do have the ability to make things much, much worse for our population. And if they are, and seemingly so, starting to create the same narratives, they seem to be coming together in a coalition against our population. And if that starts to accelerate, um, man, dear God, I never thought I would leave this country, and I have no desire to leave the country, but it'll be nearly impossible to exist in this country. Um, I am not a person who will be homeless by any means. I was homeless once for a couple of weeks. I know what that is like. I know what it's about, and I would never allow myself to be in that situation. That means somebody else is going to hurt if I have to suffer, because I'm doing all the right things and I'm working as hard as I possibly can. And I think there just has to come a point in time where people have to decide, are they going to stand on their feet, or are they going to bend down on their knees? And truthfully, I'm doing everything I can. I'm moving to Delaware in a couple of months. I'm gonna do everything I can to get as many Black Americans to move into that state as I possibly can, along with working and everything else that I got going on. Because I really, honestly, I just right now, as hopeful as I am and as intentional as I am, I don't see a future without Black majority states. I can't see past my life. Um, and I got a son, like I said, and I have a granddaughter, and I have a bunch of nieces, nephews, grandnieces, and nephews, and I just don't want to leave this planet knowing. And again, because I'm so tapped in, man, the information that we have on Twitter, if we were to just go out in a barbershop or beauty salon and have a conversation with people who are just living their best life, they would look at us like we were the most paranoid, schizophrenic, people on the face of the earth like we just got off a spaceship and we have no idea what's going on. And that's very, very sad that there are so many people that are just sleepwalking through this life, through this existence. They have no consciousness about what is happening all around them. This is there was a picture I just went past where it was a crab sitting in a boiling pot of water soup. There was a half kernel of corn or corn on the cob rather, and the crab is being boiled alive, but he's eating the corn as if nothing is happening. Total unawareness to his condition. And I really believe a lot of us, the majority of us, are that crab, just eating and living and enjoying life, totally oblivious to the fact that we are being cooked alive. So, for those who don't know, we are in spaces a lot together, and so there tends to be what I call reverberations from other spaces that carry over into other spaces. And what we have to do is we got to respect each other above all else. The space started off with God gives grace, why don't we? We've got to give each other grace and the opportunity to have a conversation and definitely not talk over each other. Because that's just fundamental to civilization, to being civilized people, giving people a chance to speak, to get their thoughts out, because oftentimes you will lose your train of thinking if you don't get a chance to get it out. So let's give everybody the opportunity to get their whole thought out, and we'll go from there. So I think DJ's up, and then we got a new speaker, Shaw.
Hey, let the new speaker go right there, Shaw.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say real quick that crab was a metaphor for reality. Mm-hmm. So what that was dry ice and some liquid with crab in it and the thing. So the dry ice is looking like it's boiling. It's got the little steam. That's dry ice in a liquid. So it appears to be one thing, but it's not. And so that's what, in a lot of ways, reality is like, especially in a situation where media and now AI is so prevalent that they got us thinking it's one thing, but it's really something else. And we're, like you said, we're, just bubbling along, going to work, coming home, watching Netflix or whatever our situations are. And knowing that there's stuff going on, but not really concerned because, like, well, what can I do? Or not even knowing what's going on globally or even nationally. You just hear about some shit in the news and that's it. That's all. I just want to make that little quick point.
I was like, do you not know we North America? Like, what?
Also too, man, like, I know some of us gonna hate it. A lot of niggas want some guala coochie. They want some white coochie. They want some Arab coochie. But we're gonna have to push a nationwide boycott on all non-black businesses too. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing this reparation. I'm hearing all this. I'm hearing all this.
No Amazon, no Sam, no
nothing. Even for the local level, nothing. You gotta starve them out, but they gonna keep on sending these motherfuckers over here. You know what I'm saying? We making it safe for other motherfuckers to come while our kids ducking bullets. That shit makes no sense. You just done gave these motherfucking people millions of dollars, but your kids get out here getting shot, carjacked, and murdered.
Come on. I do none of that. I tell you, I try to stay in the black community. And even though they don't own it, they bring stores in our community to build them up and then move out. Come back, we don't give them enough. You know what? Walmart next. Walmart need to go.
And that it's gonna have to be the narrative, man. Black love gonna be black boycott. That's gonna be the next movement because we keep on paying. We how much we spent last year? 1.8 trillion with non-black businesses.
We can't come together. We will not come together.
It's 40 million niggas. Excuse my language. 45 million black folks in America. We just spent 1.8 trillion dollars with non-black business. If you do the math, you divide 45 million into 1.8 trillion. That's over 100 million. At least the minimum $50 million a piece in everybody's pocket. So our mindset is fucked up right now.
But you heard about the
you multiply that 1.8 trillion by the last 20 years.
Shit.
Come on, man. We putting ourselves in this motherfucker hole. Shit. That's the real talk. We putting ourselves in this shit. We hanging ourselves. And we don't need, because these white folks ain't gonna attack us no motherfucker, bro. Hey, some cowards. So we ain't got to worry about all that old KKK Klan shit. Man, nigga, I'll shoot you with this KKK, bitch. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to push the narrative of boycott. Hey man, don't shop them. Don't shop with them. Fuck them. You gotta pay extra 5 cents, go pay it. You gotta drive extra 4 miles, go drive to go to a black owned business. Fuck it. Cause that's what we own up here in Detroit. They just flipped the script on us. They hired a white mayor. All of a sudden, $30 billion got invested into Detroit, downtown Detroit. Now they got Detroit labeled the #1 vacation spot in America for the summertime.
They saw it coming. I think there's a contract with the bridge or something. 10 million, 1 million, or with the bridge or refurbish or something in Detroit.
That Canadian bridge.
Yeah, how much?
That he makes $1 billion a day on that trade.
And let me tell you something. That $53 million could have went to our communities. It seems they always got money when gentrification comes.
Right.
But when
like it ain't obvious though.
And they got plenty of housing money. How do white people get it first? I'm a speaker up because I don't give a damn. I'm 50 and I don't give a damn because I don't want somebody behind me having to go through this same issue. I don't give a damn.
It's like we're gonna have to push the boycott, man. I'm telling you, we're gonna have to push it. Especially like places like New York, where all them damn Walla Wallas at. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them. Everybody forget this black love shit. Black love means motherfucker love yourself, not everybody else to hate yourself. God damn. Then these niggas want this white pussy so fucking much, they'll sell you out for some white fucking pussy. I'm telling you, they'll sell you out. Like Van Jones, he's a white pussy loving nigga.
They fought back in the day, y'all. They fought. Black people fought. I mean, I was like, dang, in Knoxville, Columbia, Tennessee. I mean, they wouldn't mess with nobody. But if you came for it, you came for it. It just made me fall in love with black people.
My grandma from Nashville, her name was Mary Bell Irvin. She was like she played high school basketball in 1930.
What part of Nashville was they try to move out of her house?
No, she's dead now, but this like damn near 100 years ago. She played basketball down there. 1932 or 1933. She wanted to play first black woman to play basketball down there.
It's horrible.
Hey, I'm gonna get shot up here. But let me say this, because we talk about boycotts a lot, and let me shout out the ABDL. I believe that's what it is. Blood Pack. Shout out Blood Pack. The Anti-Black Defamation League, who has called action to boycott a lot of these companies that were involved in the Kyrie situation. There's a long list. So if you're not connected to either the Blood Pack or the ABDL, Anti-Black Defamation League, definitely look into that.
Hey, ABDL.
Oh man, did they drop me again? Yes, they did. They dropped me again, bro. Man, they dropped me again, bro. These people are crazy. Yeah, the Anti-Black Defamation League.
You gotta type the whole word in, the whole spelling of it in, because I put an ABDL. It was a motherfucker with a typo on it. So you type in Anti-Black Defamation League, it'll pop up.
Yeah, at the Anti-Black Defamation League, they have a community on social, soxcial.com, which is our Black American centered, Black American focused platform. Definitely take some time to look into that. We need as many Black Americans who just want to post and comment and have these discussions over on social as well.
Already everybody beware of the anti-defamation and taking right. That's the part.
Yeah, but to the topic of the boycott, the most effective boycott that Black Americans can ever produce, and nothing else will be much more effective and or larger than to concentrate our population within the 8 states that we have listed, and that's pretty much the southeastern United States, because it pulls our tax dollars, it pulls our economy out of these states that we do not control and that we will never have the ability to control because we don't have the population to control them, to states where we do control and we can control the budgets, the state budget, the county budget, the city budgets, and the federal budget that comes down to each state. This amount of money, and this is a very low estimate, is well above $5 quadrillion over the next 100 years. If we do not get control over our entire economy over the next 100 years, it means that we will give away $5 quadrillion over the next 100 years. Boycotting corporations will have very minimal effect over the next 100 years. Boycotting these states by moving our income out of them will have maximum effect over the next 100 years, because you're doing 2 things. You're no longer participating in their economy. That means they lose representation in Congress, they lose funding, and that funding shifts over to the states where we have Black majority populations, and naturally we are circulating our money amongst each other, which is a huge problem, is that we don't circulate our money. The only way that we're going to naturally develop a system where we're circulating our money is to be in close proximity of each other. Shah.
So here's the thing, though. We were talking earlier in the space today, and this brother who's he had several businesses. He was talking about when he had a beauty supply business, and he was saying that he was talking to them about, he was trying to find a way to get to their source, and so he found a connection to get to the source where the Asian beauty supply company was buying, because they were undercutting his business. And whenever, Black folk, he even talked about when the women kind of went into natural hair back in 2010 or 11, it was a trend that happened. And the Asians got on board quickly and got, all the natural hair care products and shea butter and whatever for the natural hair, and undercut him, made it cheaper. And so he said, well, let me go to their source. Their sources wouldn't sell to him. So they were like, no, we the people in India that was selling hair would not sell to him. They only sell to Chinese.
Loyalty.
Right. So watch this point though. If we move to this, if we concentrate in an area, we need to have business that will support, all of our needs, because what'll happen is we'll move to those areas and we need toilet paper and everything else. and we're gonna buy the same products, but just in our areas. And we may have the stores. Where that'll be good. We can capture some of our wealth in our community if we set up stores. But we need to be making shit too. And so what I said was, okay, well, we can do certain things domestically, but there are other things that we're gonna get. Let's say chocolate, for instance. Chocolate doesn't grow anywhere, but 70%, not anywhere, but 70% of it grows in Ghana and Ivory Coast. And I said, and there are other things. We could have relationships in places, not just Africa, but let's just take Africa, for example, for things that we can't produce in the United States. We could have exclusive relationships with them today if we had our shit together, where we could be taking all the fucking Coke, all of the chocolate. So what they did is white folks said, okay, niggas, not only are we gonna buy your raw shit and make a whole lot of money, and you ain't making shit, we're gonna charge you for it. You're gonna have to pay tax credits for polluting too. So Ghana and Ivory Coast said, what? We fed up with you. It took that for them to build manufacturing to produce the raw cocoa into chocolate, and they could have did this shit years ago, right? But at least they did it. So we could have fucking finished product. They could send the chocolate that they make that's, basically raw chocolate. They're not packaging it and making it whatever. And we could control the whole fucking chocolate industry.
Yeah, just need one thing. Frank Lucas went over there.
But wait, no, this is the problem though. And black folks here want to delineate. They don't want to have shit to do with Africa.
I know.
That's a problem when you don't utilize. Yeah, that's.
Hey, Shaw, this is Rella. I have to just chime in because that's not totally true for everybody who has a business. It's not that we don't want to have anything to do with Africa. We don't want to be called African American, a double nationality. That's not the same thing. And the second thing is, the delineation piece comes from here in America, recognizing American freedmen history and actually having that as the forefront fuel for the descendants. That has nothing to do with trading and working with other businesses and countries to actually start to circulate money. That's not even the same thing.
Okay, well, I remember conversations a few months ago when I brought that up. It was like, it was very much pushback on, oh, you just want to talk about everything African? We don't have to trade for them. We don't have to do shit. We got everything we need right here.
Yeah, but who are you talking to, Shah? You already, Shah, we've been in spaces before, and I think you are intelligent to know the difference between people who have a deliberate understanding that there are people in the United States of America who are uncovering their lineage and they're uncovering their own ancestral history here from start to finish, going backwards, not from Africa coming to America. And at the same time, I also said in other spaces that I've been with you, it has nothing to do with hating Africa or hating any other country. It really has more so to do with other nationalities and ethnicities don't even know the American descendant story from the view of the freedman lens. Nor do they speak about it. And on top of it, it's not even taught in schools. Everything is taught from the lens of African American, when I've never been to Africa. That doesn't mean I would never go. It literally means I've never been, and that my ancestor, my grandmother, great grandmothers on both sides, grandfathers on both sides, have never mentioned their historical reference to Africa. It's always in a reference to, I'm from Texas, Louisiana, I'm from Arkansas, our family were, sharecroppers, slave owners, that sort of thing. We never get to the point where the ancestor was uncovered from a ship like the Catilda, and they came from this tribe. Like, I think we really have to be honest, even when people are not as open to have that conversation with people who are vested into Pan-Africanism. Like, I think we can have those conversations in spaces that do require a heightened level of intelligence. And we can do that. We can compartmentalize. It does not mean that we hate Africa.
Well, I didn't say you hated Africa. I just thought it was irrational, and for not just for economic reasons, for political alliance reasons, that it was not well informed, like you said. But I get the sentiment of where we're trying to, understand our heritage and all of those things. And I'm like, okay, I get that, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I think it was just the time that, people have to evolve. And like it was a lot of people who was calling themselves FBAs a year ago, and now they don't. And
some people still do. Some people still do. They're still Secure the Tribe and ADOS people. Yeah. Now there's, Freedmen history and stuff. But I think someone like you, who's definitely in the lens of education and who has done a lot of traveling, there is a perspective there that can be merged with why history has to be uncovered and give room to where people want to actually land. I think that's fair.
Yeah, let me welcome Shah to the Black majority state space where we are full on delineation in America, because the 1965 act that allowed these diasporans to come into the country was really with one intention and purpose. It was to be reinforcements to Black Americans, politically, specifically. And over 60 years, we have figured out that that's just not the case. That was not their intent. That was not their purpose. They have positioned themselves to be in opposition in many ways to us politically. They take away resources from our communities. So we are just acknowledging what is happening to us on the ground. However, as I sent you in a DM and as I put up in the Jumbotron, this is from August. I think this was in a space with a guy who's an advocate for repatriation to Liberia. I stated, mainly Africa would be our natural trade partner because the Black State of America region and the Black American homeland sits in the southeastern United States for the most part. So that cross-Atlantic trade would be just normal. It just makes perfect sense. But you need mutual respect in order to produce trade. I say there is a direct line from the east coast of America to continental Africa, namely Liberia, Americo, or our bloodline relatives. We also have bloodline relatives in Trinidad, the Americans, and even in Canada, the Black Loyalists. So there are people who do understand the intricacies and the nuances in the conversation. The problem is some people take one narrative, they run with it, and then people point to that as representatives of the entire group. But we are very diverse. Like, Black America is extremely diverse in mind, diverse in thought, diverse in action. So you can't label all of us under one umbrella at all. We understand mutual respect. Now, when you relayed the story of the hair care products, I've heard that story 5 or 6 times in these spaces. So what is the problem there? You have individuals, whether they're a group or not, doesn't really matter. They're looked at the same. They're citizens dealing with nation states. That is the problem. So you have nation states that are supporting and propping up their citizens in competition against us, and we don't have a nation state with authority to do the same. So simply going to Africa as citizens and trying to develop industry will ultimately result in a similar situation at some point in the future if we don't have state authority to protect or Black American businesses here in this country. A governor can go over to a country and negotiate trade deals. Can a matter of fact, or senators for our state can do the same. Matter of fact, in Taiwan, when they had that big trip where Nancy Pelosi went over there, she took a few senators. I believe she took at least one governor over there, and they're all there negotiating for trade partnerships. Miss Rella got kicked out. They're over there negotiating for trade partnerships for their states, for their citizens in their states. It's not individual businesses that are going on those high level trips with the US government to negotiate these trade deals. So there is the perspective of group economics, the way it's been taught to our population, but it's very limited in scope, and it's not protected in the system the way the system currently exists. There's another level. We're trying to get people to get to understand that we need authority to protect whatever we build.
So just to respond real quick, the brother who explained it, he the way it was explained was that it was kind of like this sort of, it didn't seem like it was the country of China's head of trade or something. It sounded like it was just he went in as an individual and found out that they don't sell to they only sell to Chinese dealers. It wasn't like, kind of on a level of what you're talking about. And
well, let me just interrupt you there. So because this specific conversation comes up a lot. There was actual legislation wherein which these Asian countries put that into place. I'll try to find it for you, but this is really not citizens and private citizens. There are government entities involved in this. I'll try to find it to you, and I'll try to send it to you.
Okay, I went to a convention at Jacob Javison, a huge convention in New York City, right? So first time ever going to a textile. They had fabric companies from China everywhere, all over. And in there, they had over probably 200 different, maybe even more than 200 different little companies and big companies. There was one African fabric company in there, and then was an African American that was doing some kind of upcycling. Looked like out of 200, you had two. One from Africa, and one from Africa was owned by I asked him, was it African? He said, oh, yes, African. I said, is it owned by Africans? Who's the owner? Oh, well, it's a hedge fund that owns it. So it was white folks that owned that. So in that, what I found is that, you go in there as an individual and you do business on a level that you can. If they have minimums, some of them have minimums because they're doing, they're mills. So they're milling the fabrics and shit. So some of them deal with small amounts like what I need. Some not. You have to have a minimum of what, $5,000 or whatever it is. But in that is an example of how an individual can do business with an industry. That's more of a formal setup. But I found out today from this Ghanaian brother that Nat Turner, his grandmother on the paternal side was from Ghana, was Akan. He's Akan. And I said, brother, where'd you find that out? I'm a descendant of Nat Turner. He says, oh, I just Google it, Google. So I Googled it and I found some information. Of course, I'm not going to rely on just that. It's a lead. But I have relatives in Congo. I got relatives in Ghana now. And I kind of thought that anyway, because they called my great-grandmother Nanan, which is like a title. They say Nana in Ghana. So I thought maybe something to that. But anyway, so we've got relatives in all of those places that we don't know, and not just Liberia because of the fact that it was a colony, kind of sort of colony of African Americans at some point, So we've got connections to these places, and we can go into these places either as a institution as a block. As a block, like we got a block of folks that we're representing the states of whatever, and we can go in, or we can go in as even a community. In fact, my little community, Nairobi, we used to call it East Palo Alto, California. Our name was called Nairobi. It wasn't official, and we tried to change it, but not enough black folks wanted to change it to Nairobi. They'd rather be called East Palo Alto, which was east of Palo Alto, instead of a name that was completely different. So, but we were referred to by everybody as Little Nairobi, and we actually made I think it was Nairobi. It was one African city was our sister city. It was just 28,000 people in our little community. So we had a sister city in Africa. I don't think we really utilized it so well in terms of doing business or anything, but we had a sister city. So I'm saying we can do things on small levels. It doesn't have to be huge. We can do things as individuals too. It's just how we do. It's just the will to do it, and that's what I'm saying. If you don't have the will to do it, and you're thinking, differently, it could impede our progress as a people. I'll land there.
Yeah, so I'm what I say is not to discourage anyone from doing what they do. However, let me say this. So individuals moving in the way that you describe will have limited effect. They will not be protected. They will be at the mercy of whatever authority exists over top of that industry, whether it's domestic or it's foreign. They'll have no intervention, no one to intercede on their behalf if ever there is an issue. And so while some people may have success, just like today, some people have success, we are really, really trying to elevate millions. We're not going to be able to save everybody. We're not going to be able to help everybody because some people are not going to want to be helped. Some people are not going to want to be saved. However, if we're thinking 100 years in 100-year cycles, we can't be thinking as individuals who are going to make these international global trade deals as individuals and be able to pass that down to multiple generations. It's never going to work out like that. It never has. It never will. And that's just the way. That's just the facts. I mean, I sent you something in the DM. It talks about the Korean hair industry. I'm looking at another article which has a lot more information in it, and I'll send you that one as well once I get to go over it a little bit. But we just got to understand this. And Dr. Boyce Watkins, I believe he said this at the reparations rally, because I was like, wow, wow, man, he really, really, really impressed me with that. Whatever we're going to build, and I think he was talking in reference to reparations, we have to be able to protect it. We have to be able to protect it.
What happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, and a whole bunch of other places, to me, that kind of thing, now we're talking about something different. When we're talking about, 150 million white folks, and not all of them, it's going to be the enemy physically, but and we're 45 million, and we're in the state, in the southern states, and I'm just saying that those are things we have to think about in terms of just our being here. That we have to really be real about it. Like, is this the battle we want to wage? Is this what plan Bs or alternatives do we have?
When you say the battle we want to wage, and DJ, do you mind if I jump in, or you want to go first?
Oh, ladies first, Queen Latifah.
Thank you. So you mentioned Shaw earlier, Little Nairobi in Africa, and then you jumped to, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the massacres that happened. Yes, there were over 68 plus massacres that happened in the United States to Black American towns. Legal Justice Initiative reports 68 plus. That is a limited number that I'm giving. So at the end of the day, I can remember stories and have read stories other than massacres that have happened. Stories about businesses that were already built in those neighborhoods of people who were working together and who had built foundations that kept being burnt down and broken down. And so I guess my question is, when you say go to war, or is this a battle that we want to fight? Well, what battle are you talking about? Because we're always in battles. And I just wish that when you start your points with the recognizing of the places that we have built here that mirror and were the fortitude for us to be descendants here, not just places in Africa. Because where I grew up in Inglewood, there were Black-owned businesses from people who had to fight in Inglewood, California. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I did start here in my own community where I grew up. And then I mentioned Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I mentioned Rosewood. It's the ones I know by heart, by name. But I started with my own community. And even when we weren't in a physical war, we were in a fucking political and economic war with the surrounding white communities that didn't want to see a city. So that's the battle too. So I'm saying that those are the types of considerations we need to be thinking about in terms of our even, considering being in states, being in this fucking country.
I ain't leaving this country.
Hey, yeah, exactly. Because it sounds like you're talking about repatriating back to Africa. If that's your angle, please state that clearly so we understand where you're coming from.
My angle is we shoot our best shots if the people decide we're going to do this, the South states in the South, that we do it, but we also have contingency plans. We also have backup plans, because if the shit gets like Nazi Germany or some crazy shit like that, we got to be ready. We got to like Francis Cresswell's is saying, we're on a chessboard, and so when they make their move, we make our move.
But what do we have to do? That's what we always do. Wait till they make their move.
I'm with Tammy on that one. We need to be the ones making the moves, because we waiting for them to make moves on us, and then thinking that we can recover.
True.
So all I'm saying to you is that which is why I said what I said with my statement shot, is that because we had these conversations every Saturday night. I don't go into those other spaces where they're yelling and arguing. And I have to apologize for earlier going back and forth with DJ. That's my brother. And, I didn't mean to display that behavior in front of you all. And there's never my intention either to be disrespectful to him or anyone in the room. Shut up, DJ. Anyway. But at the same time, I am an adult, and I just feel as we all are battling with different things, whether it's business-wise, personal-wise, I don't like to be ushered into we need to repatriate back to some place we've never been, Shaw. And I think I've said this to you before. I've never been to Africa to want to go to live. My mother and great-grandmother and grandparents and generational parents, I have already traced, I think I'm at my 6th generation, and they're all from here, Virginia, California, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, right? And so going to somewhere to Africa, if it was to do business or to visit, okay, but that's not my homeland. And I need people to be okay with us saying that that's not our homeland. My motherland is where my generation birthed my family, and that should be okay.
No, it is okay, and I hear you. But I want you to think about this: the Ashkenazi Jews that were from that area, that had been there for hundreds of, maybe even thousands of years. I don't know how long the Ashkenazis had been in a Germanic area that they had to pack up. The ones that did not get genocided, the ones that escaped and got away, they didn't want to leave, but they saw the writing on the wall. And I'm saying to think about it in a way where if it's that extreme, that this is the thing that white folks do to each other. So you know that if they do that to each other, they'll do that to us. And they do the Indians. They put smallpox in the Indian blankets.
We won. We won. We fired.
Okay, I
Yeah. Let me, man. I love Tammy's energy. I love Tammy's energy.
That's fine that we're fighters. Yes, we're fighters.
Yeah, we are not fleers. We are not fleers.
Is, we have backups too. We got backup plans too. So I'm just saying that
the backup plan. The backup plan is defeat the enemy. The backup plan is defeat the enemy. It's not to go to a place like let's talk about Africa, okay? Because I keep an eye on what's going on over there. Half of the continent is controlled by Arabs. It's sub-Saharan Africa where black people live, if we want to use that term, because they don't consider themselves to be black. They call themselves by whatever they call themselves. They have so much infighting amongst themselves, so many tribal issues amongst themselves. And then you have the religious component of the Islamists in the north who are trying to convert everyone else on the continent. And how do they convert them? You either become a Muslim or you get murdered, slaughtered, throat cut, families shot down and murdered in front of you. I watched an election where they didn't want the people to vote and they shot everybody in the village. There had to be 30 or 50 people there. That is not a refuge for Black America. If anything, if and I say this in the book, if a large group of Black Americans, and I'm talking about in the millions, go to Africa, the first thing they need to do is prepare for war. Because they are going to look at us as an invading army. We are not culturally the same. We don't think the same. We don't move and operate the same. And we are not going to be subservient to those people. Conflict is guaranteed in large numbers. So it's not a backup plan. It's an individual plan. And this is in the way that you think. Let me be honest, because this is the way a lot of us have been taught to think, is we think as individuals. We're not thinking about the collective. Because if we thought about the collective, we would never think that we can move 40 million Black people to Africa and everything would be okay. Within the United States, we have constitutional protection that the federal government cannot attack one of its member states. Outside of the United States, we have no protections. Zero.
Did you say constitutional protections?
Constitutional.
Tulsa, Oklahoma had?
Yeah, because you don't understand. Yeah, so this is clear. You don't no, sir. You're talking about two different things. You're talking about a city that doesn't have authority. We're talking about state authority. It's totally different. This is something that we've never had.
But what's different about breaking treaties or breaking the law or breaking the Constitution? Because these motherfuckers will break it, anything they want to break. They almost did a coup on a fucking country.
Okay. Let me address that. So as we go into the state, we take over the law enforcement. We promote to 14A, which 14A is over 2A. We promote our lawful right to bear arms. We take over the county sheriffs. We take over the state police. We take over the state defense forces. So we are militarily in a position to defend ourselves from anybody on the planet Earth. You want to go over to Africa and and literally the United States has AFRICOM. They have more bases in Africa than almost anywhere on the planet.
fight, we talk, and we go
Holy shit, bro. Like,
I was in the military, and he's speaking facts.
Because I thought we were punks too. We ain't never been no punk. We ain't never been no punk.
Damn, it's not about just being strong and not cowards. It's more to it than that. We got to be smarter than just. We know we're not cowards, and we know we're not, gonna let somebody just, do us without fighting. The thing about it is being scientific and being,
talking about being prepared. You're talking about being prepared is what you're talking about, Shaw. And I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying about being prepared. I get that. But being prepared doesn't always mean that at the end of the day, we're just going to pack up and leave to be the first line of defense. I think the first line of defense would be to have a strategic plan. The second line of defense is to make sure that we are in a position where we have state authority. And then the third line of defense is at all costs protect our land and protect ourselves. Buy up land, develop business, take over the community. Because the one thing Tulsa and the rest of the communities that were burnt down, like the Louisiana massacre, is that they were not prepared.
They were not prepared, man.
They just came off the heels of the traumatic experiences of the Great Depression, racism, and emancipation. So that's not even enough time for a community to be a guerrilla warfare mindset. And even if we did repatriate, and I'm saying that lightly because repatriation would mean that we would have already been to a place and we're going back. The descendants today, if we're speaking in reality, have never been to a place to go back to. So that means that we would literally be in a no man's land.
We are foreigners.
Unfamiliar, trying to figure out how to get citizenship. And if those countries decided they wanted to revoke our citizenship,
absolutely.
Remember, you're talking about being prepared and intellectually sound.
In a
minute, strip us from our citizenship and send us back to the war zone had we had stayed and fought. So, like, we can look at it all the way around.
Hey, that point was so. Let me say this real quick, brother Moko. The last point that Rella made is so important because all the United States has to do is say to whatever little small African country or large African country, we don't want those people there. We do not want you to give these people refuge. If you do, it'll be a problem for us. Now what? Do you think these African countries are going to sacrifice themselves for, I don't put the number on it, 10,000, 100,000, whatever number you come up with, for this small group of, or large group of African Americans, this mislabeled term that they put on us, are they going to sacrifice themselves to the United States of America? And let's be real, you're not just fighting the United States, you're fighting NATO. You're fighting all of Western Europe as well.
Absolutely. Completely, you're right. So here's the thing. We probably won't even make it there because they will stop us from going there because they will. And if it gets to the point where we use that option as option number 10, right? We done went through everything. We done did everything. This is a desperation move, whatever, right? So as whatever option this is, and all of those other things you guys mentioned has taken place, they will not allow us to go there. Now, if they don't allow us to move there, if they block us from going there, that means it's a big problem. We got a serious problem because the writing is on the motherfucking wall. And if they don't allow us to go yet, we're at the point where we need to go.
It's writing on the wall right now. You feel what I'm saying? And what I want us to understand is that what Black Majority State and Rella and DJ, what they're saying is that we're not trying to
reinvent this wheel. We're not trying to fix this shit. We're trying to break this shit and create a new system. So even going over there to Africa, just like Brother said, all they're going to do is ship your ass back. You know what I'm saying? We have to start where we are. You know what I'm saying? This is corrective action, not reparative action. Okay? This is not reparative. This is corrective action. So in corrective action, we have to move different. We cannot execute plans that have already failed in the past. The evidence showed us that it didn't work. So to go back and try to repatriate or try to reconnect in a land that we're not connected to. I'm not saying that our order.
Oh, Twitter. Why are you doing this, bro? I'm in the YouTube, just so you know. I'm in the YouTube because it is late and it's ran long. So good evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to end this. If you can get on Twitter, please do.
Bro.
Thank you for coming.
It's not an option.
Go to social, SOXCIAL.com.
Look, the evidence shows that when we had that attitude, well, if it doesn't work, a backup plan, look, all that is